B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Oh, what a frustrating night in Kansas City that was. Got to give credit to DQ and Joe Witt just for the energy the team came out with. And I was talking to some folks last night. It's kind of interesting. They fly on a charter jet, right? And most of the time when they land, kind of just get off the plane. But there have been a couple spots where DQ has like addressed the team when they land. Notably, one story I heard was in Detroit last year, where DQ kind of had the boys very fired up, getting off the damn plane in Detroit for the divisional round, right? And yesterday, I think everybody understood the magnitude of that game. You dropped to 3-5, man. Things get really, really difficult, really, really fast if you're talking about a postseason. And I think, DQ, there was like hey, make sure you don't forget your wallet or your cell phone. And my understanding is DQ was then like, yeah, and don't forget to whoop some ass too. Like they understood the magnitude of this game.
Yeah.
And understood the magnitude of the opponent you're facing, that KC looks sharp again. Like, honestly, KC's record, and reading through Mahomes' comments last night, he said this, that, this point last year, their record was better, but the way they were winning was not nearly.
It
was squeaking by.
Yeah.
They look loaded right now. Rashee Rice is clearly a bit of a hothead, but looks quite good. He gives them something they need, and I think you want to give them credit. Zach Ertz told us after the game, we had a really good week of practice, and we know if we stack really good weeks of practice like that, we can compete with anybody.
Yeah.
But he said at the same time, we understand the urgency involved, and we understand the position we've put ourselves in. And I think that's the reality. And I don't mean this to be overly critical, and maybe it's not even critical, considering the dynasty this Chiefs organization has built. They came out and took the fight to Kansas City and were able to kind of get the jump on them. And if they had converted those turnovers into points, maybe everything looks different. But the second half was so one-sided that I think the talent disparity and really just the complete excellence they have at the quarterback position. In the second half of that game, those 30 minutes, I'm not sure the Legion of Boom was slowing down KC. Mahomes was
Legion of Boom was slowing down
a little bit, but Mahomes was excellent.
He was excellent, but you have to understand, when you go down the field 3 times like that in the first half and you don't come away with nothing, it takes a lot out of you. It changes things up. What they did in the second half basically was, you get to a point where you go, damn, what's going on? Defense had played like, here, I'm giving you opportunities. You're not going down and getting no scores. Pat came out in the second half and I didn't think he was any better than he's been in other games. I thought he was just Pat Mahomes, and I believe if they were playing against a legitimate defense, he wouldn't have had all that success. And they do some things that I don't know if the referee's looking at it, because on the Kelsey pass down the sideline, I watched Juju Smith grab someone, pull them down. They were trying to check Kelsey. Well, if I grab you and throw you to the ground, you damn sure can't check Jeff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And the ref didn't see this. Other times you watch them grabbing it. It's like they do so much. I just think, and this is human nature. When a team is so good, you seem to not see the things they do bad. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when the team is bad, you see everything they do. Even if they don't do stuff, you assume they had to do something for that to happen.
Right.
Those things happen, and I just think, when I saw that play, I'm like, come on. And the ref is standing right there. One thing I know, a receiver is not supposed to grab a guy and throw him to the ground.
Sure.
Pull him down.
That was Quan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Quan got yanked down.
And Quan is sitting there. He is watching Kelsey. Then all of a sudden, he's tackled. And Kelsey's wide open. Pat scrambles around. Oh, bang. And hits him.
Yeah, I mean, some of the ref stuff was crazy, but Washington actually had their cleanest game from a penalty perspective. Washington had their first game with no penalties this year in the first half. It was their first over a year. They hadn't gone zero first half penalties since week 4 last year. I think the way the refs, you know, how, like there's a lot of conversation in our politics, in driving cars about like there's age limits when people are able to start doing something, but not usually age limits when people are forced to stop doing something.
Yeah.
There's some old ass refs last night.
Yeah.
Like some of those dudes just looked old.
Yeah, and it's like, you know, it's always like the discrimination thing.
The touchdown catch where Terry's in the end zone, that guy was right there.
Yeah. Ball didn't move. Both toes were down.
I said it live as it happened.
Both feet were down.
And dude, you were in the press box. We were in the top ass corner of that stadium. Yeah. I was like, man, I thought when he immediately ruled it incomplete, I thought Terry must have bobbled it coming down.
Didn't bobble it
because I thought the feet were in.
Yeah.
I don't know how you make that call, dude. And then, but again,
Jay, this is the thing about the refs. Why is it discrimination when they're older, but it's not discrimination when they're younger? Think about that.
Yeah.
So what if a guy was in his 20s and wanted to become a ref? He's fit like those guys, so he can run around with them, but you never see a ref that young, do you?
No.
Yeah, they always seem to be the aging guys. So my thing is, we gotta address that a little bit. Like, why is it that when you discriminate against an older person, it's a bad thing, but a younger person is okay?
I was kind of making a joke about.
I'm not making a joke. I'm being
serious
serious about it.
The guy looked like he was 100.
When you watch some guys out there running around, you're like, damn, if the young dude would have probably seen it quicker than the other guy.
Well, he got both calls wrong.
Yes. Listen, when Terry came down with the one on the sideline, from up there where we were, and I had never heard of a ninth floor in the stadium. Okay, the ninth floor,
up there, dude.
The ninth floor. I said that's a catch, because when you watch the foot was off the ground; it never touched out of bounds. But that knee came down,
right knee was there.
and the elbow came down. One knee is 2 feet. One elbow is 2 feet. He got a knee and elbow, so he got 4 feet in, and you still say he was out?
Some things went, at least those two got overturned, right? Those got corrected.
Yeah.
And the score counted. But, dude, I think if you look at Mahomes, one, he was really, really good with his legs. All right, we're going to break. Dane and Hughes will join us next, Kansas City radio analyst. Then we're going to open the phones up for Blaine Pie. We got plenty to discuss. It's B. Mitch and Finley on, sadly, a terrible Tuesday.
Presented by Fairfax City, where innovation meets community and every business has home field advantage. Commanders couldn't get it done on the road last night. Good start, not a great finish. Falling in Kansas City 28-7. Terry McLaurin was back. Seemed to aggravate the quad injury late in the game, but doesn't seem too concerned about it.
Yeah, it's all right. I'm just trying to take it day by day. Is just monitoring hits, a little sore and everything. So, anytime I can just be out here fighting for the team, I'm always going to put myself out there. So just see how the week goes and go from there.
Left tackle Laramie Tunsil left the game with a hamstring injury. Hockey tonight, Caps in Dallas. 8:30 here in the Fan. NBA Wizards home against Philly. 7 p.m. the Team 980 and Bloomberg 99.1. In Fairfax City, entrepreneurs don't just start, they scale. Textor, an open source intelligence company, grew its business at the Mason Enterprise Center with affordable office space. Fairfax City gives businesses room to grow. Learn more at business.gofairfaxcity.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B, I just crunched some numbers, man. Listen to Mahomes' splits last night, first half, second half. First half, he was 8 of 15, about 50% for 89 yards, no touchdowns, 2 picks. His second half performance was better than a lot of quarterbacks' full game performances yesterday. 17 of 19, 90% for 210 with 3 tutties. I mean, just dominance in that second half. To talk more about last night's game, we're excited to welcome to the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud makes the most reliable HVAC products in the DMV. Danon Hughes, Kansas City Chiefs radio color commentator. Danon, what's up, man? How you doing?
What's going on, guys? Everything's well here in Kansas City. Obviously, after last night's game, I know you guys don't want to hear that, but it was a great win for us.
It sure was.
We were still there till this morning. We were hearing it from people already.
What did you... How about this? You watched the Chiefs, have for years, played for them. What were you feeling at halftime? Were you just waiting for KC to turn it on, or did you think, oh, man, we got a game here?
I was definitely waiting for them to turn it on. Like, this is not uncommon for us. And this is one of the great things about being under Andy Reid and during his tenure and all the successes that we've experienced is that, like, we never feel like we're out of a game, and we never feel like we're out of sorts or that the game is faster or a team is better. It's just a matter of time. And, to think that after that first quarter alone, where each team was in the other team's territory and no points were put on the board, no field goal attempts or anything, like you just kind of felt like, yeah, in some respect, the Washington Commanders had to feel like, hey, this is a win. We're holding them down. They're not scoring points. We're not necessarily capitalizing on our opportunities. But on the other side of the field, the Chiefs are like, okay, next series, first series interception, second series interception. You don't see any guys throwing helmets, arguing on the sideline. You don't see any, truly bad body language outside of maybe a little bit from Travis Kelce because the ball went off his hands. But other than that, it's just like the next order of business. And then once you start to see things click, then it's like, okay, now here's where we are. Like it's kind of like, Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant or someone, once they hit that first shot, it's like, okay, now we're going to see the real Chiefs, and it was only a matter of time. And that's not anything as a, to throw shade on the Commanders. You guys are behind the 8 ball with the injuries to your starting quarterback, the injuries sustained all around your depth chart. It's tough. And to come in to Arrowhead Stadium on Monday Night Football, even fully loaded, is tough.
Yeah.
But to answer your question, I thought we played our game the way we were capable of playing, especially in the second half.
And I think for me, when they didn't get any points off of the turnovers and things like that, I felt at that point it's like, okay, here we go. Because when you go through that, when you play that well, you don't put any points on that team, and you come out in the second half, you play your best, they play their best, more than likely you're going to lose.
Yeah, I agree, especially when you're on the road. Like, there's two things that you cannot do on the road is not capitalize off of the home team's miscues by putting points on the board and settling for field goals. Now, I give you guys credit. You guys went for it on multiple fourth downs because I feel like Dan Quinn knew you're not going to have success or sustained success on this field against this team by coming away with 3 points. So he was going for it, and our defense stepped up. But at the same time, like, this is what this team is. Like, what you saw against the Chargers in week 1 in Brazil and against the Eagles in week 2 and then against the Jaguars on our last Monday night, that wasn't necessarily who we are. And yet those games weren't terribly bad. All 3 of our losses were by 1 score.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's how close we are from being, 8-0 in some respects. So, like, this team is good. We're clicking on all cylinders. We've got a couple of injuries on the offensive line, and guys are stepping up, and we're playing really, really good defense. And that's crazy to say when you have Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce and Rashee Rice, that really the story should be this defense and what they've been able to accomplish.
Looking at your offensive line, and there are some teams out there that are not injured that have better talent than the Commanders. Is that something that needs to be solidified if you're going to go on that run?
I think there's always a concern. When you consider the 2 Super Bowls that we lost, and in the fashion that we lost them, getting blown out by the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and Tom Brady, and then getting blown out this past year with the Philadelphia Eagles, the glaring part of those games were the inadequacies of the offensive line. But mainly those were backups that were fill-in because we had some injuries. So I think any team across the board will be concerned when you have to be relegated to backups as your offensive lineman in key games, especially in the postseason. Like, I don't think that's an uncommon situation or issue that anybody would face. We just got to hope for the best. Josh Simmons going through some personal stuff with he and his family. Hopefully he's able to come back, stay focused, and play like he was playing in the first 4 games of the season. And then, we hope that Trey Smith, which I think on all accounts, he'll be back. But a back injury is a back injury, and it doesn't matter what kind of shape you're in.
Yep.
Heck, we know as older folks,
Totally.
when that back starts tightening up, you don't know. You never know when it's going to tighten back up again. So just got to hope for the best there.
Talking with Danon Hughes here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Danon does the radio broadcast for the Kansas City Chiefs. Danon, I'm curious. If folks want to give you a follow, they can at Hughes Guy 83, DA Hughes, HUGHES Guy 83. I'm curious. I mean, you played for the Chiefs. You've now been on these radio broadcasts for a number of years. You know what excellence looks like because that's become kind of the norm for Kansas City now, really, especially once Andy got with Pat and that thing just hit the stratosphere. When you watched Washington last night, and I can't stress enough that not having Jaden Daniels completely changes everything for that organization.
Yeah.
But what did you see that you thought is encouraging going forward, and what did you see that you were kind of surprised by?
So one of the top things going into the game last week is that the status or the nature of what we're seeing in the NFC East isn't necessarily overwhelming football. So from that standpoint, it seems like every team in that division conventionally has a shot. So that's a good thing. And when you guys get healthy, you see glimpses. Deebo Samuel can definitely be a force. That was a freak play that the ball hit him in the chest and bounced right to Mike Dana last night. That wouldn't happen 99 other times he's thrown the ball. Terry McLaurin, getting him back has got to be at the forefront of everybody's mind in regards to you guys bouncing back and rejuvenating this season. But your defensive line, they've done a solid job. I thought Your linebackers really played well, and the defensive backs, like in some respect, like they were solid. I don't know what it will take for you guys to get to where you were last year if you still have that same kind of magic, but I definitely think that you can't gauge a team based on key components being hurt. Like like we've been in situations where Carson Wentz had to come in and backup quarterbacks had to fight through playoff games for us here to get to Super Bowls. Yeah, if you have to lean on somebody for one game, you might be able to survive, but if you have to lean on them for multiple games, it makes it an uphill battle. So I feel like the jury's still out for the Commanders. There's definitely some positivity, but once you guys get your key players out of the training room, I think that's when the real assessment can happen.
Yeah, it seems like this year we never know who's going back in the training room.
Yeah.
You know, Javon Kinlaw got hurt last night. They said he was okay to come back in and didn't. Terry McLaurin, after that big catch down the sideline, did not come back in. Do you think
Laramie Tunsil?
Yeah, that's a big one.
Hamstring. Yep. So I mean, like it just continues to stack on, and you feel bad for all the Commanders fans and for Dan Quinn because you're thinking coming into this season, hey, we kind of turned the corner last year, and now we want to build on it, and then you kind of get hit by this injury bug. And you're not necessarily putting yourself in the best position to do so.
Not at all.
Totally. Were you surprised at all by Washington? You mentioned it, going for it on fourth down made sense for them, and I agree with you. When they had the 4th and short at the 28, did you think? Were you surprised, I guess, that they decided to line up in shotgun and air that out there rather than maybe just try to grind out a yard?
Yeah, I was surprised at that. And then late in the game, I think it was 7 minutes left. Yeah, I think people probably knew it was an uphill battle to even get back in the game. They had 4th and 10 and they punted.
Yeah.
I was like, that's not a good look. But I can also understand going back to the whole injury thing. If you're Dan Quinn, like, hey, it's going to be a struggle to win this game. Yeah. Why put our team and our guys in harm's way? Let's just play it conventionally, not call any timeouts, not do anything in that nature. But I thought, yeah, there were times. To me, here's the thing. When you're playing the Chiefs, especially with where we are now with all of our offensive weapons, it reminds me of what we experienced here in 2018, 2019, when Patrick took over mainly, where teams had to figure out, we're going to be in a shootout, and we got to go throw for throw and blow for blow with this team and figure out how to score 30-plus points to win. Mm-hmm. We're kind of back in that zone, but one thing that the teams that were successful back then did is that they ran the ball, they stuck with running the ball, and what that accomplished was taking a lot of time off the clock and keeping our offense on the sideline. So when you're in those situations, I thought if you are Dan Quinn and you know we're in 4-down territory, you don't have to throw the ball on 3rd down, right? You can run the ball on 3rd down because you already know that if you don't get the 1st down, you're going to be in 4-down territory. That's the creativity that I think you can kind of impose to keep the defense off kilter just a bit. And I thought that maybe they get into the mindset, and this is what the Baltimore Ravens have done with John Harbaugh. We've seen this time and time again against Patrick Mahomes. You go into a game with a game plan, you see 15 across the field, you see his exploits on a couple of drives, and whatever you thought coming into the game, you kind of scrap and say, our quarterback needs to match him. Mm-hmm. And that is a recipe for disaster that most teams and most organizations have made. Like you think back to the AFC Championship just a couple of years ago with Lamar Jackson, where they only ran the ball 5 times.
Yeah,
like who would ever think? Yeah, who would ever think that would be? You can't convince me that going into a week of practice, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday installs, that they say, you know what, we're not going to run Derrick Henry. I mean, I'm sorry, it wasn't Derrick Henry yet. We're not going to run the ball at all. We're just going to go pass for pass and throw for throw and try to match Patrick Mahomes. That was not the case, but it changes as soon as you see him on the field, and I feel like that was probably the case last night.
Yeah.
As you watched last night, and this was a pretty fun, competitive game in the first half, and then Mahomes was just excellent in the second half. I mean, he went for over 200 yards passing and 3 touchdowns. I know what my eyes showed me about Kansas City and kind of what they've proven over this decade of dominance. That's a true Super Bowl contender. When you watched Washington last night, do you see a playoff team? I mean, what did you see just kind of overall there?
It's tough for me to gauge the NFC, especially a team like the Commanders, because we only see them once every 4 years.
Sure.
I think that is one of a huge detriment to playing this Kansas City Chiefs team when you are a team that has to face us once every 4 years. If you notice, teams that have had success against us are usually the teams that play us every year. And they have a level of confidence because they have some familiarity with us. But like a team like the Giants and sometimes the Jets and now the Commanders, like, my goodness, I wouldn't wish that on our worst enemies, that you guys have to especially come to us on Monday Night Football and play us once every 4 years and this offense. So having said that, based on what I've seen around the NFC, yeah, they're the top tier teams, the Lions, the Packers seem to be kind of resurrected a little bit. But I don't see why not a healthy Commanders team, especially with what I saw last year. Like a healthy team that presented itself like you guys did last year can definitely make some noise in the postseason. And right now, what you guys have to just think about is getting to the dance. Mm-hmm. Like it's not necessarily about possibly winning the NFC East. May not even be about hosting. It's just about getting there. Mm-hmm. And that's got to be the mindset.
I mean, that's what the Giants did. Giants got in as a wild card, went on and won the Super Bowl.
Yeah. Well, and it's
yeah, exactly.
Watching. I mean, the reality for Washington last year is their superpower was a rookie quarterback that could just make crazy plays, and you wonder if last night was a game where Jaden is out there healthy and able to like go blow for blow with Mahomes, it looks totally different, and that's probably what ESPN wanted when they set this up for a Monday Night Football matchup, like the young hotshot quarterback and the legend, future Hall of Famer. And I thought Mariota played pretty well. The first pick off Debo's chest, not even close to his fault. They started chasing late. To your point, the punt on 4th and 7 late in that game when you're down 28-7, I thought was pretty remarkable. But Washington's built to compete because Jaden can keep him in any situation. And then when you get to last night and you're down so much, it's like, what do you have here? I got to say that Arrowhead crowd is how much fun is your job working? Just everything the Chiefs have built and put together.
It's been amazing. I mean, obviously I've been here since 1993. I was drafted, played 6 years here, and we've been spoiled. Like, I literally tell people that when you play at Arrowhead Stadium, any team that comes in is down 10-0 before kickoff. Like, that's literally kind of the mindset that we always had as players. I think that rings true still to this day, is that it is an uphill battle with the crowd noise. The stadium is built in a way that if we rebuilt a stadium, you can't build it the same. It's against code. That's how it's built, to kind of insulate the noise. And the fans are rabid. They're fun. They're not nasty like we've seen with Buffalo fans and Raider fans in the past. They're not that kind of fan base. They have a great time. The barbecue. People are spending the night here, the night before games. And it's an electric atmosphere. And I've been spoiled because I've been in just about every stadium throughout the NFL, old and new, and there's no environment like it. There's nothing like it. And it's a treat. I'm sure in some respects, some players would even admit it's a fun environment because it's kind of a throwback to college, especially if you came from the SEC or maybe some Big Ten schools. And people thrive off of it. But it is frustrating, and it is loud, and you can tell there were times in that game where communication wasn't the best for the Commanders, and there were some lapses and issues that happened, whether it was late play clock adjustments, whether it was lack of communication, snap counts, guys not getting off as quickly, maybe not didn't have the ability to pick up blitzes. I want to say it was one of the first fourth down plays that were incomplete that you guys lost on downs, where he overthrew Terry McLaurin on the corner route.
Yep.
That was totally the fans. He was looking, I could tell pre-snap from the booth, they ran smash flag on the left side. So Debo was on the outside. He ran like a 5-yard hitch. And then Terry was on the inside. He ran the corner. Smash flag, basic concept. And I could tell pre-snap that he totally thought he was going to throw the ball to Debo and get the first down. And because of the crowd noise and the late adjustment and lack of communication, soon as he received the snap and shotgun, our inside guy jumped on Debo. And he double clutched, and then he backpedaled because of the pressure and threw it out of bounds. That's the product of our 12th man. That's the product of our 12th man and the effect that it has on the game. So when I say like teams are down by 7 points, 10 points coming in before kickoff, it's real.
Dude, I agree with you. And I think it compounds when you're able to generate early turnovers and not get points. Because
Totally.
maybe that crowd sits on their hands a little bit if it's 7-0 in the first quarter. They're not accustomed to it. Hey, Danon, thank you so much for the time,
Appreciate
man.
you, brother.
Really appreciate it. It was a great conversation.
No problem. Good luck the rest of the season, guys. Appreciate y'all having me.
Take care.
Thanks, man. That is Danon Hughes, Kansas City Chiefs radio broadcast color commenter. Really smart dude right there. That was a great conversation.
Yeah.
Speaking of really smart people and great conversations, I can't say enough about my friends from Better Appliances, man. Everybody knows what's going on in my house. It's been a disaster. But Better's coming to the rescue again. Earlier this year, Better hooked me up. My dishwasher was on the fritz. They came to the house. They tried to fix it, weren't able to, so then they just set me up with a new one. Now they're going to do the same thing. We lost our oven, our microwave, our fridge. They're coming in. They're going to get us all set up. And BetterServices.com, they have a showroom in Kensington. You can go check out all the appliances. But more than that, how often do you get your buddies texting you, hey, does anybody have a handyman? Does anybody have somebody to come by my house and fix this little thing? Better Services can do that. The holidays are coming up. You're going to be hosting people. Whether you like your family or you don't, they're going to be in your house, and you're going to have to cook a bunch of food. You want your appliances working, and you want your house in tip-top shape. If you got a couple little things that need done, call Better Services. They could send over one of their handyman and get it cleaned up for you in no time. We've recommended them to friends. They've been fantastic. It's a family-owned company. The people are incredibly nice and kind. They've taken great care of my family. They'll do the same for you. You don't want to have 15 people coming over for Thanksgiving and your oven not work. Call Better Appliances now. Check them out online at Better Services. It's BETTAR. BETTAR services.com. They can take care of your appliances. They can do any handyman work you need around the house. Hit them up. BetterServices.com. You better get better.
Playing hard doesn't get you W's in the NFL. Monday Night Football, Dan Quinn's team kept it close for a half, but couldn't finish it off. Commanders were even at 7 apiece in Kansas City before the Chiefs go on to win at 28-7.
Yeah, I thought not capitalizing early on the takeaways. I think we might have had correct me wrong, maybe 3 trips, into their territory, not to come out with points. That's the story of the game to me, where we've got to take advantage of our ops when we get them there.
And even more injuries to deal with. Left tackle Laramie Tunsil suffered a hamstring injury. Defensive tackle Javon Kinlaw left the game late with an arm injury, says he's going to be okay. Terry McLaurin seemed to aggravate his quad injury. Said he feels pretty good as well. Now, Sunday Night Football coming up. ESPN's Adam Schefter says it's possible Jaden Daniels could miss another game and sit out Sunday night against Seattle. Hockey tonight, Caps on the road in Dallas. We'll have an 8:30 p.m. face-off here on The Fan. The Wizards are home to face Philly. That's 7 p.m. on the Team 980 and Bloomberg 99.1. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Blue and the man on the moon. We haven't got a Dan. We'll have a good time, Dan. Nice, depressing song.
Well, today's a depressing day.
It is. I'll tell you what, Twitter still works, despite people's best efforts. I didn't even tell people it was Blame Pie time yet. I didn't even give out the phone number. They're calling. I tweeted out.
They know, Jay. They
Blame
listen
Pie
every
time.
week. They know about the time.
800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. You know how much more fun it would be to be rolling in off no sleep, flight delay, dealing with all the BS of travel in America, and they pulled off an upset win last night?
Yeah.
You know how much?
I started let my mind wander early on in that game.
Well,
Then I had to come to reality.
well, dog, I'm not prepared to put my blame pie out yet, but Debo's going to catch a piece of it for me. To make that mistake in that situation where you're driving early.
See, the thing about it though, was it really a mistake, or it's something that happens in football?
Totally.
You
But
throw your hands up and boom, it hits you
But
in
it
the
just
chest.
like immediately changed. Like even if they get three
Even after
there-
that, they got a turnover immediately.
there's lots of I got lots of things listed out here.
I'll-
But last night was a game you had to play clean. You couldn't have mistakes.
You had to play clean.
And they had mistakes.
And they had mistakes in the game.
Jalen,
And
what is Lane doing on that kickoff?
he got to let that one go. And that's a young guy who
Totally.
trying to get behind it. And one thing about it, if you don't get behind it, let it go, it's going into the end zone, out of bounds. So for me, listen, bro, I'll go as simple as this. I know people and people think it's a cop out when guys call in and say, the whole team. That's who you blame, the whole team. You got injuries, you got mistakes, you got inopportune busts in coverage, you have guys, there are 2 people outside of the guard. One is for you, one is for the tackle. Guard is damn near on the left side of the center. When 51 comes in,
It sure looks like the whole O-line was blocking down to the left.
well, what happened, there's no reason for him to block left. There was a guy on the left shoulder of the center. There's a guy in the gap of him and the tackle and the guy outside. You saw, Connolly drop back and take the outside guy. Cos went inside. That was just a blown thing. So for me, I think when you look at the things that are obvious, when it's like something to put a spotlight on, but there's so many little things that happen.
100%.
Hell, I'm going coaches too.
Totally.
Because some timing of some plays to me did not make sense.
Well, Also, when your team is hyper competitive in the first half and then in the second gets dominated, somewhere that lands on coaches. Clearly, KC did something else. Maybe it was just they realized they had to increase their intensity, but you lost the second half of that game 21-0.
See, the thing for me at this level, the game planning and the getting throughout the week, that's coaches for me. When you get into the game, there have to be guys inside that locker room that are snapping up chin straps that get that energy going. You know, like I said it to you, and I said it to you many a times. I don't need a coach to get me fired up. Never needed a coach to get me fired up. I don't think a coach ever had to come and hit me in my chest and pump me up. I don't need that. Most guys I know never needed that.
I don't even mean fired up. I mean, like, Kansas City adjusted some things and were able to.
But when you get hit in the face or in the mouth enough, when the hell do you stop somebody from hitting you in the mouth? And I think that's internal. You know, so it's just I think we in college and high school, that's okay. Coaches deserves some blame, but not a lot when you get to the pro level. Like I said before, like if you see something not working, you change it. Players got to know when to do some stuff and not. You know, I just think that when it comes to the timing of certain things, that can throw you off a little bit.
Let's hit these phones. People are fired up. We got people from all over the damn country. Andrew is in D.C.
What up, Drew?
Andrew, see the blame pie, dog.
Yeah, guys. So I'm going to give it to this. I'm going to do like 100% just on the offense for the first half, and then in the second half, 50% offense and 50% defense. And just speaking on offense real quick, why are we doing a go route on like 4th and 1? Like, we just need 1 yard, bro. And then regarding the defense, you guys were there, so you probably had a better view. But like at home, it looked like Mahomes was scrambling, and people were covered. And the defender was like, there's not enough pressure on Mahomes, so I'm going to leave my guy and charge towards Mahomes. And then Mahomes just completed the pass. Did that happen a lot, or my eyes were just playing?
Your eyes not playing tricks on you, but you know what, though? A lot of times, like when he's scrambling around, and that guy is sitting back there on that person, if they don't come, he's running the first down.
It's hard.
Yeah.
So it's very hard.
Superpower.
And what I saw yesterday, a part of their offense, Hunt, Kelsey, they just get lost into the blocking. And once Mahomes starts to scramble, all they do is show color, show number. And he finds them like every damn time. You know, like most people do a scramble drill where they take off and they look up. All they do is show color, and he just finds them. And he throws balls from, he'll be moving to the right, throw it back to the left. He'll be dropping back, flick one over to the right side. Doesn't have to be set. It's uncanny.
Thanks for the call, Drew. DQ said, one, there is a level of tip your hat to Patrick Mahomes. Like, generational player.
Yeah.
And that word probably gets used too often to describe players. He's it. Also, I appreciated DQ last night for a lot of the defensive breakdowns this season. The explanation has been, miscommunication. And you're starting to get to the point where it's week 9 now. Like, you can't keep saying miscommunication. And Dan Quinn did that last night. He was asked about a couple of the big plays, and he said it wasn't a miscommunication. And he, like, for the first time, kind of said specifically what happened. Said Sammer still thought guys going to the flat instead of going up. He's got to carry that. Tyler Owens has got to hinge back. So that was the Kareem Hunt touchdown catch where Owens broke in, and then Bobby was there, and then he broke back out, and that becomes Owens' responsibility. And that's a young guy really getting some of his first real snaps. He wasn't there. But fans are so quick to jump on Bobby Wagner. Yeah, the Rashee Rice touchdown catch
they just want to jump on him. It wasn't Bobby's fault.
No.
See, and I'll say this. Last night, Bobby was there to sit and make a lot of tackles when they were trying to get him one-on-one with running backs. They were trying to get him in those situations, and he was able to jump them a lot quicker. He was there also to run Pat out of bounds on a couple things when he was coming up. So, but it's easy for people to just find a guy, pick him out. It's strange. Like, you look at, Latimer got an interception last night. Nobody mentioned his name, right?
It was a great play.
People see a great play, and then they forget everything else.
It was a great play.
I mean, I'm serious. I never seen a back shoulder throw get intercepted till then.
And
he was ready for it, man.
Like, to describe the way this season has been, it was a terrific interception, and probably stopped a KC scoring drive because they were just outside the red zone when he picked that off.
Yeah.
Then in the second half, when they're desperate for a play, there's a fumble that sure looks like it's at his feet, and he tries to scoop it rather than just dive on it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, it was one of these. It was one of these nights where it was just like, it was a tale of two cities, man.
Like you said, it's an oblong ball. It looked like it's going to bounce straight up to you, and that thing goes another direction.
Bro, it completely. All right, I'm going to try to break on time because I've been doing a poor job of that. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Blame Pie, your chance to weigh in. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mr. Finley. B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. About 10 minutes, we're going to be joined by Logan Paulson. He was there last night. I talked to Logan for a brief minute in the tunnel after the game. And he's like, yeah, there's a lot to look at, but Mahomes is really freaking good. And I think, like, for me, if you want to talk about the totality of the first 8 games and being 3-5, it's losing back-to-back to Chicago and Dallas. It's not losing to Kansas City on the road at Arrowhead at Monday Night Football when you have a backup quarterback playing.
Yep.
Let's go to these phones. Nico is in Indiana. What's up, Nico? Who you blaming?
Man, what's going on, guys? How's everybody doing today?
We're all right, dude.
For me, man, it's going 100% on, maybe 70, but 100% on Cliff Kingsbury, man. I think that the play calling last night was kind of abysmal. I think when you got down to those 3rd and 1 and 4th and 1 situations, and you kind of were just overthinking a lot of those plays and just not keeping it simple, down territories that you were so used to last season. I think that's what really caused the game to kind of get out of hand in the third half, in the third quarter. And I honestly, that's kind of who I'm blaming for that game is Cliff Kingsbury. I think that game could have been won. I wouldn't say easily, but I think that game could have easily have been won if we would have made smarter decisions coming out the gate early. I mean, the Chiefs are a great team where you have to play perfect, and we just weren't playing perfect, and that's kind of how we lost.
I don't know if they would have won if everything. I think you're right about that situation, that team. You do have to play damn near perfect, and they didn't. They played well in the first half, but made crucial mistakes.
One half of well football is not going to beat that football team.
But they just made crucial mistakes in the first half, and it clearly came back to bite them. I get that folks aren't thrilled with Cliff. I don't know that he was the problem. I know I don't like 4th and 1 shotgun. It's one thing if you have Jaden and it's a different quarterback, but Mariota's 6'4", 230. Like, sneak it. Thanks for the call, Nico. Appreciate you, bud. Try to get through a couple of these. Fabian is in Virginia. What's up, Fabe?
Hey, how's it going, guys? I'm going 75 for the offense. I'm going 20 just off injuries alone, and then 5, and I'm going to be totally honest, is that kick return, I believe it was right after the Chiefs scored, the muffed kick by Jalen Lane. I think that really killed the momentum going into the second half, especially after that. But offense, you can't, your defense gives up 2 turnovers, and you can't come out and score and put up points. So I think that's just tough. And then at 20, just those injuries, man, I mean, you could definitely tell it showed.
That's a good point. The injuries are absolutely a factor. Thank you for the call, Fabian. So Jalen Lane muffs that kick. They start at their own 2-yard line, and then on that drive, he dropped a pass too. They're just a rough night for Jalen Lane, who's a rookie with a ton of promise, but that's a rough night. Mm-hmm. The injuries, though, are absolutely a factor. You lose Laramie Tunsil. I don't know, and Dan Quinn kind of talked around this last night, but what I do know is Brandon Coleman hadn't been active in a month, and they kept Brandon Coleman active yesterday.
Yeah.
And then in pregame warmups, David Harrison pointed this out when we were up in the press box. Like the last time they all come out, like the 10 minutes right before kickoff, where your first team offense goes out there and runs through a handful of plays. Mm-hmm. Coleman got all that work. So something was up with Laramie. That one, they were aware to keep Coleman active, and 2, that he went through that little bit of.
I think he played okay too.
Yeah,
I'm serious. A guy that they were going, you were touting as your guard, starting guard, who basically seems to have lost his job to Paul. Now goes back out to left tackle in a need, and I think he played well. You gotta be prepared at all times. You never know when when your number gonna be called again.
For sure. Keep these phone lines going. Richard's down in North Carolina. What's up, Rich? Who you mad at?
What's up, B-Miz? What's up, JP?
What's up, man? How you doing, bro?
We're okay, bud.
I'm good. But after that game last night, I'm going to kind of go with like the entire season. But for that game, I'm going to give a good chunk, like 40% to Joe Witt. I think it's kind of starting to show shades of like Jack Del Rio, where it's like bend but don't break. But we just seem to be breaking every single time. I think the lack of talent at the safety position, we're leaving the middle of the field wide open, which we saw like once Mahomes got out of the pocket, they always had something open downfield. And then I know this was a better game for Bobby Wagner, but I mean the coaching, like if we're putting Bobby Wagner on a running back, we like the guy's not in this prime anymore. Even though he is getting like, a lot of tackles, he's at the right spot, right time, everything like that. Got to do better when it comes to matchups because we know Mahomes likes those dump offs to Pacheco and
Jordan McGee played a ton last night. So
yeah, and that's true with injuries as well. But also, Cliff Kingsbury, I give 40%, and then what does that make it? 20 left. I put it on injuries. I think Cliff could have made better play calls with Mariota, and that might have just been me thinking about the Raiders game where Mariota looked like he could still play in this league. That probably could show how bad the Raiders are, but I felt like you could have tailored it more towards Marcus rather than pretending that you still have Jaden out there. Like, I don't think that you could have simplified it more. But then again, you got Debo not catching the ball. You got Jalen Lane muffing that punt. And then, like you said, dropping the pass on that drive. It's just a lot of things didn't go our way. But I think we need to get Terry the ball more. We saw Terry have big plays. He had 2 big plays, but I just felt like you just got to get your best playmaker in, and we didn't do that. So,
thanks for the call, bro. Appreciate you, Rich.
Yep, thanks.
I got this one from BJL on Twitter. He said 35% to Witt. No one loves 4-man pressure more than him. 10% to Kingsbury. Run the ball in short yardage. 5% to the refs. Missed a clear hold on Kelsey. Big gain. All downhill from there. This made me laugh. 50% to Ron Rivera. Got some nice Paul Henry windows and a power wash, but the foundation is still cracked. Nobody go anywhere. If you're on hold, stay there.
Man.
Logan Paulson's going to join us next, breaking down the game. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
That's funny.
I'm Earl Forsey. We're brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. Commanders coming off a Monday Night Football loss, 28-7 last night in Kansas City. Good news, Terry McLaurin was back. The not-so-good news, he seemed to tweak and aggravate the quad injury late in the game.
I don't know yet, really. So I'm just going to continue to take it day by day and just see how it feels in the morning. You know, it's hard to say it's what it is or what it isn't. You know what I mean? So I feel pretty good, but we'll just see how the week progresses.
Left tackle Laramie Tunsil left the game with a hamstring injury. Next up, Sunday Night Football against Seattle Seahawks, a 3.5-point favorite. Capitals on the road tonight in Dallas. That's 8:30 here in the Fan. Wizards are home to face Philly, 7 p.m. Team 980 and Bloomberg 99.1. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team. For auto keys and fobs, they make car key problems look obsolete. With 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland, stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Ooh, buddy. Washington now 3-5, and based on the Athletics playoff simulator, Commanders have an 8% chance to make the playoffs.
But there's a chance.
There's a chance.
That's the way I think about it.
Helping us break everything down from last night, another guy who was in Kansas City, Logan Paulson, joining us on the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud makes the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. LP, are you back? How was your travel, sir?
I'm back, man. I'm back. A little sleepy, but we're back.
Oh, you probably got to come home last night.
He's been back. He's back last night, you know.
Yeah, that's living life.
Living life.
So, dude, I saw you briefly in the tunnel last night after the loss, and I think you made an important point. You kind of looked at me and said, you know, Kansas City is really good. Like, how much of this was KC just being a dynasty? You know what I mean?
Yeah. No, I think it's a good question. I think it's a great point. Like, I think, you know, obviously, like, they came out in the first half and you saw, like, the Commanders gave Kansas City everything they can handle. But the thing that separates Kansas City from other teams is they've won hundreds of games in hundreds of different ways, right? So, like, they can throw picks, they can be down, they can be tied, they can be in an emotional game in the first half, and they're just going to keep chopping wood in a way that you can only cultivate that skill set through winning a ton of football games and playing together forever. Like, watching Patrick Mahomes back there was never a moment of panic or doubt from anyone on that sideline for them. And so I think when you're playing a team like that, when you're playing maybe the best team in football at the moment, like playing one of the best teams in the last decade of the NFL, they're not going to give you one. And so you got to play good, clean football throughout. And obviously, as you get into the second half there, you see an increase in the penalties. You see an increase in Kansas City's third down conversion percentage. You see a decrease in Washington's ability to convert on third down. And you see some mistakes on special teams. When you're playing a team of that caliber, you just can't do that stuff. And again, like, it's a testament to Kansas City. It's a testament to their resilience. And again, hats off to them. Good football team, offensively and defensively, quite frankly.
When you saw the lost opportunities early in that game, what were your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, it's frustrating to you a little bit, you know what I mean? Because in those moments, like you've been a part of teams like that where you know you're kind of punching above your weight class a little bit. And like, so for example, you get that interception, great job by Marshawn Lattimore. You go down, drive the length of the field, and you turn over on downs, right? Or the interception to Deebo Samuel in the low red zone or the high red zone there on the 18-yard line. Like, those are missed opportunities for points. And let's say you come out of that sequence and it's 14-0. All of a sudden, I don't care how resilient Kansas City is, they're going to feel some type of way about that game flow and about that score. So I just think, again, missed opportunities is a great way to characterize it, because against good football teams, you essential to capitalize on those moments. So the fact that they didn't, I think, was frustrating and obviously disappointing. I'm a fan of this team. I want them to win that football game. And the way that they have to win it is by maximizing those opportunities, which unfortunately they weren't able to do.
Look, you go into games and like you see people for years, they have backups that are going into games. And as much as we say all these guys are professional athletes, you lose a lot when you lose your starters. And this team hasn't had their full gamut of players one game. How much of that is the reason for the problems they're dealing with now?
I mean, I think it's, not to make excuses, but it's a huge reason, right? Like, I think I just read the statistic that the Commanders have the most starters on IR up to this point in the season of any team in the NFL. And so as much as you want to say it doesn't matter, next man up, which is a good mindset. Like, I'll give you a good example. Like, when Jordan Reed got hurt, when I was playing for the Washington Commanders, I'll tell you, you weren't getting the same offensive production from old Logan Paulson out there with his neck roll and his big face mask. You know what I'm saying? It's a different skill set. It's a different skill set. You get different people out there. And you had roles. You had roles and ideas and visions for how the team was going to be laid out. Like, I think about a sneaky one, like Dietrich Wise, Dorance Armstrong, not having those guys. Like, think about the impact that's had on Joe Wood Jr. and this defense. Like, again, it's not an excuse. You got to build the roster. You got to be able to overcome that stuff. But it's hard to overcome. And there's a reason that teams with good injury luck win the Super Bowl every year. Like, last year, Philadelphia was like the least injured team in the NFL. Like, there's a reason that stuff is important. It's because your best players are healthy. You get them for a larger majority of the games. And think about it, even though we have the most starters out, like Jaden Daniels has missed 3 games, Terry's missed 4 games, Debo's missed 2 games. Like, huge features of this team. Laramie Tunsil misses a big bunch of the game last night. Like, huge features of this team aren't there. And I don't care how good of a coach you are, how well thought the roster is. Like, you can't get 2 Laramie Tunsils on a roster. You can't get 2 Terry McLaurins on a roster, and you feel the impact of those injuries in games like last night.
You know, I've said it to you many times, Jay. I said, if a team doesn't have a lot of injuries one year, bet your ass is coming the next. And I did not expect it to happen with this team. And I've said it. I said it last year. There were teams that were not getting injured, and then the next year, it comes, because all that thing does is goes in waves. If you're in the NFL, your team will deal with it at one point or another.
It's a great point. And I think the other thing, too, I'd just point out is, like, so at the beginning of the season, when we're talking about projections for the roster or for the season in terms of win-losses, like, they have a tougher strength of schedule. We knew it was going to be challenging, but you're kind of operating under the assumption that the team is going to be healthy. Yeah. And all of a sudden, the team is not healthy. They've been bit by a pretty significant injury bug, and it's just not the same team that we were projecting, this offseason. So I think that's another thing that makes it really hard, because you're also dealing with expectations. Like, expectations were set that this was going to be a 10-win football team. And when you're banged up like this, it makes it so much harder to achieve those goals like this season.
Logan, for me, it's like, I think fans are misguided to be really upset about last night in what is an incredibly difficult environment to win against a fantastic, powerhouse team, like the best team of this era, right? The problem is losing to the Bears and the Cowboys. Like, if Jaden just holds on to that ball, like, if there's no fumble in the fourth quarter against the Bears, you wonder if it's all very, very different right now. And I think that's the bigger issue is it's one thing to go to KC and lose a tough game, but like to lose to teams that you like to think you are better than, that last year you were better than, that are other NFC teams, that's the issue.
I think that's a great point. You know, like again, like the Bears one is so easy to talk about because it's so close to being a victory. You know, in a primetime moment, you just like make a mistake, and I actually thought the team played on the whole relatively well in that game, but it doesn't feel right because you lost the football game, right? Obviously, the Cowboys came in, were a little outclassed. The injury bug was a huge factor in that game in terms of the wide receivers. They were able to play a form of defense that they weren't able to. But to your point, like. It's the Kansas City ones, the Kansas City teams, like the class of the NFL might be out of the reach, you know, when you're playing the statistical probabilities. Obviously, like B said, there's always a chance you can beat anybody any weekend. But, like, you know, there's a reason that Vegas is good at their job, right? They set betting lines. They set things up that way. And I looked at it and I said, like, the ones you shouldn't beat are the ones that are close, the ones that you feel like give you the opportunity. So, yeah, I definitely feel that analysis, and I think that's a great point.
Yeah, I think the Dallas game, it's a rivalry, but just got our ass kicked in that game.
Yeah.
That one you got to just let go. That's just one that you
– it was
right
an awful
off as
matchup.
Yeah, but the Bears game, I think that is one you can really look at. And you think at that point, this team's sitting at 4-4 with 9 left. And you get healthy at that point, some amazing things can happen. So, you know.
It's, that's a difficult one.
Yeah.
Logan, for you, man, knowing it's Seattle and then Detroit and then this trip to Madrid, 3-5, first time ever in the DQ era. They're under 500, 2 games under 500 rather. You know, what is the message to this team, especially Tunsil injury, Kinlaw injury, Terry injury? Seems like there's more injuries from last night that are at least unknown. Not saying that there's somebody's out or any of that, but like, more guys got banged up last night. We know that much.
Yeah, and I think obviously, like DQ is excellent at his job in terms of motivating guys and finding things to make sure that they stay on task and stay focused. But to me, after I watched the film this morning, I think the thing that jumps out to me is like, man, like the Commanders, if they just do what they're supposed to do, like just play man coverage, get to the zone spots they're supposed to get to, rush with good integrity on defense, have the pass protection pickups on offense, you know, get the run targeted correctly. Like, it's a much closer game than it is on paper. And I think if you can find that level of consistency, you know, like it's just going to be helpful. And you can win games. You can win tight games. And I think that's the thing is they showed you in the first half what this team can be when they're executing at a high level. Like we just talked about the regression from the first half to the second half. Like when we're converting third downs, the offense looks good. When we're getting the ball out defensively, like we look good defensively. And then when we're playing penalty-free football, that's the other one that sticks out to me. And then obviously in the second half, it's kind of the total reverse of that. It was like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. And so if I'm Dan, I think there's a lot of reasons, and I'm not just saying this because I'm an optimistic person. I think there are legitimate reasons when you get the film on to be optimistic. It's just like saying, can we as a group, without these guys that we were counting on in big roles, can we as a group of kind of like the remaining staff figure out how to get this more consistently?
Yeah.
And I think when you look at the best teams, you look at Kansas City, their defense is incredibly consistent. Their offense is incredibly consistent, and that's what makes them a good football team. So can we find that level of consistency through our own ranks? And if we can, I think we got a real shot here to be the team that we thought we could be at the beginning of the year.
I think when you look at it, Lo, just in that first half, you watch guys running man-to-man, and they stay with their man. In the second half, they run man-to-man, and somebody crossed their face, they let their man run, and they started looking at the other guy and following him. It's like you're driving down the street, and you know you got to go to a Walmart, but you can't go past Jollibee because you see Jollibee over there. You stop it there. And, you know, you're on the time crunch. Wife told you go to Walmart, come back because y'all got to go somewhere. You over at Jollibee getting the spicy chicken, and you get back late.
That sounds like a very specific situation. You're just a very specific hypothetical.
You get distracted sometimes. I'm just saying, you know, Jollibee is in between Walmart and the house. And then they add 25 minutes to the ride. But it's just like that. I'm watching guys are trailing their guy, and another guy cross, and they just hesitate, and that's all it takes.
Yeah, I think that's a great point because that's something that came out a little bit, you know, on the Travis Kelce explosive on the check down there in man coverage. There's bad eyes. There's a couple plays in the red zone. But also, like, to be fair to the coverage structure, like Patrick Mahomes is extending the play in the pocket or out of the pocket. And so what does that tell me? Either we got to be more consistent with our rush full, like our rush lanes, our rush integrity, and keep him in the pocket. You know, and I think again, like it all comes down to details. Like we're stressing the back end because he's running around for 4 seconds. Like it's a
Sometimes
team game
more
for
than
a
that.
reason. We got to be accountable up front.
Sometimes
So, I
8,
don't know.
9
I think
seconds. He's a damn magician, man.
he's a special football player.
You
that's
look
for sure.
at him, you don't see athleticism, but that dude can do some things that even the athletic quarterbacks don't do. He keeps a play going longer and longer, and then he'll throw a pass where he's looking down the right sideline and he completes the pass way on the left side, cross over the middle. Special dude, bro.
Special football player, man.
Mhm.
And so, I mean, that's why. I mean, what's the most important thing for building a winning culture? It's it's coach, GM, but it's also the quarterback, and they have a great one there who elevates that roster tremendously.
What'd you think of Rashee Rice? That dude's game is interesting. I mean, he's in a lot of ways like a younger, maybe faster Debo. Like when Debo was breaking through with the Niners, and he was this super tough, physical wideout. Like Rice has a lot of those similar characteristics.
Crazy too.
Definitely crazy.
I think that's 100% right. Like one of the things about him that's really interesting is like that offense is going to sound insane, but it's actually they don't have a lot of really detailed route runners. They got a lot of fast guys, but not a lot of guys that scare you in terms of winning in one-on-one situations. The second you bring him back into that offense, it becomes really, really dangerous because now you got a guy who can run the football, he can win from the backfield, he can win from the perimeter, he can win from the slot in those man-to-man situations, and it's such a nice chess piece, especially for an offensive mind like Andy Reid, who does such a great job maximizing players' abilities and talents. So they're a different team when he's in the lineup. They're a different offense when he's in the lineup. He just gives them a different pitch, and they become that much harder to strike out.
It's something both of you guys had to deal with. Terry, when he's working his way back from this injury, and he allowed that on some level last night, maybe he just landed hard on the injured leg and it just hurt, or maybe there's something more there. We don't know. We won't speculate, right? But now you've got Terry trying to fight his way back on a short week. What, if any, impact does that make for McLaurin?
I think for Terry, you saw how frustrated he was when he got back. He talked to you all the other day. That game last night, he didn't want anything to come out of the game like with something happening. But I think, like you said, I think it's more of the fear. I just landed on it, and it scared him. I watched him jog off the field, and I believe that it was worse earlier. It's not worse now. You get what I'm saying? I think it's at a point now where it's more of the I was so frustrated. He heard all the noise, and he doesn't want to have to go through that stuff again.
Yeah.
Because the dude wants to be out there, and you see what he can do when he's out there.
Yeah, I mean, I totally agree with B. I think the other thing too is like psychologically, it's tough being injured. Like when you have an injury and it keeps getting re-aggravated, there's this psychological inhibition that kind of keeps popping up. It's like, well, I can't. Am I healthy? Is this it? And so I'm sure there's a lot of question, a lot of doubt in his mind. And hopefully he's fine, and hopefully he's ready to go this week. But if he's not, again, it comes back to like, can we find some playmakers on the perimeter, guys that can kind of hurt teams the way Terry can? And the answer is probably no, because it's hard to find those guys in the regular season. But how do we elevate the guys that we do have if he doesn't play?
Mm-hmm.
Hey, Logan, I wanted to ask you this. We're talking with our friend Logan Paulsen. You can hear him on the Take Command podcast, Odyssey product with Grant Paulsen. Check out all his work he does for the Commanders. You can give him a follow at Logan
His
Paulsen.
twin brother.
Logan Paulsen. Yeah. I'm not going to reference the 80s movie. At Logan Paulsen NFL. Dude, with the fourth, specific for me, you got 4th and 1 at the 28. I understand the decision to go for it. I like the decision to go for it. Is there a part of you that was a big physical tight end that wants to see Mariota under center and just sneak it? Mariota's 6'4", 225.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there is part of me that wants to see him run. I also know that, and B can attest to it, like everyone thinks, run the football. But in a road environment, running the football is the advantages for the defense usually. Because like as a tight end, like on the perimeter, I can't hear the cadence. And so sometimes even the guards can't hear the cadence. And Kansas City gets pretty bumping and gets really noisy. And I remember in short yardage situations, coaches talking about, hey, like traditionally we'd want to run the football here, but because of the environment, because of the noise, we prefer these other plays, whether it's a roll pass or a screen or whatever it looked like in that moment. And I think that's something that it's a good reminder for people watching at home. It's just like the environment there dictates play call also. And I'm not saying that's what happened there, but I know for me, blocking short yardage goal line situations on the road was an absolute nightmare. And it really plays to the defense's favor.
That is a very good point, because if they line up at jumbo and Mariota gets under center, that place just goes ballistic, and everything is that much more condensed. That's it.
I tell you what I would always do like that in those plays. Hard, boom, snap, quick snap.
Let's go quick.
Because if you start trying to call and say, like Logan said, you don't hear him. My thing is get to the line of scrimmage, line up. When I go, as soon as I put my hands set, I'm gone. Because if you allow the defense to get set and get the crowd going, you can't have some problems with it. But if you got to catch them when they still trying to get settled.
I did.
Yeah, and to B's point, I think they did a good job of that. Like with the quick hurry up kind of throughout the first half there, it really didn't let the fans get into it. I thought it was a really good plan, but again, in that moment, can you get the right play call in? Can you do it in your no huddles verbiage? It's an interesting thought for sure.
Last thing I wanted to ask you about, Logan, because I thought he had a really good game, and kind of in the aftermath of the loss, I wanted to make sure I mention it. I remember when they signed Jacob Martin, B sat and watched some of the, I think you were just watching highlights.
Yep.
And B's like, I like this dude. He gets off the line quick. And I thought Martin had a really good game last night in a game where they're desperate for edge pressure. What did you see from Jacob Martin, and what have you seen all year, Logan?
Yeah, I think he's a guy that, I played with him in Houston for a year, and he's just a guy that loves pass rushes and is detail-oriented with his pass rush and has the athletic background to be able to do some of the stuff that some of the high-level guys do. Like, I'm not saying he is a high-level guy, but he's got a really nice rhythm on his cross chop. He understands when to throw the power move, and he's got a nice low center of gravity and a nice strong lower half where he can actualize that power. So I do think he's got a lot going for him. And, a little bit of it's disappointing because it's man, we're seeing all the stuff that he can do after Dorrance is out. And could you imagine if both those guys were working together in some kind of tandem with Von Miller? It kind of paints a different picture in terms of how effective this pass rush could be. But I'm really happy for Jacob Martin. He's rushing well. He's a good football player. It's nice that he's getting this opportunity. And hopefully he can keep building off these opportunities and keep being productive.
Logan, we appreciate your time, man.
Appreciate
I know
you,
you're
brother.
busy.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate you.
All right, man.
That's Logan Paulson. Give him a follow at Logan Paulson NFL. Finally on Twitter. Also really good film stuff on Instagram. Back to the phones. Jeff, press the button. 800-636-1067. To the folks that stayed on hold, I'm looking at you. Mark, Brandon, Harry, and Keith, we're coming right to you when we return. It's B. Mitchell Finley.
This update is brought to you by the I-66 Express Lanes. Commanders kept it close for a while last night in Kansas City before falling 28-7. Terry McLaurin was back, had the game-tying TD just before halftime, but they just couldn't finish it off in the second half.
It's just great to be out here with my teammates, honestly. Just try to bring who I am to this team as a player and my leadership as well. And it was just a tale of two halves.
Commanders now 3-5. They've lost 3 in a row. Their playoff chances just 8% according to NFL.com. Sunday Night Football up next, home against Seattle Seahawks, a 3.5-point favorite. Some hoops tonight. Wizards are home facing Philly, 7 p.m. on the Team 980 and Bloomberg 99.1. Also hockey, Caps back on the ice on the road in Dallas, 8:30 for that one here on The Fan. What's the road to a reliable commute in Virginia? That's easy. 66 Express outside the Beltway is the answer you've been looking for. Get the inside track to express travel on I-66 outside the Beltway at ride66express.com. Guess less, no more. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Shout out to Boys to Men. All right, a lot of folks on the line. We're going to give them their chance. Been on hold. My man Keith is in Upper Marlboro. I'm going to switch this for Blame Pie, Keith. I'm going to ask you a question.
To say goodbye.
Have the Commanders been bad or just really unlucky? Keith, you there, buddy?
I'm here.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm sorry, I was on hold. Okay, can you hear me?
I got you.
We got you, brother. Go ahead.
Okay. Hey, B. Mitch and hey, JP.
Hello.
So the thing that's going on was we are very unlucky. I don't know what's going on, to be honest with you. I thought we got rid of the Redskin name, that we were good. I thought 24 was a good season, and 2023 was I was there as a season ticket holder, and it was just terrible in the stands. It was no home advantage, and we got it back in 2024. And I just thought we were on the upward trajectory, and then we get the injury bug. I think part of the problem was that when we got the injury bug, part of the problem was we don't have enough players that are going to be able to live up to our 2024 status, unfortunately. And a lot of them just need to be get time experiencing out there, that's all. We're definitely unlucky. Definitely. And
I mean,
look,
the Debo
I'm
interception.
So frustrated, man. I was going to drink. I was so frustrated last night. I didn't give us a chance to win, but I was ready to pick up some drinks because I was like, how am I going to get through this?
Do you not drink?
No, I don't drink at all.
Okay.
I don't drink at all. And so I was like, man, I feel like I need, I'm glad y'all are on here for me, man. I'm glad you changed it up because, look, y'all, I'm a therapist. I promise you. I'm my therapist for being a fan for this team. I'm 53 years old. I've been here a long time, okay?
Terramana was my therapist last night.
Sorry, bro.
Look, man, trying to tell you.
Appreciate you, Keith. Good luck, man. Keep on keeping on.
I was talking to Terramana last night.
Let's go to Harry in Michigan.
What's up, Harry? How you doing, brother?
Are they bad or just unlucky?
What's up, y'all? Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we got
you. Dude.
All right. So, hope you guys are doing well. Love the show. Just want to start with that. But honestly, I think they are unlucky. I mean, Ron Rivera in the past, in the Snyder era, just not enough talent on the team, to be honest. I mean, yeah, they made some moves last year, but it's not enough at the end of the day. But it is what it is. I mean, this season, honestly, at this point, I'm not going to be too mad if they lose more games and get a higher pick because that just means we're going to be better in the future. I mean, me personally, I'm a Ohio State fan. Hopefully we get Caleb Downs or Arvell Reese or something like that. I don't know if you guys know who they are, but if you get a chance to watch any Ohio State games, look out for number 2 or number 8 on defense. They're I think they're game wreckers. I think they're game changers.
Thought you'd
Might
say
be
the
my bias.
receiver, the Ohio State receiver. Thank you, Harry.
A receiver wouldn't be bad either, but hey, defense I think is a priority.
Appreciate the call, bud. The B. Mitchell Finley AAA poll of the day: are the Commanders bad or just unlucky? I think it's a fair question. That they get a good drive to start the game, and then a ball hits Debo in the chest and bounce right to a Chiefs defender.
Mm-hmm.
Stuff like that just keeps seeming to happen. The AAA poll of the day is brought to you by AAA. Level up with the new AAA Commanders MVP membership. Get all the benefits of AAA plus exclusive experiences, discounts, and tickets. If you're already a AAA member, upgrade for free or join today at AAA.com/Commanders. Let's go to the phones. Our guy Mark is in Landover Hills. What's up, Mark?
Oh, not much, JP. Hey, B, how's it going, guys?
Going well, man.
I want to thank both of you for hurrying and getting back in here to be our therapist, like that gentleman said a couple minutes ago. Man, you guys deserve a lot of credit for doing that, and thanks a lot, guys. And sorry about your troubles.
It's all good.
No
man.
problem,
It's all
brother.
good. So, what do you think? Are they bad or unlucky?
Well, JP, I got to say this, buddy. I've been watching this team, and my whole family has since the early 60s, and my dad and mom before that, and I bleed burgundy and gold like B and Doc and a lot of the other fans. And I think that, luck is part of the game. And I think they've definitely, if you want to look at it like that, they've had some bad luck this year. But don't forget, my man Branch Rickey said it best, that luck is also the residue of design. And I think that, we need to interject some realism that you guys do, then that helps these fans that are fair weather fans and can't figure out whether they want to bleed burgundy and gold or not. And I appreciate you guys doing that. And I'd also like to stick up for somebody and say a couple things if it's okay, guys, because, man, I think Brian's right, man, is Bobby Wagner can't do it all, and I told you guys that probably the first or second game in, and, hey, man, he's played his tail off for this team, and last year he was second-team All-Pro. So to try and put anything on him, as far as the blame pie goes, the blame pie in an 11-man sport is on the whole team. Like Brian's been telling us all year, people are going to make mistakes. And part of that luck thing is, look what, do you think they're not trying when a young man they just drafted tries to collect the ball at the 1 yard line and muffs it out of bounds and he's not trying, or anybody else on the team? And I can tell you that Bobby's trying his tail off. It's the game of matchups, and it's 11 guys on each side. Give the guy a break, and, if you put the blame pie, it's that luck and all the injuries they've had that's really hurting this team. And no, they're not bad. They just have had some bad luck, and things haven't broke their ways like last year. And you have to be optimistic, and it's football, and enjoy watching the burgundy and gold. But I did want to say one thing that, and I wanted to ask B something a couple days early, if I could. I think that if we were talking about listening, so Mr. Harris and the other owners, Magic and all those guys, if they're not going to allow tailgating for the Washington Redskins, Washington football team, Washington Commanders, after you guys going to see the game in Kansas City, will they be making a mistake, or will they be making a big mistake? Because I think they should set it up to where you can tailgate at the new stadium.
I think they're going to tailgate. I don't think tailgating is going to be a problem at the new stadium, to be honest with you.
I'm glad to hear you say that, Brian. Hey, thanks a lot, guys. You guys are the best, man, and take care of yourself now.
I tell you, those people out there in Kansas City, they do it first class.
I don't think there will be tailgating at the new RFK like there is at Kansas City, but I'll tell you this. In Landover, they have ample parking lots, and people don't tailgate like they do in Kansas City. Kansas City's its own entity.
Kansas City may be like the gourmet tailgating of the whole league.
Kansas City, Buffalo, like
Kansas City is more like LSU and Alabama, college football.
That's what Dane and Hughes said this morning. It's like a SEC atmosphere. I've said this before, specific to RFK. I've been to every stadium in the NFL. The urban stadiums, as they're set up now, people still tailgate.
Yeah.
Now, it may not be the same vast concrete parking lots, right?
Man.
But you know what they do? The gas station rents out some spots, and there's a dude with a giant smoker. There's people that rent out spots in their front yards.
How about when we were in Green Bay?
They'll figure it out.
They tailgate in Green Bay, and people live right next to the stadium.
Right.
My parking spot was in somebody's yard.
Right.
And right across the way was a bar and some food.
Yeah.
You'll find a way.
Life finds a way. Let's go to Brendan in Westminster.
Westminster.
What's up, Brendan?
Hey, good to talk to you guys. Good to see you mentioned JP. I just think that last night is really indicative of our whole season. We just kind of can't get things right for a whole game. And I think partially that comes down to our inability to have consistent coaching or play calling. And I know that people want to blame players, but at the end of the day, our inability to adjust coming out of the half really does come down to Joe Witt and our inability to really strike and, win on those 4th and 1s and, running I don't know what the heck that 4th down play call was deep. We just can't win games because we don't get that consistency. Players obviously being injured hurts a lot, and we have game plans probably around specific players being on the field. Like Jaden Daniels not being on the field last night is going to hurt us a lot. But Mariota still put up great numbers and played very well. And there's also just dumb mistakes, like the Jalen Lane inability to catch that ball on 3rd down or the fumble on the 1-yard line. We can't win when you play football like that. And it sucks because really, if we're coming out of the half, we really had a chance there. If we could have stopped them on that first drive, I think genuinely we have a chance to go down and maybe even be up 7 points. So it's unfortunate. And I don't think we're a bad team. I think that we have been hurt by injuries, but I think that we have kind of thrown the white flag in a lot of ways. And that's the reason why I think we're losing. I think it's down to coaching, and I think we really need a new defensive coordinator. And that's just how I felt pretty much since week 3 or week 4. And I honestly felt that way at the end of last season when we got blown out because just something is not working. And I think it's pretty evident. So that's my opinion on it.
Thank you, Brendan. Appreciate you, man. Something's not working. Yeah. You're right. But so that's very clearly a vote for bad, not unlucky. That was a pretty thorough vote. Let's get these phones hopping. We got folks calling in. Let's get them logged in. We're going to keep the phone lines up. Let's go to our guy, Fairfax. Fairfax, are the Commanders bad or unlucky?
What's up, fellas? You can't keep a good man down. I'm back in the truck.
Glad to hear from you.
Hey, look, man. It's been said that, you make your own luck. So I don't know. That would mean last year was a lucky season. I don't want to say that we were lucky last year. We had a good season. We didn't have a lot of injuries last year. So from that perspective, maybe it was luck. We just didn't have a lot of injuries. This year we do. But I will say this. I think one of the things that happened this year, you guys touched on it the other day when you were talking about how players age. In sports in general, baseball, basketball, football, hockey, dudes get old quick. You guys were saying it the other day. I think what the organization did, and I'm not hating on them, I think it was probably a decent decision. I think they decided, you know what? We can win now. We don't have to wait another year or two and build. After Jaden's success, the success that we had overall as a team, I think they just, switched gears and said, you know what? We can win now. They brought in some veterans because they thought we can do it now. We don't have to do it over the draft couple of years. Unfortunately, it hasn't worked out. But like I say, I'm not hating on them. They tried and it didn't work. Is that unlucky? I don't know about luck or not luck, but I think that's what happened. They took a shot. They wanted to win now, and it hasn't worked out. But Dan Quinn, he doesn't need to get up on the stage and try to gaslight us by saying the wins and losses has nothing to do with injuries. That's BS. When you step up and say that without anybody asking you a question, you pretty much admitted it by just stepping up and saying that. That's not necessary. And again, not a criticism on him either. But I don't think it's necessary. Anybody can see that you've got starters for a reason. Those are the guys you need on the field. We haven't had those guys on the field. And my last thing, I just want to say this, just about the game last night specifically. If you go into a game knowing that you have a kicker issue, you don't really trust your kicker from, more than 40, 45 yards, it would seem to me that you would have some better fourth down plays because you're thinking we're going to probably have to go for it. It just seems to me, you JP, I think you mentioned one of the plays earlier. It was just a go route. Just, 30, 40-yard go route. That is such a low percentage play. 4th down and 3, 4th down and 4. You should have had some design plays better, knowing that situation was going to probably come up during the game. So that would be my one criticism about the game last night.
Well, hell, they signed that guy at 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
They didn't even know he was on there. So
Yeah, but I'm just saying they may have just saw him at 3, but they knew all week that the kicker problem was 50-50. You know what I'm saying? That could be an issue. So It just seems to me that you should have come into that game better prepared to handle that situation than last night than just throwing a lob ball into the end zone from 40 yards.
Yeah, facts. We appreciate you, bro.
All right, brother.
Good to hear from you guys
Good
again,
to hear
man.
from
Hey,
you.
maybe next year they got to do something. You can't, everybody on the phone always hollering about, go get this guy, go get that guy. They got 2 years, and they got to decide what the market is going to be for Jaden. So you can't be bringing in a bunch of high-priced free agents. They aren't going to come here for 1 year on 1 year deals. Those guys want big money, and they want long-term deals. So I don't know about just bringing this guy and bringing this guy. They're going to have to draft really well and play young guys on rookie salaries because they got to pay Jaden in 2 years.
Appreciate you, man.
Have a good
All right, bro.
Yeah, facts. People are fired up. Rooster's here. Ahmet's here. They got a lot going on.
Rooster's here. Rooster's here because Ahmet's here.
Well, there is a corollary generally. And it does. Listen, I'm not saying it's burgundy, B, but Rooster is wearing a shade of red. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Saudi. Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. It's NBA tip-off week, and FanDuel is your home for live betting. So even if you miss the start of the game or want to ride the hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who will score next to fourth-quarter comebacks. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join. Because FanDuel is giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to sign up today. Play your game with FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Jeff ordered us breakfast sandwiches. Shout out to Jeff for ordering us breakfast sandwiches. And then Ahmet texted at like 12:15, like, hey, I'm nearby. You want me to come by? Ahmet beat the breakfast sandwiches to the office.
Yeah.
Pretty remarkable. Now, we're here to celebrate wins, not talk down. I just want to highlight Ahmet's efficiency. That's all I'm saying about the whole matter, Brian.
Yeah.
Rooster's here, pretending that he doesn't want Popeyes. Rooster, just come get some, dog. You're good. It's all good. I ain't mad
With
at
your
you.
burgundy shirt on.
Yeah. I don't think it's quite burgundy, but it's in the burgundy family.
It's burgundy.
Look, B, I don't even want to imagine what the burgundy family means for Rooster. There's a whole host of possibilities. I do want Rooster to answer if he thinks Washington is bad or unlucky. Landfill's poll question of the day, brought to you by AAA. I'm going to ask Charlie in College Park the same question, though. Charlie, bad or unlucky?
Neither one. Good afternoon, gentlemen. I firmly believe neither one. I don't believe in luck to a large degree. Like Branch Rickey and other coaches have said, luck is when opportunity meets preparation. I firmly believe that. And everybody gets the ball bounced in different ways, like Brian said. You know what? No one team is either very, very unlucky or very, very lucky. I just don't believe in that. Kansas City wins, and they've done what they've done because of preparation. They got Andy Reid, they got Mahomes, and they got talent. My God, that's not luck. By the way, I got the blame game. I know you don't want the blame part.
Fire away, Charlie.
ESPN sucks. I had to listen to it on Channel 7 last night. They'll play behind all the time. I got Graham and I got London on the radio. I never listened to the TV, never. And they're always the play behind. They're showing Taylor Smith up in the booth, and they're showing food, and the game's back on, and the kickoff. Come on. I don't want to be entertained. I want to watch a football game and see who's winning or losing. That's crazy. And by the way, didn't y'all take a call from Jared yesterday?
I believe we did.
Yeah, you did. I can't wait for Bleepy Thursday. I can't wait. That turkey, why do you let him on the air? You got to get here. You got to just make it. Take your medicine. Yeah, it wouldn't know football, but hit you in the, you know what. Thanks, guys.
All right. I imagine Jerry's
I think we need to have like a battle royale.
Yeah, dude.
Charlie and Gerald.
I think they might really try to attack one another.
I got enough room in my yard. We can do it in my yard.
You definitely have enough room in your yard. I don't. So we'll do it at your place. We'll keep these phone lines going. Jeff, can I ask a quick question? The person, I'm going to say the person on line 2, their name is John Laura.
John and Laurel.
It says John Laura. I'll just ask him. Hello, sir or madam. Are you John Laura?
John and Laurel.
Is this John and Laurel? Are you alive? All right. See you later, John and Laura. Our guy Deacon in D.C. is calling. What's up, Deacon? Bad or unlucky?
Come on, baby. Come on. Come on, baby. You know you got me. You already know what the dealio.
Great.
What's up, man?
Hey, B, let me ask you something. Why y'all got to put luck with something that has something to do with skill? You know, we just got outplayed last night. They exploited the first tier of our secondary, and you know, BW. I mean, he can do what he do because he's all pro. You know, we know that, but we're going to have to move some stuff around, move some people around. I don't know how you move it around. I'm not a coach. I'm just a fan. However, they exploited that middle secondary real good last night. Patrick was zoning in on that all night long. So I think it's a skill deal. I don't think it ain't luck. We ain't nothing lucky about us. We got some dogs out there. It's just that I think we got outplayed I know we got outplayed last night. And remember, this is a former champion. These guys, they didn't just show up last night. They playing former champions last night. So, you know, and aspiring to be another champion as well as we are. We just got to move some stuff around. Exploiting that secondary. That secondary, they're exploiting. Everybody's doing the same thing. They're throwing it into that area. Let's move some stuff around.
Thanks for the call, Deegan. Appreciate your
look
optimism.
at how late Pat let the ball go in some situations. I wouldn't put that on the secondary or the linebackers. As the dude,
Sometimes he just had too much
as
time.
Danon said earlier, the pass rush wasn't getting home.
No.
And you got to get home with the pass rush, and then you can make things a lot better. Listen, many people will not be covering you for over 3 seconds, over 2 seconds. It ain't happening.
Pat's ability to extend plays is unreal, too. And there was the one play where I know some folks thought maybe he had gone over the line of scrimmage. The refs determined he had not. Mahomes is a problem in every sense of the word, man. That line of scrimmage rule is unique, too, because your full body.
Whole body has to be across. So if he just had his toe on the still on the other side, it's still complete. It's seen as if he's not across the line of scrimmage.
All right, we're going to keep these phone lines open. A lot of questions. And I think, B, you and I are good about, I'm not talking about the trade deadline in week 3. You know what I mean?
Nah.
Now the trade deadline's in a week. And I do think last year we saw Washington be active. Adam Peters, so far through a season and a half running this operation, has been far more active in the trade market than he has really the free agency market. At some point, we got to kind of look at what to expect over the next week here, and what kind of decisions should Washington be looking at 3 and 5. How does that all work out? 800-636-1067. Phone lines are open for the rest of the show. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch Finley.
We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Commanders losing Kansas City Monday Night Football 28-7. Great start, couple of early turnovers, but Terry McLaurin in the offense just couldn't capitalize.
It's just a matter of getting down there and taking advantage of our opportunities, because against good football teams, you don't capitalize, they're going to eventually get going. And, I think we just don't help our defense when they give us 2 turnovers and we don't really do anything with it. But it doesn't mean much when you don't finish.
McLaurin did seem to aggravate the quad injury, said he'll take it day by day. Left tackle Laramie Tunsil left the game with a hamstring injury. Sunday Night Football coming up next, home against Seattle on Sunday night, as the Commanders try to snap a 3-game skid. Hockey caps on the road tonight in Dallas, 8:30 here in the Fan. Wizards are home against Philly tonight, 7 p.m. on the Team 980 and Bloomberg 99.1. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
If I may, real quick, address the haters that are apparently calling in because of the YouTube stream.
What are they saying?
They like my hair.
They like your hair?
Imagine, Brian, here's what I'll say.
If they like your hair, why they hate it?
Well, I went and combed it because I have to do some TV stuff here in a moment. Imagine having the time and or desire to watch a YouTube stream and then call in to a radio station to make fun of somebody's hair. I'm just saying. I wish I had that kind of time on my hands.
So that's a B.A. Father Ducker.
Yes. Jeff told me I looked like Johnny Knoxville, and to go with that look, I was kind of vibing it, Jeff.
Yeah, now you look like the brother from Step Brothers, the one that was singing in the car with the family.
When I have to comb my hair, when I first comb it and it's wet until it dries, I look like a goober. But it'll dry, and we're going to get through this thing together.
You think when it dries, you don't look like a goober?
I thought you looked like Cameron Diaz, and there's something about Mary.
Did he say you like a woman?
I use a different hair product, just to be clear. It's a little rich. Brian, you're the best looking among us, okay?
I don't
beg to differ.
hear that. Oh, Jeff, we know I'm better looking than you.
Just if I may, it's a little rich of the 5 of us, me, Brian, Jeff, White Brian, and Landfill, for me to get grief about my hair. That's all I'm saying. 2 dudes are bald. White Brian soon to be bald, and Landfill shaves his head twice a year, and that's the extent of his hair.
White Brian look like Forrest Gump.
So, have we properly addressed my hair for the day?
I'm just glad you fixed it.
I just put some deodorant on, too.
I'm glad you did that.
Yeah, I got a lot going on this morning.
It's getting a little squinty in here today.
A little squinty? Since I have your guys' attention, which is sporadic at best, Jeffrey, you think they've been unlucky or bad?
I think it's been a little bit of both. A little bit of both, because we couldn't stop. We can't stop nobody. I don't know why.
Didn't in the first half.
See, the not stopping somebody is bad. The ball bouncing off Debo's chest
is unlucky. Yeah. And my question also goes to the training staff, the coaches. What is it that we did this offseason that everyone is having like hamstring problems?
Yeah, somebody said to last
what
night,
is going on?
The statement was like they're going to have to reassess things that are going on because all these soft tissue injuries, need to be addressed. So,
Yeah.
And that's not a knock on anyone. It's just like sometimes you have training regimens that don't really get you prepared for the actual game, like talking about. You know, when I was in college, I did all kind of Olympic lifts. I got to the pros, they told me, no, we don't do that. And I was like, well, that works for me. So I found a way to get the World Gate and do that. Until the coach saw I had the fundamentals to do it, and he would let me come in early before everybody got there. Because he didn't want nobody that didn't know what they were doing to try to do it and them hurt themselves. But hell, 224 games, played in 223 of them, and was dressed for the other one. And they pulled me off the field. They didn't want me to play. They claimed my ankle. They didn't want me to sprain my ankle more in that game because they wanted to be ready for the next one. So
this is
something works.
An actual question, not a bit like I do 80% of the time. Do you think the fact that they played 3 extra games last year could have anything to do with it?
Interesting question.
It could be because, like, you know, people talk about the running backs after having such a big year when you had 300 or more carries. And you remember when Zangara was talking about the offensive line, people starting to say, does it affect them as well? You know, they probably had a game. Like, a lot of guys came in as rookies and had played, 11 games in college, at 14 at the most if you went all the way. And then all of a sudden, last year they played 3 games plus the 17, and was it 2 or 3 in the playoffs? 3 in the playoffs. Played basically 23 games. That's damn near 2 seasons of football. You know, it could make a difference. But
and there is a lot of turnover, right? Like, it's not the exact same roster coming back.
Yeah. But the one little thing I say, and I will go to my grave with it, every player individually, you know when you're in the best shape of your life. And that should not be left up to a coach and a training staff that go out there and design practice. Because that will not get you to the shape you need to be to go a whole season of football in the NFL. You got to find a way to do more because, look, the rules are there. The rules are there to protect the overall, I would say. But you better make damn sure that you're doing what you need to do to get yourself to a top level. So, yes, you go over there, you work out and all. If that's enough, okay. But if it's not, you better go do something else. Because I can't believe that it's enough. And I know how we practiced back in the day. And we went into game, we played 16. And the practices were more physical. And still, we had to go do more. You can't tell me a person that's doing it today is completely in enough shape just going through the stuff they go through over there on a regular basis on any franchise.
It's an interesting situation, an interesting time for a team that last year was riding so high, and now they're on a 3-game losing streak. You're coming home to play a good Seattle team coming off a bye week. Maybe you get the pop wearing those Super Bowl era unis. Sunday Night Football, another primetime game. And dude, I don't know if you saw this, B. I don't know if you have your own kind of information or thoughts on it, but Schefter has hinted, I think repeatedly, and what I know is that I don't think it's a given Jaden plays Sunday night against Seattle.
May not be.
Schefter's said probably more than that he almost thinks it's unlikely.
Yeah.
Which to me is a pretty darn big deal. It's too early in the week to start looking at that, but it's also a short week. So it's going to get late in the week tomorrow.
It will.
All right. We still have a bunch of people on hold. I'll go to Eric is in Clinton. Eric, what's up, man? How you been?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What's up, Eric?
Can you hear me?
Yep.
We got you, dude.
Okay, long time listener, long time fan. I've been a fan since back in the days where we had Nelms and the boys in the crew.
All right.
So I say it's bad. Bad part ownership. We forgot that we were in the rebuilding year. Bad part coaching staff. We lost that hunger that we had last year where anywhere, anybody, anytime. Bad players. the players from, and it just wasn't last night game. It's been all season. It looked like to me that they did so good last year that they felt like they could just show up and win the game, and forgot that they had to play. And then the last bad is the fan base. We put so much expectations on the team because of the season that we had last year that just like the management, we forgot we were in the rebuilding year.
All right, man.
So that's my take on it.
Gotcha.
Appreciate you, dude. The only issue I have with the rebuilding conversation, and obviously you got to build, right? There are teams that turn things around fast and then it goes sideways, like whatever. But if it's a pure rebuild, spending the amount of draft capital you did to acquire veteran players doesn't like necessarily fit or mesh with a pure long-term rebuild. And maybe you're trying to do multiple things at once, and there's nothing to suggest that you shouldn't. And last year, they were red hot and had a good team and wanted to add a corner, so you make that move, right? But like the direction of, okay, this is a rebuild, we're going to take our time, build it the right way, build through the draft. Like AP, I think, has been consistent to that because it hasn't been free agency driven. Like if you look at what the Pats did this past year in free agency, they just spent a ton of money to try to get some weapons and some protection for Drake May to try to make that thing look better right away. And it does. It's working. I don't know that the long-term answer is there unless Drake is just that dude. Maybe he is. In Washington, they're kind of trying to have their cake and eat it too because they're not spending a ton on the free agent market where you tend to overpay. But they traded away draft capital for veterans that now you're going to have to pay. Lattimore and Debo are free agents. They
don't have to pay them.
Sure. But Lattimore and Debo are free agents in 9 games.
Yeah.
Right? You sent away, a third and 2/5 for those two players that you got between, I don't know, by the time it's all said and done, maybe 22 games between the two of them.
Yeah.
So, like, it might be too early to draw the calculus on those moves, but, like,
Debo, I can see Debo going longer. And I think if he goes long and if he can play like he's been playing, continue that, and then you have health, you forget about those draft picks. You don't know those draft picks. You could go draft that third in those 2 fields. They could suck. I think we get too caught up in draft capital and all that type of stuff. If they don't have injuries this year, we're not discussing draft capital. The whole thing about it is you get anything you want. You go draft anybody you want. You can get any free agent. If they get hurt, you got problems. If the overall team is hurt, you got problems. They're not going to have the success. It comes down to when you get people on your team and you can stay healthy and keep everybody working, everything looks better. Some guys look better even when they don't look and they're not playing as good.
To that point, because I agree with you, the injuries have been a massive part of the story. But you look at teams that have built up a foundation.
Yeah.
You look at San Fran and Detroit, who are beat to hell and winning.
And they've been doing this now for 6 years, 7 years?
Not Detroit, but
Detroit
San Fran,
about
certainly.
5 at this point.
I'd say this is it's probably year 5 for Campbell.
Yeah, so you have a long enough
There's
time.
an 0-16 in there.
But just like that caller just stated, fans and a lot of people in the media too, we have to understand, they went where they went last year, and we all changed our mindset of what they should do this year. We felt they should go after it. And they thought by getting people with experience, it would be easier. But then some people started getting hurt. And it derailed what they were doing. So no one was discussing rebuild after last year. We thought it was built already. And that one thing I stated this, foundation was not solidified. You got to have a foundation. Yes, we got a quarterback. But a quarterback without the rest of the foundation he's going to need is not as good as he can be.
Let's hit these phones. My guy Todd is in Haymarket. What's up, Todd?
Fellas, what's going on?
What's up, man?
We're trying to get through it, bro.
Hey, look, B. Mitch, I saw you this morning when you walked through, and I said, "Hey, baby, what's going on?" We kind of fell off in the back end. Remember this morning?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So here's my observation. There's a lot of bad luck this year. There's a lot of bad play calling on crucial downs. As you mentioned before, the foundation is there, but I can't fault the ownership for going for it. I can't fault them. We thought we had something, and we still may have something. I see one last push from this veteran led team coming up. We're going to run 3 in a row off, and we're going to put some renewal into the fan base, because the fan base was there last night. We showed up in Kansas City. We were there, and we're going to be there. And you know what? When we hit Madrid, we're going to be there. We're going to be on a win streak, and we're going to keep rolling. That's all I got to say. I love you guys.
Thanks, Todd. Appreciate the optimism. My man Steve in Silver Spring. Steve, bad, unlucky, both, injuries, plague of locusts. What the hell's going on?
Love the show, guys.
Thanks, buddy.
Good. Real quick, I just think it could be a combination of both or none. I'm not too. It doesn't rub me the wrong way, whether it's bad luck or whatever. I just think we need to be realistic. And most of the callers were right. Here's my question to you, B. Why in the hell do we have to get so sexy? So
you talking about my hair?
On the 4th and 1, or even on 3rd down. I mean, like, okay, let's kick the field goal. The game was 0-0. Let's get the points. I understand, let's go for it on the 30-yard line. But you said it earlier. Mariota is 6'4". Larry Tunsil makes $20 million a year. Let's line up and go get a yard. And then you put the ball back in Patrick Mahomes' hands, even though he didn't have a short field. But arguably, he's the best quarterback in the league with that kind of weaponry. You ain't going to keep holding them off. I'm saying let's go get the points. I understand going for it at some point in time. Last year, we were a different team. Jaden's in there. But Mariota is very, very capable. We have a running game. We have an offensive line. Let's line up, hit him in the mouth, and let's just go get a yard. I don't know if you agree or disagree, B, but why do we have to be so sexy?
Hey,
Thanks, guys. That's all I have.
I don't listen. That's the NFL today, where I've always seen 4th down and 1, 4th and a half,
gone.
Go for it. Just you come downhill. I never understood that, because all you need is the yard, and you continue on. And I think sometimes, I think what happened in that play, as the dude Danon said earlier, he thought he was going to go to Debo. They covered that. Now you have to go down the field. But whatever happens, just hand it off.
We're going to keep the phone lines open the entire remainder of the show. Grant and Danny come on at 2 o'clock. Landfill, real quick, could you summarize the last 2 callers and kind of just what they were talking to Brian about?
Yeah, I mean, one guy saw B-Mitch and said, "Hey, baby," to him. And then the other guy repeatedly asked why we all had to be so sexy. Losing is just doing crazy things to people's
Obviously,
minds.
y'all need to just get your mind on football. The dude said, "What's up, babe?" And this morning, that's how we speak to each other in my culture. And when the guy said, "Why we got to be so sexy? Why we got to run these little simple, these sexy-ass plays instead of just being hard-nosed about it?"
B-Mitch and Finley bringing sexy back. Nobody go anywhere.
Commanders fought hard on Monday Night Football for a while, lost in Kansas City 28-7. They lose another game, 3 in a row, and lose more players. Left tackle Laramie Tunsil suffered a hamstring injury last night, and Terry McLaurin, who was back, also aggravated his quad injury.
I'm just going to continue to take it day by day and just see how it feels in the morning. You know, it's hard to say it's what it is or what it isn't, you know what I mean? So I feel pretty good, but we'll just see how the week progresses.
Sunday Night Football coming up next. Home against Seattle on Sunday night. Seahawks 3.5-point favorite. ESPN's Adam Schefter also said it is possible Jaden Daniels could miss another game with his injured hamstring. Baseball tonight, Game 4 World Series. Dodgers in front 2-1 thanks to the epic 18-inning win last night. Hockey, the Capitals are on the road in Dallas. 8:30 here on the Fan. Wizards home against Philly. 7 p.m. the Team 980 and Bloomberg 99.1. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
You lost the fight to the chair?
Brian, I can't confirm this. I fear there may be extraterrestrial life forms in this
No, I
office.
just think that you're the
Something just happened,
extraterrestrial.
dog. I don't know how my headphones just got like completely wrapped around the chair.
Because you do weird stuff, Jay. Only person been in that chair all day is you.
Cakes.
No. Since Cakes. Cakes was gone. You plugged it up.
This is a complicated chair.
You left
There's
out.
a lot of
and-
lumbar support.
Yeah, you need that. You old.
I am old.
Gay.
I was sitting behind you. You had that seat back with the quickness.
I never touched the seat. It just must have been broken, I guess. I never touched it. I sat down and went to sleep.
We had a triangle of serious sleeping. It was me, B. Mitch, and our buddy Brian Burrows.
I went straight to sleep.
I mean, B was asleep
before we left the gate.
You were asleep before they even announced that our flight was delayed. You might not have known.
I didn't know it was delayed.
I had to listen to that pilot lie and say it was going to be 5 minutes, and then it was 35 minutes.
Yeah.
Stop lying to us.
That's why I don't listen.
This is America.
All they tell you now, everything is a mechanical issue. You know why? Because when it's a mechanical issue, weather and mechanical, they mix them things. They try to figure out a way.
They hit us with weather going to Erie. Remember,
they don't have to pay you. You know what I'm saying? That's how they do it. They're all full of crap.
I want to let everybody on the phones chime in. My guy Joe is in Silver Spring. What's up, Joseph?
Hi guys. So, something that just really struck me from the game. You ever play basketball with like a 6 or 7 year old nephew, and like you let them get a couple baskets here and there, but then because you're a full grown adult, then like after a little bit, it's like, okay, you've had your fun. Now it's time to see what the big boys can do.
Start hitting him with the Dikembe.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Because you're 3 feet taller. Because you're 3 feet taller than the 6-year-old, so you just block everything. So that's what the game sort of felt like. The Chiefs played with their food for a little bit, and then after halftime, it's like, okay, you guys have had your fun. You guys got to get the experience of feeling like you were in the game, and now we're just going to beat your heads in. And looking at the rest of the schedule, if we assume that 10-7 gets you to the playoffs, which is obviously just not necessarily the case. So you've got the Seahawks and the Lions in your next 2 weeks. That is Jackson Smith-Njigba and followed by Amon-Ra St. Brown, which into whatever the secondary is. And then you have still two against the Eagles and another game against the Cowboys, who just doubled us up. So you got to win. You can at most lose 2 of those if you want to get seven losses.
Joe?
Or you could just take them one at a time and try to win them one week at the other. Nobody don't care about looking that far ahead, bro.
It's going to be tough.
I agree. Take one game at a time. I
all
agree.
you can
Take
do.
one game at a time.
You take one game at a time, get healthy, and try to move forward.
Is scary.
All right.
He's
Appreciate
scary.
the call,
He was scary
bro.
last year,
Thank
too.
you.
This time last year.
I hate loser talk, bro. That's what it sounds like to me. Or, in other words, we're not gonna make the playoffs, so let's just think about next year now. That's the mindset.
The take-a-thon stuff is crazy.
I can't deal with that.
And, dude, for all of the defense couldn't get stops in the second half. The defense generated 2 turnovers and held Mahomes
And
the
the offense
Chiefs
got
to
nothing
28.
because of it.
28.
No, but still, the defense, if you capitalize off of some of those things, you're looking at a different ball game.
Totally.
You know, because the mindset changes.
What Dana Hughes was saying earlier, the Chiefs radio broadcaster, just that, Arrowhead is so loud and so intimidating, it ends up being worth points. Well, if you shut them up early,
yeah,
if you were able to get points early,
yeah,
it's different. And I just, our guy Los in Severna Park is on the line. What's up, Los?
Man, listen, it's a day. Well, you know what? I'm not surprised. I'm a fan. I stay up watching this team. I will always watch this team. I'll spend money on this team because that's just the fan that I am. I got tickets to the Salute to Service game November 9th, and I will be there. Whether we're 3-7, 3-6, I don't care. I'm going to be there. The thing that just pissed me off last night, play calling. Why? We throw screens. And it doesn't work for us. Other teams throw screen at us. It works perfectly for them. Why? I have no idea. And people say, well, no team is going to hire Cliff Kingsbury for a head coaching job next year because all the teams have better coaching than what we have now. No, that's not true. I don't understand what is wrong. Is it that type of moment within the season that he just has to look himself in the mirror and say, maybe I need to do better and look myself in the mirror and change some things up. I don't know. Maybe you guys can explain to me, but that's just the problem that I had last night. It's just play calling and execution. We're unlucky, and it's so unlucky for us that we have to throw this product out there when we have prime time games that America is watching us. And I'm defending this team and be like, this is not us. This is not who we really are. If we were in full power, we'd be running the table. Thanks for taking my call, guys.
All right, brother.
Thanks, Los. Appreciate you, bud. Last night was a frustrating loss, man. No doubt about it. For me, it's not.
You know what the thing that annoys me, Jay? This is where I'm at. Everybody thought we were going to lose the game anyway. Then they lose the game. How is that frustrating if you thought they were going to lose? The way they did not do nothing in the second half, I understand that's the frustrating aspect of it. But no one expected them to win. And the same people that didn't expect them to win are all upset and mad today. You didn't think they were going to win the game anyway and you wouldn't do it. So why are you mad? If that's what you thought going into the game, why are they mad?
For me, what's frustrating about last night, because I think that's a fair comment, because I didn't think they were going to win. I thought they could keep it close. And
so keep it close. Does that make the W change, the L change to a W?
No. But what is frustrating is to generate 2 first-half turnovers and get 0 points off of it.
Yeah.
And then what's frustrating is to see the return of the coverage bus. And last night, DQ didn't sugarcoat it. He was like, yeah, those were coverage busts.
No.
Like, it's week 8. That shouldn't be happening.
It's week 8, but what I
saw... So
it's
not frustrating that they lost. There are frustrating moments from that game. Some of them continue to happen. Some of them were one-offs.
What I saw in Green Bay, what I saw in Atlanta, didn't happen last night. This was new stuff. This was another thing, no way of losing. That same little setup, every team is trying it. They covered that better. When Kelsey came up the side, that's the one we talked about earlier when they grabbed Quan. When Mikey came across and lost sight of his guy, that was a crossing route that was damn near underneath. Those little same route combination, that didn't work anymore. This was guys that just did not stick to their guys completely at all.
Ted, is it? This might be Tailgate Ted. Ted, is that you?
Yeah, Ted, right here. Waiting on you guys. How you guys doing today?
What's up, man?
What's up, dude?
I look at it like this, man.
It's been a ball. It's been a blast. We got to get better. That's all. Let's finish the season out, enjoy the moment, and go out there and get some young guys and let these guys go for that old last ride. Wagner, Lattimore, all them guys got to go. Bring some young horses in here, but to finish the season out strong. And one more thing, I'm gonna leave it alone. Make McCaffrey right now. He's our number one wide receiver, and put Deion's son on the practice squad. He's out there. Pick him up, put him on the practice squad, and hold on to the young man. He deserves a chance, and I'm gonna leave it alone.
All right, but
there's that call.
Luke is our number one receiver.
No,
McCaffrey's right now number one receiver.
No, he's not. Not nowhere close. He's
promising.
The rest of them
ain't doing nothing.
He's promising, but he ain't the number one receiver, dog. McLaurin, what?
Well, who's doing something except McCaffrey? McLaurin is hurt. He's gone right now. McCaffrey the only one doing anything. If you look at him, he on punt returns. He doing everything right now. Perfect.
I thought.
Why is Mariota leaving his feet trying to get a yard? I mean, come on, man.
That was a tough hurdle.
What's that for? What is it? He's trying to show off. Come on.
I don't think he's trying to show off, sir. Thank you for the call.
Trying to put Josh Johnson in the game. Let him play.
Boy.
No, you just lost us right there, bro. Some of the things you said would make sense. That did not make sense right there.
I thought Luke had a good game last night. He finished with 3 catches for 24 yards. I think what really helped Luke last night was Terry and Debo playing. Like, I think Luke, when he's your third guy out there, is advantageous. Landfill, it seemed like that caller brought you to the microphone.
Yeah, guy wanted to know what other receivers are playing well. Terry had a fantastic game last night.
He had 2 of the best catches I've ever seen.
There were 2 amazing catches.
And you know who their leading receiver was last night?
Who? McNichols.
If people listened to me yesterday, you made money because J-Mac over the receiving yards prop was easy money.
Did you know who their leading rusher was?
Marcus?
Yeah.
Yeah. I think you should give J-Mac some carries. He had 1 carry for 4 yards. Bill last night could not get it going, 9 for 25. C-Rod had 1 carry for 2 yards. All right, I promise the callers that everybody, if you're on hold right now, you're getting on. All right, Jay is in D.C. Jay, what's good, dude?
What's up, fellas? How y'all doing?
What's up, bro?
Ain't that much. Hey, yeah, what B-Mitch I wanted to do is that, I did kind of wanted to keep it close, and keeping it close don't change the ill of them, but to keep it just give you a chance at the end of the game. If you 4 or 3 points out of it, even 7, you still one scoring play away from overtime, or something like that, or trying to get the win. But as far as the game goes, man, my blame goes on the offensive coach and the defensive coach. We made the first half, we played pretty good. We shot ourselves in the foot, didn't capitalize on some of the turnovers we got. But we made no adjustments in the second half. We can see that KC adjusted. So the offense we ran in the first half, with a lot of we did in the second half, they shut that down. It wasn't going like it was in the first half. Mm-hmm. We didn't adjust. Their offense, they adjusted our defense. They was moving the ball much better second half than they were in the first half. So it comes down to that, and this has been consistent over several games that the coaches are not adjusting in these games. So the players, yes, they are sometimes getting burned. Like Bobby Wagner, he's a little slow than the other players. That does happen, and that are more out of position, and bad penalties and all that type of stuff. But the coaching, I believe, is more than anything. And one more thing, the zone. I'm so frustrated when we play zone, man. I can't use the words I want to use online on air, but I'm so frustrated with the zone. Play man, let's blitz, let's get in there. Because the zone ain't working. We just sit back and get picked apart. And I don't know why we always fall back to that. We're not good at zone. We don't have the personnel to play it, or they're not coaching right. Something ain't working with the zone. Let's get out of it. We use it in spats, but we can't use it for whole drives.
He picked it apart in the second half. Yeah. Thanks for the call, dude. I mean, to that point, B, offensively, they had almost 200 total yards in the first half.
Uh-huh.
They finished with 260. They had 194 yards in the first half of offense. And they finished with 260. I'm not a math guy, but that's 64 yards and a half.
That's not much.
PJ and Rod, stay there. Then we're going to make some bets. Nobody go anywhere. Shout out to the Albanian kid. Tell me SYBAU. Made me laugh.
Back at you, Albanian kid. Keep hiding behind that avatar.
Getting dragged on Insta.
You gotta learn how to come back at him, Jay.
B's going.
Step outside your avatar, son.
B's headed to DC Prime Thursday at 7.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of want to come.
Yep.
What's good with the Wagyu? All right, we got two.
Come over here and have you some.
My man PJ is in Reston. PJ, unlucky, bad, both. Did you go to bed early? How are you?
I had a hard time. I had to eat a whole bunch of melatonin last night. I was just drinking a little bit of alcohol and coffee, and it just,
Alcohol and coffee? Ooh, you wasn't trying to go to sleep.
And I normally don't do that. I normally have better judgment than that. I have to work early. But yeah, I was just pumped up for the game. So my main point, of today's call is I just want to, to all the Commander football players and coaches that might be listening to this, just want to let you know that a lot of us still got your guys' back. I was just a little bit, not sad, but kind of upset to see the vitriol from the fans. I get that we all want our team to win and everything, but I don't know. I just, subjective word saying a real fan, but I just don't think a real fan attacks your team that much. You don't got to like them losing, but, you got to look at the situation. The game to be upset about was the Chicago game. I think a lot of people don't realize how good Patrick Mahomes is. You got your 4 best quarterbacks in the NFL, Lamar, Burrows, Josh Allen, but I think Patrick doesn't have the physicality of Lamar or Josh, but I think if you're a linebacker, a cornerback on the other team, you're really going to understand how great of a player Mahomes is. We dogged it out in the first half, and I point to the play where Mariota was trying to get that 4th down, and they didn't get it, and he kind of punched his hand on the ground out of frustration. Yeah. I love seeing that passion. So the fans that get so upset at the team, you really are not as upset as the players are. Let's put some support behind these players. They gave it their all. They really hung tough in that first half, and they're acting like the season is over, and it's my God. We're 3-5. It's not the best position, but let's like B. Mitch was saying, let's just go week by week, keep our heads up. Just the fans need to kind of rationalize it, internalize it. Just if you had a tough day or week at work, are you going to go to work the next day and just whine and bitch? No, nobody around you working is going to want to hear that, right? You got to pick your head up, and I just think a real fan, subjective word, but real fans, you don't have this kind of anger towards your team. You kind of lead with a little bit more empathy, understanding, and grace. But God bless. Thank you, guys.
PJ,
have a great day.
PJ, I think you might be the only person in your fan group, bro. But thank you. I appreciate that.
A dude calling in talking about empathy and grace after a Monday night loss to go 3-5. That's one of one right there. Nah. All right, last call of the day. Rod is in D.C. What's up, Rod?
Yo, what's up, guys? Appreciate you taking my call.
All right, brother.
I think it's a mix of both, and I definitely think that Kingsbury and Witt, right, are in a junior year slump because I'm not seeing a response from the defense on whatever Witt is calling. I'm not seeing it. I'm gonna need my man to come out the booth, get on the field, and if somebody misses a play or broken play, whatever, right, get them guys face, talk to your guys, rally the team, but get out that booth, man, because I'm not seeing a response on the defensive side.
All right.
Offensively, I'm so sick of the screens and you can't you cannot call the offense the same way, right? Even though Mariota has a similar skill set, but he's not Jaden Daniels. So I open the playbook. I'm not seeing enough from the offense in this third year, the installation of the offense and the defense, right? I wanted to keep it close last night. I felt like if we kept it close, we would have a chance to win. We did that in the first half, but it was second half. I don't know. I guess we just got – I don't know. I guess they were full off of the first half. We didn't do anything in the second half. 64 yards and 2 quarters of work, that's nothing. I don't like it. And we got to start going for these points, man. Just take the points. Going forward on 4th down all the time, that's, we're still building, right? So we are not who we thought we were, right? But let's get it. It's still the team. and still the guys. We're gonna be good, but I'm gonna need Witt to get out that booth, man, and I'm gonna need Kingsbury to open up the playbook. Appreciate y'all taking my call.
Thank you, Rod. Landfill, before we go, we got to make some bets. Let's do it.
Gather around, gather around.
All right. How'd we do yesterday, White Brian?
JP and Landfill won. Everyone else lost.
Bang. All right. Like the way we're starting. We got a lot of action tonight. World Series tonight. That was a wild game last night. I feel like those dudes have to be gassed, right?
Yep.
But still got to play.
It's like it's baseball too, though. Like you're not running most of the time.
Shohei ran twice, and then they just walked him.
Yeah, I'll walk him too. That dude's unbelievable.
I think at
dog.
this point, you don't pitch to him again.
Well, you don't pitch to him, Betts,
Freeman.
Freeman. They just got nothing but murderer's road, bro.
All right, make some picks. Who's got what?
Give me the Wiz +5, baby. AJP, what you say? System pick? Let's get it.
Ooh, I like that, Jeffrey.
Yep, the whole system pick thing now is going to be faulted.
Capitals, money line.
We got Wiz and Caps tonight? Okay. White Brian?
Yeah, let me parlay with that.
Oh, that's bad news
Taking
for
the
the home
Caps.
teams.
Gonna go Shane Bieber over 15.5 outs.
Okay.
And give me the Warriors, and I also want the Bucks.
I am going left hand up. I don't know where Texas State is. Do you?
In Texas.
It is in Texas. I'm going to Texas. I'm going to lay the points. JMU on the road against Texas State. I got it at 6.5, Brian. Go Dukes tonight. Use a dub. Thank you to everybody that listened to the program today. Thank you to Dane and Hughes for joining us. Thank you to Logan Paulson for joining us. A lot of good calls, a couple crazy ones. That one dude said he wanted to start Josh Johnson. But in general, it was a good day. Also, no thanks to an unnamed airline, but thank you to the Junks.
You know what they say, Jay? It's 5 o'clock somewhere. Josh Johnson started. Yeah, it's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Let's hope they get Jaden back. And thank you to the Junks for helping us out this morning while we were in flight delay hell. Grant and Danny coming your way next. The boys are still in Kansas City, maybe still eating more barbecue. Who knows?
Brisket.
We're back tomorrow. Grant and Danny next. You made it this far. I owe you a flight delay.
maybe that could happen again. I did. I had him at 9-8, just missing the postseason. I don't know how they get there at this stage. It's going to take a turn. It's going to take different play. They just don't have enough answers. They tried a couple different things to their credit on defense. Dan Quinn didn't tip this, but we could see it from our vantage point. Tyler Owens was on and off the field, depending on what package Kansas City was in. You saw a lot more Jordan McGee than you had in
Jordan
weeks past.
McGee played about 85% of snaps. He was a full-time off-ball linebacker because they put Luvu at the edge.
And the defense is a lot faster when he's on the football field. You can just see it. You could see him, flash around and get there first to line. Bobby Wagner doing what he does best, tackling on the interior and not in space. Really, really good. I thought Lattimore had his best game. Just, watching from my seat, that he's had since he's been here. That was kind of the dream. So Dan Quinn's let's play better on defense plan. Let's try a couple different personnel things. As good as it could have worked. And you still couldn't stop anybody in that second half of the game. Just to me, that they're just so limited, and there's no threat from anywhere.
Yeah, they're going to need Jordan McGee to clean some things up. I didn't think he played, going back and watching this morning, great ball, but the speed is what I care about. The idea is what I want, which is, like, at one point, Darius looked over at me and was like, who the hell was that just flew in there and made that tackle? I was like, oh, that's Jordan McGee. And by the way, that's a linebacker who can run a little bit. It looks a little different. And he can actually do the things at the linebacker level they don't have, which is what I'm interested in. But next, we can open up the phones for the first time today at 800-636-1067. What went wrong last night? It was scoreless after 1 and 7-7 after 2. And then in the second half, the Chiefs just pulled away and absolutely did whatever they wanted on both sides of the ball. What changed? That's the question. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Hey guys, it's Grant for the FanDuel Sportsbook, which is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. It's NBA tip-off week, and FanDuel is your home for live betting. So even if you miss the start of the game, or if you want to ride the hot hand, FanDuel has live bets on everything from who's going to score next to fourth quarter comebacks. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join, because FanDuel's giving new customers $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So here's what you're going to do. Visit FanDuel.com/GP to sign up today. FanDuel.com/GP, promo code GP. Play your game with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Got to be 21 and present in Virginia. First online, real money wager only, $5 deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bet that expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. In the NFL, the Commanders fell to 3-5 with the loss to the Chiefs last night in Kansas City, 28-7. Injury coming out of the game for the Chiefs. Running back Isaiah Pacheco is considered week to week as he suffered an MCL sprain. Hockey tonight, the Capitals taking on the Stars in Dallas, 8:30 puck drop. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Dylan Strome didn't make the trip. He's day-to-day with a lower body injury. Rasmus Sandin was placed on injured reserve with an upper body injury. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Sixers at home tonight, 7 p.m. tip-off. Can hear that over on the Team 980. And in baseball, Game 4 of the World Series tonight after the marathon 18-inning game last night, the Dodgers winning 6-5. Dodgers taking a 2-1 series lead. Shane Bieber takes on Shohei Ohtani. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Back live from Kansas City, it's Grant and Danny on the Fan after a Commanders 3-touchdown loss at the hands of the Chiefs last night, 28-7, the final score. Washington hung for a half, and then the Chiefs pulled away. Danny, how do you make sense of that? Do you feel like it was just inevitable because the Chiefs are better, or do you think there's a lot to drill down on in terms of Washington's performance getting worse?
I think both are true, and I know that's frustrating. I mean, to me, Kansas City's better, and if you don't take advantage, if you're not up 17-0 after the first 3 possessions, minimum, you still might lose the game, by the way, up 17-0, because Kansas City's going to figure it out. Too many playmakers, too much good, too much Mahomes. You're not out of the woods yet, but you at least give yourself a chance, right, if you were able to punch first. They didn't. The Deebo Samuel drop, 2 fourth downs you missed, the Jalen Lane kickoff botch embarrassment, nonsense brain fart thing. As soon as those happened, I mean, Kansas City committed 9 penalties. Kansas City gave up 3 sacks. Kansas City turned the ball over 2 times. Pat Mahomes threw 2 interceptions. A ball hit Travis Kelce in the hands and landed to Bobby Wagner's. That doesn't happen. And you couldn't take advantage of any of those things to go down and score points, to keep the football, to master anything offensively and kind of, exert your will. So to me, this is just as much good Kansas City as it is lack of a counterpunch Washington. They just look limited.
So I came into this game, and I said this on the air yesterday, wanting to see Washington control the controllables better than they did against Dallas. Effort, intensity, physicality, playing with an urgency, all that anecdotal stuff that didn't look like it was there. Catch the balls that are thrown to you. Don't make the ridiculous mistakes that you're better than. Because against Dallas, I just thought it was not only too listless for a game that they had to have in the division, but I thought that they played about as bad as they could play in a lot of areas. And I wanted all of that to look different and be cleaned up, even though you were probably going to lose to the Chiefs. And I got exactly what I wanted in the first quarter. I got exactly what I wanted in the first half. The second half, to me, looked a lot like that Cowboys game defensively. And that's what gives me major trepidation moving forward now against Seattle, coming to Landover off of a bye when you're on a very short week now, banged up with some injuries off of a Monday Night Football game. And it's what gives me a lot of pause about the Lions, who are going to come to D.C. looking to bludgeon you after you knocked them out of the playoffs last season. The gauntlet continues here. The only thing that really changed is not only did you lose a game, but you're down some more men possibly. We'll wait and see on Terry McLaurin. He was optimistic, it sounds like, with reporters in the locker room after the game. There's been plenty of optimism on a bunch of guys that didn't play days later on a short week. McLaurin with the quad again. Jaden Daniels, who didn't play yesterday, we thought is certainly going to play against Seattle. That was kind of the vibe the team was setting last week anyway. Well, I'm sure you saw what I did, which was the Adam Schefter report. We'll play the audio coming up in a little bit later today. But he basically said they're being extra careful. I'm not going to be surprised if Daniels does not play on Sunday night against Seattle. That's a screeching tires, like spinning record, scratch moment where you go, wait, what? So is it possible that he misses another game? You mentioned the injury to Javon Kinlaw, who's vital to their run game against a team that pounds the football. You mentioned the injury to Laramie Tunsil, who came out of the game, went back in, came out of the game again. You and I were watching him. We were sitting side by side, 12 rows up from the bench. He had nothing. I mean, he was trying, God bless him, but like he couldn't move.
Yeah, there was a play, early on, right? He comes back out of the tunnel and he's going to try to give it a go where he tries to fire off, can't, just kind of gives whatever effort he had, and he's got his hands on his hips, just kind of hobbling around. Finally, they pulled him mercifully and put Coleman back in. I actually thought Coleman did a pretty decent job in replacement. Not an easy thing to do in that environment, but it was clear that Tunsil just didn't have it, wanted to desperately, which is a testament to him. Same with Kinlaw trying to go back in the game. All these guys clearly have the burning desire to do something about it as the season's kind of slipping away. But again, there's nothing you can do.
What I hope is that when we look back on these 3 games in the gauntlet, we're not saying the Chiefs was the easiest game to win because you had the longest time to prepare for it, even though it was on the road, and you were the healthiest that you're going to be. Hopefully a lot of these injuries are more dings than they are times missed, and these guys can get back on the field soon. But listen to this stat. I looked this up last night at the Airbnb when we got home while we were watching the World Series game that never ended, by the way. 18 innings last night before Freddie Freeman hit a walk-off solo home run for the Dodgers.
Old Fannie Muye was long in bed, not knowing how long that one was going to go. I didn't have the energy. I was sitting there, my eyelids were probably 50, 60 pounds at that point, just like slowly but surely closing on the couch. So I hit the hay around the 14th, I think. But I woke up this morning to see Freddie Freeman. Old Nationals assassin Freddie Freeman hit that walk-off piece.
But by my quick scroll last night, the Commanders have lost consecutive games by at least 21 points, something that's only happened 3 other times in the previous 24 seasons. It's hard to do. I mean, it doesn't happen that often. So when you look at getting waxed by Dallas by 20+, and then you go on the road and you lose to the Chiefs by 21, and it could have been a lot worse than that, by the way, if the Chiefs decided to keep playing into the fourth quarter. They easily could have hung another touchdown on you, made it 35-7. But 4 times in 24 seasons. I mean, we're right back in the muck here. Now, I do think a lot of it is injuries, not an excuse and explanation. I also think there's some fatal flaws. Defensively, they're not very good. Offensively, right now they scare nobody. There's nothing vertical. There's nothing easy. There's nothing explosive. And I don't want to hear excuses about the talent at wide receiver. Terry was back last night. Debo was back last night. And it was still a very horizontal offense that challenged the Chiefs down the field. Zippy. That's not because you didn't have Jaden Daniels. That was just what the offense looks like right now. Back-to-back games where I've got major questions about this But 2 games in a row you lose by 21 or more. Danny, over 24 seasons, it's happened 3 other times. And now you've got 5-2 Seattle and 5-2 Detroit. Like, this is getting perilous. This is really, really ugly for this team right now.
100%. I don't know a way around that. Like, it's an uncomfortable thing to confront because we're juxtaposing it with what happened last year. Last year is so magical, so perfect, so amazing, so awesome. Every break went your way. You earned those opportunities where a coin toss 50-50 thing goes your way and you're in the NFC title game. Again, the Hail Mary, Jawan Johnson dropping a 2-point conversion, Brian Dable's kicker going down before the game starts, Devontae Smith dropping a pass, Jalen Hurts being injured, Malik Neighbors dropping a pass. All these things add up to this magical run of a season that was so perfect. And regression is merciless, unforgiving, and painful. And that's what's happening. An old, slow roster is behaving like an old, slow roster. No fortuitous bounces, no breaks. Even go back to this game. How often does it happen in the league? Once every few weeks, a ball tips the hands of a receiver and goes to a defender. Washington got their first one of the year. First one of those last night when Bobby Wagner caught a pass off Travis Kelce's hands. It happens all the time in the league, I promise you. I promise you if you watch other games, you'll see that on occasion. It took 8 weeks for one of those good bounces to happen to Washington, whether it's fumbles going your way or otherwise.
The Chiefs have fumbled 8 times this year and recovered all 8.
Again, the horseshoes up there. They're great. If they'd lost all 8, I bet you they'd still be pretty good. I mean, they're awesome, but it's just you realize how charmed a ride that was, and now all the whatever the expression I'm looking for is, all the chickens are coming home to roost here. Like, the bad is turned up to 11 right now.
Well, the injuries are the best example of it.
Yes.
Last year, you stay healthy. This year, you're making up for lost time. Over a 2-year span, it's going to even out to be about a normal amount of games missed, probably. They're just all going to be in this year's side of the ledger for the most part. 28-7 final last night. There was one Commander who stepped up in a big way, and I think could be in line for a really, really good finish the rest of the season and needs some credit. So I want to point that player out. Also, let's get that Adam Schefter audio queued up because we could talk about him just randomly yesterday before the game sneaking in the idea that maybe Jaden Daniels isn't back for the Seahawks, which was certainly not the way the team was talking about his injury all week. We're Grant and Danny in Kansas City still on the Fan.
What's up, guys? Danny Rouillet here from my friends and my realtors, Sarah, Debbie Reynolds, and Reynolds and Power Home Team with Keller Williams. They sold our place. You know, sometimes you hear people talk about, hey, it's a great service. I highly recommend them. No, this was the major life decision. My wife and I sold our first condo that we bought together, right? It was a smaller place, older building, persnickety HOA, a whole bunch of different rules and things about what we were allowed to do, what we weren't allowed to do. And it wasn't necessarily an in-demand neighborhood. It wasn't a lot of public transportation close by. There weren't tons of amenities. Parking was a challenge. We didn't know what we'd be able to get for it. And yet, here comes Sarah and Debbie Reynolds. Way over asking price. The whole thing was done in a weekend. We got more than we ever thought possible. The whole thing was done so quickly. It was painless. It was simple. It was easy. We knew what to renovate, what to leave, how to get showings, how to generate all the interest that you need to get a bidding war going for your home. They are the best at this. Let them work for you the way they worked for my family and I. Call Debbie, Sarah, and Reynolds of Power Home Team now to find out more about their guarantees and all their excellent programs to generate the most money possible for you. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD, or go to DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Commanders are now 3-5. They're coming home for consecutive games. Another primetime tilt, Sunday Night Football against Seattle this weekend, and then 1 week later at 4:25 against the Detroit Lions. It does feel like if they're going to get one of those, it's going to have to be this one. I just think that short week off of a Monday night when a team's had a bye, like it's a recipe for disaster. But you know that Dan Campbell and the Detroit Lions have been throwing darts at a board with Dan Quinn and Jaden Daniels' pictures on it.
Yeah, they got a list like Steve Buscemi and Billy Madison,
since
dude.
the start of the season. I mean, and they show no mercy. Like, they're coming here and they think the Commanders are the reason why they weren't Super Bowl champions last year. And they're probably right, by the way. So I just feel like that matchup with that offense against this defense on paper is about as ugly as it gets. If you're going to win one and keep your season alive, it might have to be against Sam Darnold somehow, some way, going West Coast to East Coast here with Seattle.
Yeah, but it's a night game. It's not a 10 a.m. situation. So, again, it's a bummer. Another rest advantage for Seattle, as you said, coming off the bye week, Washington on the short week. This is a challenge here. We talked about this before, though, and that's why that Chicago-Dallas double dip was so disappointing. Even if you would split those and had a dud against Dallas, all right, weird stuff happens in divisional games, etc. If you'd split there and we're 4-4, lose, or we're now 4-4 after having lost this one, you go, it's not great, but you're not dead yet. This feels like on the way. This feels like everything is kind of slipping, the mudslide, and you're trying to climb back uphill in a really crowded NFC. They're much closer to the bottom than they are to the top in terms of NFC standings and record.
I'm going to give you a very real example of what that stretch was for you and I. So we're on the co-pair program where we're always trying to be healthier, eat well, lose weight, do that kind of stuff. And it's tough. It's a grind. We knew this Kansas City trip was coming the last few weeks, okay? So for the purposes of my analogy here, this 5-day bender where we're eating barbecue and hanging out and doing nice dinners and ordering pizza to the house to watch sports with Kandori and Murad and stuff, that was always there. That is the 3-game gauntlet.
Yep.
You know that that's coming, and you're just not going to do well. You're going to gain a few pounds. Do whatever you want. Take your, walk your steps, complete your rings. That's not going to be a good week for you.
Yeah, but 2+ hours of pickleball, I exercised Sunday morning before everyone else got up. It's still not going to be great, Bob.
But the weeks before that, you have a little more control. I'm not saying it's easy. You still got to go out and put in the work, but you're on your normal routine. You're at home. You can choose to make yourself your salad and bring it to work, and you've got to put a little hay in the barn, right? If you're not down a few extra pounds, you're doing some real damage when you get to the gauntlet that is that Kansas City trip. And that, to me, was what happened. They decided to just go sit at the bar and get their extra fried buffalo wings and eat their French fries for those 2 weeks before they made the trip. And it really is now a snowball coming downhill, and it feels like your season is over. In the midway point of the year, barring some kind of crazy renaissance that nobody sees coming at 3-5. By the way, interestingly, the betting line for that Seattle game, they're only 3.5-point underdogs against Seattle coming up this week with all their injuries and all the issues they have, which I think is just a reflection of maybe, I don't know why that would be. I mean, because Seattle's off the bye, you're on a short week. To me, that line should be 5.5. Something like that, maybe even 6. The following week, they're only 4.5-point underdogs against Detroit. Again, I think that line should probably be bigger right now. But odds makers for the moment still think they're going to keep giving it their best shot and putting their best foot forward here after back-to-back losses of 20-plus points. The guy I wanted to call quick attention to, Danny, Jacob Martin. I love Jacob Martin. He's getting to play more now. He's going to be in that Dorrance Armstrong role. And how about his performance last night? 2 sacks. They only were a loss of 4 yards, so it's not like they were huge net losses. But Mahomes is good at that. He's always getting sacked, kind of getting back to the line of scrimmage, not going to lose a ton of yards. But hit the quarterback 3 times, had 2 tackles for loss last night. Jacob Martin's a guy all year long in his limited role who has flashed, and now that he's going to play more. You saw it last week against Dallas when Armstrong got hurt in the first quarter. He had 7 pressures of Dak Prescott. You add the pressure count and the 2 sacks last night. This is a journeyman who's found a home here. He can play. I like the energy he brings. He's an energizer bunny. Like, they need more of whatever that is.
Without a doubt. And he flashed several times. Even when he didn't make plays, it's, he looked like he beat his guy. Or look at that, forcing a cutback from Pacheco, or, Mahomes to step up before he felt like it got to the bottom of his drop or something.
He had a good matchup, too, because their backup tackle was in.
Yep.
But he's a backup. Like, this is honestly, he's like their fourth or fifth end when the year started.
This isn't Brian Arakpo against the Raiders type stuff.
He's whooping up on dudes last night. So
Right.
I really liked watching him.
He was impressive. He was really good. I thought Johnny Newton was really noticeable, too. Left briefly with an injury, came back in. Had that unfortunate thing where you touched Mahomes. They're trying to protect him. You just finished what you were doing, and they, of course, called it a personal foul, 15-plus yards, which was a bummer because he made a great play on that one. There were a couple times where he, I think, hit Mahomes and knocked him around a little bit. And, again, I thought he was impactful. And that's got to happen. They need, because you're not going to have, there's no TJ Watt on one side and, Alonzo Highsmith on the other. You're going to have to get some creative pressure here. It's got to come from the interior. It's got to come from all over the place. And I thought he was really impactful last night.
Did you just go Alonzo Highsmith on
Alonzo
us?
Highsmith.
Right over there? How about that pull from Danny Rouillet? Grant and Danny with you on the Fan from Kansas City. Next on G&D, let's get to that Adam Schefter audio. He seems to think there's a legitimate chance that you will not see Jaden Daniels against Seattle. We'll get into that on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by Paul Henry's Window Installation, your clear home improvement choice. In the NFL, the Commanders fell to 3-5 with their loss to the Chiefs yesterday, 28-7 coming out of the game for the Chiefs. Running back Isaiah Pacheco is considered week to week with an MCL sprain. Terry McLaurin also aggravated his quad. It's unclear if he's going to be able to go. And also Adam Schefter said yesterday before the game that there's a chance that Jaden Daniels won't be able to go for Sunday Night Football against Seattle. In hockey, the Capitals taking on the Stars in Dallas tonight, 8:30 puck drop. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Dylan Strome didn't make the trip, as well as Rasmus Sandin. Strome dealing with a lower body injury is day-to-day. Rasmus Sandin was placed on injured reserve. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Sixers at home tonight, 7 p.m. tip-off. You can hear that game over on the Team 980. This October only, score $120 off each window with a 5-window minimum and 10% off every door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
G&D on the Fan, a day after the Commanders dropped a 5th game out of 8 this season. And now they come home for a pair in Landover at Northwest Stadium the next couple of weeks. 28-7, the final at Arrowhead Stadium last night. We were lucky enough to be there. Thanks to our friends, the law firm Kondori and Murad. They sponsor this show.
These guys are outstanding. As the exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm of Kondori and Murad can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com, and be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We're giving away Caps tickets today and all week long at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz. So if you want tickets to go see the Capitals coming up later this week, you'd better be listening to G&D right here in 1 hour ahead of the Blitz. We'll be covering the Caps, the World Series game last night that was an all-timer, and the Commanders all coming up jammed into one segment right at 4 in our Beltway Blitz. I want to get to the audio, though, of Adam Schefter suggesting there's a chance that Jaden Daniels does not come back and play against the Seattle Seahawks. Toby's got the audio queued up for us. This was Schefter on the Pat McAfee show on ESPN yesterday.
Jaden Daniels, they play Sunday night against the Seattle Seahawks. And I just think a guy that's had a knee injury and a hamstring injury and some injury issues, hamstrings, you got to be really careful with them. Look at how careful Lamar's been. I won't be surprised if we don't see Jaden again on Sunday night.
So this is where I get on my soapbox a little bit here, the difference between reporting and editorializing. When a reporter says something, it is taken as a report. This is not a report by Adam Schefter, okay? He is giving his opinion. He is editorializing. He is opining about what he thinks might happen. He did not say, I have sources telling me that Jaden Daniels is unlikely to play, or even I have people telling me in the building that Jaden Daniels may not play. So that's the first thing. I had not heard the audio until last night. I just saw a bunch of people hit me up in Instagram DMs or whatever saying, hey, did you see what Schefter said? Jaden's going to be out against Seattle. And then you listen to it and you go, no, he's just a guy giving an opinion there. But here's the big question, Danny. Schefter typically does not say anything like this that is going to get headlines, that could be a lightning rod for discussion without some inside information, right? Like a lot of times if you listen to this show, if I'm given an opinion on something, occasionally it's just what I think. But if I have intel behind the scenes and I'm not allowed to tell you what I know, I'm going to just pass it off as my opinion. You get the difference?
Of course, yeah.
So if a coach tells me, yeah, we're not playing this guy because, you know, he doesn't know the playbook, let's say, I'm not going to suggest, you know, but don't say that. That's off the record or whatever. Okay, fine. So I'm just going to say something like, you know, there's got to be some reason this guy's not playing. I mean, it just seems to me like physically he's very capable. He's got the talent. There's got to be something behind the scenes we don't know. That's kind of how I would pass it off. You understand? Mm-hmm. So what I don't know with Adam Schefter here is, are you just kind of shooting from the hip, which in his role he shouldn't really do because there's always going to be the assumption that he knows something. Or I would imagine he's talked to agents, he's talked to the team, and there is a little bit more of a 50-50 proposition here for Jayden Daniels than we were led to believe. Because if you go back to last week, they made it pretty clear this should be a 1-week thing. That was the way that they've talked about this.
I think you summarized it incredibly well. It exasperates me, and I understand how we got here. I understand the world we live in. The 24/7 news cycle used to be you'd see Adam Schefter once a week. Here's your list of the things I'm reporting. I've heard this boom, I've heard that boom, and then there's something else. Back to you. And that was it. We got to fill 24 hours a day. So reports turn to confirmations, which turn to speculations, which turns to water carrying for agents and executives. We lived in a time where a contract would be signed and that would be the news. Now this was negotiated by Grant at Clutch Sports. I don't care who negotiated the deal, but in order to get the word first, you got to carry that water up that hill like Beatrix Kiddo in Kill Bill 2 when you're training, right? You got to carry that water up that mountain to get that nugget first. You got to let everyone know what agent negotiated what. This is the world we live in now.
It gets worse than that, and I don't think most listeners care about this, but I find it fascinating. Nowadays, and I'm not exaggerating because I've seen some of these, right? An agent will just send out a pre-typed text to the reporter, and they will just copy and paste the text.
Because they got to be first, and it's easy. It's done for them.
And there's some of the agents, to their, I would say to their credit, but I guess it's just being fair, they'll send it to whoever's on their group. So it's, this is Adam Schefter, Ian Rappaport, Tom Pelissero, Mike Garafolo, Mike Florio, whoever makes the cut for them, whoever has the relationship. And you're all getting the text at the same time, essentially. And you probably send them separately so they don't all see it at once. But you just fire off one text, and then they all go to cut and paste, or they might change something, and then they just post it as fast as possible. But yeah, there are definitely times when these reporters will just get a text, to your point, and it's pre-written for him, and it says, Danny Rouhier has signed a 4-year deal for $80 million.
Nice.
$37 million guaranteed. The contract was negotiated, and I'm the guy typing the text.
Yeah.
And I just put my name in there, and then they just grab it and paste it.
Can't wait to let you know. And that's one of the million things that's emblematic of the time that we're in. And so the unfortunate byproduct is the thing that I call the non-report report, right? Where there's a number of guys that you could think of who have been in media for a long time will speculate as to here's something that could happen. And then that's now the news cycle. That's what we digest, even though if it's not whether it's happening or not, no one knows. But here's what's on the table. The Jaguars might trade for defensive end help. Then the program goes over 7 defensive ends that would be good fits, what they might do in this scheme or whatever, even if that phone call hasn't even been made. So this is another byproduct of that, where it would make sense if he sits for an extra week because of the knee and the hamstring. Is that Adam Schefter dude saying that, or is that number one voice in the NFL for conveying news to fans saying that as an informed speculation? There's no line drawn, so we're all forced to sort of scurry and try to figure it out and delineate. But to the actual,
and I care way more about this than everybody else. I understand that, but the use of the word report is what kills me. This is not a report. A report is almost always sourced, and they will say as much. A report comes as information from somebody. Even if you're reporting something, right, without saying sourced, it's very obvious how it's packaged, how it's presented, that I am reporting a fact. This is not that. This is Adam Schefter guessing, speculating, suggesting, offering.
But it carries so much weight because he reports.
Exactly, but this is my point. When you are him, when you are Rap Sheet, when you're the guys that break all the news, I assume, like everybody else assumes, that you are not just throwing something out there if you don't have information.
And that's why the distinction matters, Grant, for most people that go, I don't care, just give me the info. Totally fine, which I understand. My point, though, is this is now, there's no, hey, this is a report filter when you're seeing the clip.
Right.
Or this is speculation filter when it comes your way via Twitter or whatever, right?
We never once reported hard and fast on Jayden Daniels' injury after the Packers, but we had really good information the entire time. As a show, I think we were the first people to say he got an MRI. This does not look good. He's going to miss time. It's very likely he's not going to play next week. My guess is you won't see him for a couple games. These are the types of things we were saying based on information, but that's not a report. We never reported anything. We were telling you what we're hearing or suggesting without even saying that it was coming from somewhere specifically. And so that's my point. It's a game that gets played. That's why you have to wonder. So with that background now set, okay, we can now take that part out of the equation. What do you think the Schefter suggestion even meant? Do you get the sense that Daniels could miss the game against Seattle? And how much does it even matter? I mean, they're 3-5. They are playing for their season. I didn't think Marcus Mariota was bad last night. The interception at the end of the game was a bad throw, but it was down 21 in the waning seconds, and who cares? The other interception was Deebo Samuel's fault, not his. They didn't push the ball down the field at all. I thought that was more about like scheme and play calling and kind of the plan against Kansas City than it was Mariota's decision making. You watched from the same angle I did. I didn't see many vertical routes.
No.
I didn't see anything really threatening.
And the
Kansas
occasional
City.
ones that were run were there. It's not even a glance that way, right? Like
it's what I call love of the game. You're just trying to open things up underneath by running a 9 route.
Yeah, but it's one of those like where at least at some point in your progressions, it does some damage to the defense if you go, I might, not. I'll turn it down and go back underneath to Ertz or throw it or check down to McNichols. It was never. No one's looking at it.
Yeah,
it's just you might as well jog. It's the Terry McLaurin cardio.
Daniels is better. Obviously, not only is he a starter, but he's a good starter. Mariota is a backup. I think he could be a starter running an offense similar to the one you saw last night, somewhere in the league as a top 7 to rather a bottom 7 to 10 quarterback in the NFL. If you're running read option and quick game and stuff like that, I think he's adequate enough in a good situation to be a bad NFL starter, and he's certainly an elite backup as we've seen. But I bring all this up to say, Danny, you're steamrolling towards Seattle in a short week now. Would you be better with Daniels? Sure, he can do everything a little bit better other than maybe operate read option. But I don't know how much, like, we're going to obsess over now, does Daniels play or does Daniels not play? And the reason for me is basically the durability question and the number of games missed question. Like, if he does not play in this coming game, he will now have missed 4 of their 9 games. You're basically at that point splitting time with Marcus Mariota this season. Like, that's where we'd be. So that's why I care about is he going to play or is he not going to play? I think the chances they beat Seattle are, let's say, 30% with Mariota and 44% with Jayden Daniels. Like, it's a very negligible difference to me at this point. Not to say Jayden's on a lot better, just the matchup, the health, the problems they have, the defensive issues. I think the bigger story of if he plays or if he doesn't play is it a second time this season where initially we were told he's probably not going to miss multiple games, and then he misses multiple games?
Yeah, the ramp up for this week and then the ramp up for this coming week, I think will be interesting to that point. If we're doing this, maybe he does, maybe he doesn't. It just, again, it kind of goes to, and by the way, this is all based on Schefter saying something. He might go this week. We have no idea, right? And this is just him actually opining that a hamstring is tricky.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the vagary, and that's what's frustrating.
Don't you agree that's because you're Schefter, it's kind of reckless if you're doing that? You don't get to do that.
So, okay, let me say it, I'll say it this way. If he does sit out, then it's not reckless.
Well, but
right?
Here's my point. Sorry, let me go back because I want to clarify this. If he has information that he might miss the game from somebody with the Commanders, then you get to do what he did. It's actually normal and what you should do.
Right.
If nobody told him that, and he is literally just being Danny Rouillet or me or guy on the couch, and he's just like doing a talk show.
So you know what they could do is maybe sit him out. Yeah.
I'm saying you don't have the luxury of doing that based on your role and the amount of news that you break.
You shouldn't,
because nothing is taken when you say it as if there's no inside information.
I agree with you.
And if that's the case, ESPN is just completely misusing him, and a dumb network is doing a dumb thing.
I rubber stamp that. Yeah, if he plays, and this is just I don't know where he got that, means he didn't get it anywhere, and he's just opining the way I might. I'll give you an example. I knew that Washington was signing Ryan Fitzpatrick. I knew because my good friend lives next door to Ryan Fitzpatrick's brother-in-law. And they had a barbecue, and it's like, yeah, we're going to Washington. They're looking for houses now. Like, do you know anything? I know you're from D.C. And yeah, here's the realtor that you could use, but that my friend's family used. I knew it. I'm not a reporter. I've never claimed to be a reporter. I floated that, saying, Washington could sign is Ryan Fitzpatrick. I tweeted it 3 days before when I found out, and brought it up on the air a bunch of times. Like, hey, get ready for the idea that Ryan Fitzpatrick's coming. LOL, whatever. And he was. So, because I have no credibility, because I am not a reporter, never have been, have never pretended to be, I didn't do any kind of reporting because I'm able to maintain my chair as opiner, opinion giver, hopefully informed speculator, etc. But I don't get to cross over onto that side where I'm demanding credibility, where I'm demanding everyone acknowledge it because I said it first. You see what I'm saying? Like, I know so many people get all persnickety up in arms about that sort of thing. Like, we had this first. You guys didn't credit us. I had the Ryan Fitzpatrick thing before anybody did. You'll never hear me angry that, like, I don't know, some dude from the Post didn't credit me when the signing happened, because I'm not reporting anything. So to me, the flip side should be true. Like, if you dabble into my thing of opining, opinion giving, informed speculator, there needs to be some sort of caveat with that. And no one will care because the lines get blurred, info is as far as they're concerned. And for them, it's a discussion topic. They're using they could have him shit for another game. It's being cautious. And now you get 45 seconds on your shouty show and you move on to the next thing.
But back to the Jaden Daniels thing. How big of a deal is it if he plays or if he doesn't? In the way of both them beating Seattle and then also whatever the bigger conversation is about his so far really disappointing sophomore season based on his health and this team's disastrous season as they're trying to avoid 3-6 at this point. I mean, yes, he gives you a better chance to win than Marcus Mariota. If Jaden Daniels plays last night, they don't beat Kansas City.
Right.
They still lose that game.
So I'm a little less that's in my pie. That's in my concern area, what you're talking about, the injury prone thing. I think if he plays this week, you still have the hey, is he going to be able to get through a season? Is he going to be healthy? Concern. Because he's already missed enough games. You know, whether it's 50% of the games he misses or 46%, the point is the point. Like, that doesn't change for me. What will change, or the thing that I care about, kind of the extra layer, I guess, maybe the topping to this pie, maybe it's my whipped cream. Why am I saying the H that way? The thing that I would add is their injury credibility as an organization, to a degree, is on the line. I can only be fibbed to, lied to, double talked to, rug pulled to so many times before I get a little frustrated. Not even a little frustrated by it.
Well, last year, they never acknowledged that he broke his rib.
Yeah, that was the first major blow in this.
They still haven't. So as far as I'm concerned, you know, with the Daniels injury before, they were doing this hour-to-hour, day-to-day bit when I think it was pretty well known internally throughout that he was going to definitively miss a game, if not probably 2 games. And still, they played the dog and pony show game that they did. Now, thank goodness they didn't this time, but I'm already at a point where what they say does not equate to what they know. I think most of us probably understand that. And with this quarterback, especially for some reason, they have been just hesitant to ever give actual and artificial information in timelines. Don't really get the benefit to that necessarily, but this will not look great if he misses a second straight game after they made it seem like it is a very minor injury and it will be a 1-week injury. Now, they didn't come out and say that definitely, but the context clues, what they basically alluded to, the fact that it was minor, all of these things made it seem that way for sure. But then you have the Schefter comment yesterday that certainly changes the perception within the fan base, and I guess we'll find out in time. Did he know anything, or is he just throwing something out there willy-nilly, which I really don't think he should be doing. But do you agree with my point? Like, if Daniels plays against the Cowboys, well, he did, I guess, but for the whole game, nothing's different.
No, they lose that game.
They lose that game decidedly. If he plays against the Chiefs, they lose that game. I don't think there's been a single game. They beat the Raiders pretty handily with Marcus Mariota. The Falcons game was maybe the one you could say, if he played a spectacular game, they steal in Atlanta.
I mean, Bobby Wagner still has to cover Bijan Robinson.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
So I think with Daniels as their starter in all 8 games, their record is still 3-5. Disagree with that?
Hard to say, but yeah.
I mean, find the game. Where do they win that they lost?
Move Atlanta to a toss-up, but there's a great chance to lose that game.
They never stopped the Falcons once.
They didn't stop them once. And they didn't stop teams last year, but Jaden Daniels sort of made it all right. But you're probably right. I think they probably lose that game. They were the second-best team in that game.
So that's where I don't even know if I want to do the thing all week long where we sit here and we harp on Daniels' health and we debate if he's going to play or not, and we do the Brian Fantana Panda Watch. I'm not even sure if we need to sit here and do that all week.
Yeah, you get outscored by, what,
we're
43 points over 2 weeks?
We're taking our eye off the ball. You're losing games by 20-plus points. This is bigger than getting Daniels back. And by the way, and this is, again, not a knock at Jaden Daniels, it just is the reality of the situation. It's not like he comes back and he's Daniels from last year. He's Daniels from this year, which is not the same guy as Daniels from last year to this point for a lot of reasons. Hey, while we've been having this conversation, shout out to Darius, who's been doing a lot of cleaning in the studio. Our good friends in Kansas City put us up in this studio today at the Odyssey headquarters. So I'm sitting so low. I'm in this chair where I don't know how to describe this other than that my knees are higher than my thighs. Like as I'm sitting down in this seat.
You're very low.
It's like I'm stretching my hamstrings. I'm Laramie Tunsil right now with a hamstring problem sitting in this seat.
Laramie Tunsil.
And the reason that's relevant to what I'm about to tell you is that while I was pouring my Coke Zero into a cup of ice that Darius was kind enough to get me, he's been running around on my behalf here lately. Apparently, I'm putting him to work. While I was pouring my Coke Zero into the ice, Danny, I need a little caffeine jolt today. I'm struggling after the 18-inning baseball game last night. Because of my angle, I can't see into the cup from above, like where the foam was.
Yeah,
as
so
it's
I'm
rising.
higher, and I saw that happening in real time, and I went, "That's a disaster." He doesn't know.
You watched that happen live?
I see it. Yeah, watch what happens live with Andy Cohen.
Both of you guys' ability to not react to that live on air, it was unbelievable.
Professional.
Well, we're just trying not to.
Broadcasters.
But so you can probably see it on the video where I'm just like trying to get your attention. You're not interested in any way in me at all. Whatever's happening on your phone was way better. And I was just like, Darius. I literally finally, like, somebody near the microphone was just like, I was knocking at one point. I went like this.
I'm in the middle of a
If you go
point,
back and listen, you could definitely hear me knock 3 times. I just go.
And I'm vamping. I'm like, and the thing about Schefter, it's Adam Schefter,
you were
mind
doing
you.
Ryan Fitzpatrick.
Yeah,
You're
I'm doing
like,
the best I
and
could.
he was moving into the neighborhood next to my friend.
I was like, I got to take some
So I'm
time
just
here.
like-
Yeah, well, Grant's knocking on the
I did
the
3 knocks,
console.
still
Yeah.
nothing. Then I go, Darius. But I've never overfilled a cup more.
It wasn't
And I don't know
a
that
little
anybody
bit.
has.
Oh, it
I
was
don't know
not
that
a
anybody
little.
has. So the amount of foam that comes over, because again, right now I'm looking at it, I can't see down into the cup at all. So I just was like, I'll pour the whole thing in there.
And it was halfway of the pour, it was already overflowing.
Did you ever do one of the overflowing lava like things for school?
Mhm.
It was like that. But I'm also sitting right next to this panel, which 1,000% is now fried. Because all of the soda is on the buttons, and I'm trying to sweep it away. I'm like, I got plenty of time. Darius will turn around sometime this hour. And then I just keep sweeping it away. It's getting closer and closer to the buttons. Darius. And I almost cut you off just to go, Darius!
I tried to put Darius into my answer somehow. It was like, and the thing about Adam Schefter, it's not like he's saying, Darius, look at Grant right now.
But so the story gets better. So Darius finally paid, he's like, let me check in on the show.
Let me look
here,
at Grant.
See what's going on.
For once.
So then he sees it and his face is like, oh my God, that's so much soda. Like, what?
So much soda.
It was like, did you get any in the cup? You know?
80% of the soda's on.
It looks like the
panel.
cup had tipped over. So anyway, so
Like if he had poured the soda out of the cup, it would have been less.
So, but now it's all in the buttons. So Darius comes over, and I'm thinking, I don't know why I thought this. Like Darius would just have napkins from lunch earlier. He did not. I'd like to add that he did not have any napkins.
Threw them all away.
So I thought as soon as he looked over at me, the issue was done. That was not the case. So he goes somewhere fairly close, it seems like.
Restroom.
And he grabbed a bunch of napkins, and he comes back in here. And so I'm wiping up the napkins.
We are not welcome back here.
I turn back to Danny to talk. Darius has not walked away yet. He's still 3 feet from me. And as I'm doing it, there's half of a bottle of Coke Zero still left. I'm not paying any attention because I'm looking at you, Danny. And as I'm going to wipe the table, I didn't know the Coke Zero was there. I knocked the bottle over on the ground and it spills all over the ground.
Oh, that I
And in
didn't
real
know.
time, I'm thinking, there's no way he's going to knock he just did it. He just knocked it
And
over.
Darius just audibly just starts laughing you gotta be kidding me. And then walks back out to get more napkins. So yeah, other than that, seamless segment, I would say.
I mean, I turned around from my laptop and it looked like a horror show over there. I mean, there was just soda everywhere.
Like a soda monster had been stabbed and it was bleeding soda.
I want to know if Toby and the guys in the studio can hear the audio ever of when I started knocking, because it was literally like this mid segment.
Yeah, that's what caught my attention was there's when you knock like that. The
didn't
microphone,
catch your attention at all.
Well, it did eventually. The microphone kind of vibrates a little bit.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I
Notice
heard. I was like, that's odd. What is he doing?
Well, I realized
And then,
also
oh
when
my
I
goodness.
was pointing that way, and you couldn't see that because there's a computer monitor in the way. But I'm going like this, and you can't see obviously on the stream. But my left arm is Look over
They're
there,
trying to
over
traffic
there,
cop it.
look over there. I'm pointing right there. There is an emergency. Someone should do
Dad
something.
was locked in.
Yeah.
That was incredible.
I thought about should
Somebody
I just
was
stop?
twerking on that phone. Dad was just. I mean, he was.
What'd you look
locked
like,
in.
buddy?
I was just reading emails.
That was an Instagram.
Is that her
reel.
name?
It
Emails?
was, my Google emails right
Let
here.
me
Your
click
what?
that.
Your what emails?
Magnifying
My
glass.
Google email. Is
I
right
want to
here.
see what your Instagram search looks like over there. You were locked in. 4 o'clock, we've got tickets to see the Capitals. You better be listening ahead of the Blitz. 5 o'clock, Ja'Cory Krosky Bill. JCM is on the show for our weekly 5 p.m. appointment on Grant and Danny. Next, what is going on with this offense? Why have they looked so different and so ineffective over the last few weeks, especially running the ball? This is The Fan.
The Commanders fell to 3-5 with their loss to the Chiefs yesterday, 28-7 coming out of the game. Laramie Tunsil dealing with a hamstring injury. He left after halftime, as well as Terry McLaurin dealing with the quad injury. Jaden Daniels, Dan Quinn said that they have a plan for him ready to go this week, and he is expected to be a part of it. We'll see if he can go for Sunday Night Football against Seattle. Other injuries, Chiefs running back Isaiah Pacheco is considered week to week as he left the game last night with an MCL sprain. In hockey, the Capitals in Dallas to take on the Stars tonight, 8:15 puck drop or 8:30 puck drop. You can hear the game right here on the fan. Dylan Strome not going to play for the Caps. He didn't make the trip with a lower body injury. He's day-to-day. Rasmus Sandin was placed on injured reserve with an upper body injury. He won't play tonight either. NBA, Wizards taking on the Sixers at Capital One Arena tonight, 7 p.m. tip-off. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. World Series continues on after the marathon last night, 18-inning game. The Dodgers winning 6-5. Game 4 tonight, the Dodgers with a 2-1 series lead. Shane Bieber takes on Shohei Ohtani. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Week 8 is in the books. The final game culminating the week on Monday Night Football last night, right here in Kansas City with the Commanders falling to 3-5, Chiefs 28-7 winners over Washington. The leading rusher for the Commanders yesterday was Marcus Mariota, 28 yards on 8 attempts with a long of 8. The leading receiver for the Commanders yesterday was a running back, Jeremy McNichols, 64 yards on 5 catches, including a 24-yard catch and run, scampering after the catch on checkdowns. Danny, that's normally a sign that you didn't have a very good offensive day. When your quarterback leads you in rushing with a long of 8 and your running backs lead you in receiving, there wasn't a whole lot in the way of explosives, and that's been the story the last couple of weeks for this offense. So we could get into the defense. We have for most of the year. We will today. We will every day. That is the bigger problem. It is the worst side of the ball for this team. But this offense is supposed to be really good. It needs to be really good.
It's supposed to cover for the defense in a way. What
Absolutely.
you did last year.
Now, there are people out there, I'm sure, that'll say, was Jaden Daniels out? Then I'm not going to spend a lot of time debating it because he's the straw that stirs the drink. And I guess that might be the case. I just don't think it's that simple. I think there's bigger problems. Jaden Daniels played against Dallas, and they couldn't move the football for the most part when he was in there. Also, they were super healthy yesterday. McLaurin's back. Deebo Samuel is back. The running back room is healthy outside of Eckler, and McNichols is doing exactly what Eckler would be doing. He's been very effective as a pass catcher. Their O-line is now at full strength because Sam's Cosme is back. Tunsil ended up getting hurt and leaving at one point during the game yesterday. Tight ends are loaded. By the way, Ben Sinnott caught a ball. National Ben Sinnott Day, Danny. What an amazing catch. Showed a little speed on a 20-yard catch and run.
Well, again, that's your best offense. Where Mariota actually did an unbelievable job here. There are checkdowns and there are checkdowns. Like, in other words, Mariota is scanning the field. At no time does he even glance to the left.
That was cool. He just knew he was going to be there.
Knowing he was there and knowing there were no defenders because he had them all mapped out or accounted for or whatever, zipped it without ever looking that way, basically. Like, as he's turning his head, the ball's being thrown. Sinnott had a lot of green grass in front of him. Excellent play by Mariota, but Ben Sinnott caught a pass. But that's your best offense right now, is a check down where a running back or tight end can make a play. It's not a good sign.
So that's my point, is what is going on here? How did we get here? I mean, Kingsbury is so dynamic and so good. He's going to be a head coach if he wants to be after the offseason. You've got legit talent. I mean, you're paying like you have a lot of talent, right? McLaurin made the 2 amazing catches on the sideline, $30 million receiver. You brought in Deebo Samuel at close to $20 million. You've put together this running back room. I think we all think Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt is a super effective player. They like Chris Rodriguez and the depth they have with McNichols. The tight end room, everybody sang Zach Ertz's praises all of last year. He ends up catching double-digit passes in an NFC championship game. They re-sign him. Like, we could talk about all the injuries on defense for sure, and I know Daniels wasn't out there, but on offense at the skill positions and up front yesterday, that's your group. That's who you got. And it still looks like an offense that doesn't threaten you at all down the field and just lacks speed. Some of the Deebo end arounds or the screen stuff, the Chiefs just beat you to the spot. They were just faster on the outside yesterday.
It's pretty simple. I mean, for me going, well, Daniels was there last week against Dallas, but McLaurin and Debo weren't. So it's not apples to apples exactly, because I would love to see a healthy offense, what it might look like with your big players, right? Relative to a guard could be swapped in or out or whatever. But when you actually have the idea that you envision in the offseason together for the first time with a few practices underneath them, a few weeks of reps and play, I'd love to see it. But I think in general, the problems are still the problems. They don't threaten you down the field. As much as I like McLaurin, you're talking about toe-tapping, contested catch, dive, somehow angle to keep the ball in bounds or part of your body in bounds to scrape before going out on the sideline. There's no run away from you. There's no, oh my God, I better backtrack because if not, I'm on SportsCenter because this guy's going to the house. Whereas the Chiefs, they're a rich man's version of what you do. It's not as if they're everything's a triple move. Mahomes patting the football, throwing it up as far as he can down the field. Xavier Worthy can fly, but they're not threatening you deep every other play, but they can. It's just enough where you've got to run with somebody. And then here comes Kelce on that slower cross behind the linebackers and the safeties in front of some of the guys that are running deep with other receivers. They're able to do that. Washington isn't. There's no deep threat, and everybody knows it. Last week, you had no receivers at all, and they just played man against you and shoved it up your you-know-what. This week, they're making matching stuff, but they're not afraid. Nobody's afraid of you right now, and that's coming home to roost.
Luke McCaffrey yesterday, 3 catches for 24 yards, had a really nice catch on
nice
the sideline.
Nice little toe tap piece, yeah.
Which was impressive. I thought he showed up. Because I will say, sitting there in that environment, you kind of know how that could overwhelm a young guy. Like Jalen Lane, it felt like it was a little big for him last night. Touched that ball that goes out of bounds at the 2. Had a third down where he slipped and fell, kind of coming out of a break, and then wasn't able to move the chains and catch the football when Mariota had targeted him. And maybe it's just bad luck. Like you could call it that too, I guess. But it felt like maybe the stage was a little big, but it was so loud. It's hard to describe unless you were there. It was so hostile. It's just a really, really abnormal situation unless you've played some super high-end college football. But I thought Luke, who's probably been to a lot of games there and over the years or seen as certainly the highlights of his dad playing at Arrowhead Stadium, it looked like he belonged. But to get McCaffrey involved, to get a 22-yard catch for Ben Sinnott last night, like those were encouraging things for sure. Lane's only catch was a line of scrimmage throw where he got 0 yards, so it was 2 targets for 0 receiving yards for him yesterday. But a lot of young guys played, and that's going to benefit you as the year goes on and into next year. But this offense, it's not broken right now, but they were number 1 in rushing.
There are cracks.
Number 1 in rushing as of a couple weeks ago. And they can't run the ball now. Remember, out of the bye week, the Bears, one of the worst run defenses in the league, shut them down pretty good. The Cowboys didn't let them run the ball at all. We're the worst run defense in the league. The Chiefs, that was the thing they did worse. They were outside of the top 15, bottom half the league in run defense. They shut them down yesterday. So that's the number 1 issue is all of a sudden, and you got 2 games since Cosme's come back and you've made the change at guard, and the run game is just not operating at the same level. And then the lack of big plays in the passing game is just killing them. I mean, something down the field eventually. Their long pass plays yesterday, McNichols check down, McLaurin the dive on the sideline, which was just 0 margin of error, crazy difficulty, like hardest thing ever to do. McCaffrey for 17 yards. But these are all like catch and runs. Bates on the dump off where he went for 22. Sinnott on the dump off where he went for 22. The air yards in the offense yesterday were nothing.
And everything's just so hard. You know what I mean? Like I don't know how to describe it better than that. You know this if you've watched basketball, where teams could be trading buckets, but for one team it just feels like everything is contested, everything is close, everything is tight. Whereas the other team, it's like there's no rotation, it's a wide open look, someone's knocking down a 3, then they're dunking. Points may be scored, but it just looks much harder for Washington right now. There's no space. The yards after the catch again are on checkdowns where everybody's elsewhere. But think about how many times for Washington's defense, I know it's not apples to apples because they can't, if they could play their defense, the offense might be a little bit better. But where a team is playing against Washington and Trey Tucker or Tucker Kraft or another guy named Trey or Tucker or something is involved in a deep, huge, ridiculous, wide open play where no one's within 30 yards of him. It doesn't happen that way for Washington ever. Every inch is contested. I mean, to me, their season is Zach Ertz fighting through 3 people and his knee going down 5 inches before the first down marker. a la Pittsburgh last year, where he couldn't get the first down and they ended up losing the game.
What did you think of the in-house technology on the screen of the virtual measurement where we found out they were 5 inches short?
I like it. I don't like the sort of, we're looking at it mechanism. Does that make sense? When no one sees anything and nobody knows, we're just sort of sitting there.
You need a little transparency.
I need something, but I understand that it's not necessarily their purview or prerogative as they're
I
doing
like
this.
it better than some old dude running out chains, resetting them just so. I think this is where I'll put it on the white line, and now we'll bring the chains out, and let's hope everything works out. I
happen to have an index card to see if it goes. So the technology, I'm 100% with you. As I've argued for years, they figured out how to do it in tennis forever ago. Now, I know it's not the same because where the ball impacts and there's some sort of pressure deal, but I just feel like with all the billions flowing through here, we could get a pretty exact deal going. But
it ended up not even being close, Danny. It was 5 inches.
That's enormous. Ridiculous.
I mean, that's a ton.
Who could deal with something like that? Right? Anyway, point of the dude's story is that's their offense. Is every inch, all 5 of them, that enormous amount, is the hardest fought thing in the world. Don't laugh. Don't laugh. It's all in the eye of the beholder. The point is, they can't move the ball without incredible effort.
Their rankings on offense right now, they've fallen out of the top 10. They're 12th in yards per play after this rough couple of weeks. They're now 4th in rushing, and they're 16th in passing offense.
How are they still 4th in rushing? I mean, they haven't been able to move the ball. Quarterback scrambles, I guess, help.
Well, but Guy, they were averaging almost 6.5 yards per carry 3 weeks ago. I mean, you sleep on the Chargers game where Bill did whatever he wanted. Like, for the first month of the season, they ran on the Giants. They ran all over the Raiders. Nobody could slow them down. It's been night and day from the first 5 or so games to the last 3 running the football.
You sleep on how terrible a movie Night and Day was with Tom Cruise and Cameron Diaz.
I don't remember it at all.
Astoundingly bad movie. Back to you.
Well, here's my Cameron Diaz story. I'll tell you it when we return. 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in. I guess for the double play, I'll tell Danny my Cameron Diaz
That's a
story.
pretty good teaser.
Yeah, not terrible. And we'll regale you with tales from Kansas City after a Commanders 3-touchdown loss. 4th time over 24 years. They've dropped 2 games in as many contests by 21 or more. You're listening to Grant and Danny. In just about 15 minutes, we're giving away Caps tickets on Grant and Danny. In an hour and 15 minutes, we'll be joined by Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt. Bill stops by for a weekly appointment. We'll check in with him on the locker room after a loss in Kansas City yesterday as the Commanders have dropped 3 in a row. It is time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports. We're getting ready to fly back to Kansas City. We've actually got plenty of free time because normally I feel like we are sprinting out of the studio to get to the airport the second our show's over when we do these trips. But it's a later flight tonight. We'll lose an hour on the way back. So we're getting back super late, close to midnight probably at National. But it's going to be a fairly peaceful airport trip.
As much as those things can be. Yeah, I mean, it's not like we have enough time to like go sit down and put our feet up at, Longhorn Steakhouse or something like that, and then go head over to the airport. But yeah, this is not one of those Home Alone type situations where we're worried about the head count.
You're still going to do a Home Alone pace sprint through the airport.
It's time to get there, yeah. But everyone else can. You can make it leisurely.
Darius, you were way behind us everywhere we walked yesterday. And at one point I looked over at Danny. I'm like, you always give me such a hard time. I'm flying right now. I mean, you and Ibby were always like 100 yards behind us.
We actually couldn't believe it. We were like, because obviously Danny has places to go.
Right.
So we expect that from Danny.
Yes.
You were on fire yesterday.
Can I say I've never seen him move that fast?
You had wings on your feet.
I did. I think it was the excitement of Arrowhead because I'm mostly talking about like walking to the stadium. But even walking back was the same way. I don't know what got into me.
Yeah, I was like yelling towards you guys. I was like, hey, because I was trying to get you guys to do like a social media bit as we were walking towards it, and you guys were just yards and yards ahead of us.
You guys burst my bubble here if you need to, and you probably should. Am I a little bit silly down 40 pounds and moving quicker, do you think?
Maybe that's what it is.
I can't argue with it.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that right now.
I mean, because I'm still a fat.
So normally...
But if I'm down 40, am I just cooking now?
You're going to move a little better. Here's what normally is the case. Your shoes are untied. For some reason, you don't have a belt working or on.
I have a belt.
No, but oftentimes this is what happens.
Yeah.
And you're doing a 1, 2, 3 step. Your power cord comes out of your pocket halfway, and you're like, I don't know where my block is. Where's my wallet? Do I have my keys? Pants pull up.
My
3,
block's
4,
in the crazy Uber driver's car.
Well, I know about that, but like I'm saying, that's what's normally the case. None of those things were the case last night.
That's a great point.
Shoes laced up, belt was on, and all of a sudden, all the distractions gone. Hauling ass, keeping up like a city walking adult. I've never been more impressed with you in my life.
No way.
Yes,
you were sized.
I will say I was throttling it down because we were in
we were conversing.
We were in polite company, right? And it was one of those like you can run to get there, you can walk to get there. Normally, what you're doing at an airport or something like that is you're directly competing with other members of the public for resources. So it's like the shuttle bus leaves and there's 10 shuttle buses and there's 500 people going. You need to beat a couple hundred people. Otherwise, you're waiting there for a long, long time. And it's something that I recognize intrinsically that my traveling companions usually fail to. But this is one of those, the Uber's the Uber. You ordered it. It's all a cluster bingus. There's nowhere to go. So I recognize that and we throttle it down. Me at, I would say, 75% of my normal walking pace. Stride 4.
Let's go.
Stride. I have never seen you move that way, and I'm proud of you.
The Uber driver that I referenced, by the way, scared the bejesus out of me.
He'll be in our city not too long from now.
He will.
When's that wrestling event for that's the scene?
It's in December.
December 13th.
Yeah. In December, make sure those doors are locked, is what I'm going to tell you all.
So first of all, now who am I to throw shade at this guy for his betting practices? Because I lost all of the money.
Grant.
Last night.
Be a tree with full branches and leaves. Throw that shade. Throw it.
So this is why all these companies are just making all the money right now. This guy had put in all these parlays. He was driving us to the stadium, and he is grinding through a long shift, and he was telling us about all the Uber stuff he's been doing and Lyft and whatever else. But he had like 400 some bucks on this game last night in various parlays. Not one of them had a chance to hit. Not one. He's taking me through them, and I'm like, now granted, I'm terrible at this, and I never win these. So if you win, nothing's fair. But like he would be like, this is actually one of them. He had this 10-leg parlay for like $200, and he's like, hey, this would make $27,000. I'm like, yeah, I know, man. You're not going to win it though. You have to win it to get the money. But it was like 10 things, one of which was like Marcus Mariota under like 88 yards, and I'm going, bro, they're going to be chasing the game. There's no chance he doesn't throw for more than that. He's like, he's a backup quarterback. That was his logic.
Yep.
He's a backup, man. They're going to their backup. Okay. Then he had like this. He did a bet last night. This is how this guy is like. I don't know exactly what his background on betting is. He had a bet. I don't even know where you can get this on like Zach Ertz over a half receiving yard or something. And he had put money down on this bet, which shouldn't even be on a board, where like he was going to make a penny on dozens and dozens of dollars. It's like that's not worth it. Like, why are you doing that?
Yeah, I don't think you'll win that one. You'll get that one.
Yes, exactly. But in the event that he gets hurt on like the fourth play or something, you're just cooked.
Such a low upside.
What is the point of this, bro? But this guy was hilarious in like a frightening way. So he drives like 19 hours at a time to go to wrestling events because he's a WWE mark. But he told us, Danny, he's coming to DC December 13th for Cena's final match.
Paying $500 a ticket to sit in the nosebleeds, all the way at the top of Cap One. Like, just know, like, I would like, one of those things where if I got a chance to go to that'd actually be kind of cool. I don't know that I'd want to now, knowing that he'll be in the building. It's to that point. Even though there's no chance I run into him, if I've got like my own private security entourage, just knowing that guy. Well, because we're underselling it. You guys are like, what's your problem with him? He's just talking about bets. It's different, man.
No,
we can't repeat some of the stuff that he said because then all of a sudden the FBI would call us.
Yes.
Like, what do you know and when did you know it?
There were some scary moments. I'll say this. I felt bad about this, like talking behind his back, but I texted the group, everyone in the car, at one point, and I said, I'm so scared of this dude because I was sitting in the passenger seat.
Which is your bit. You love sitting next to the Uber driver.
Yeah, I've got to converse and
yes.
make friends, yeah. So I was like, I'm so scared of this guy. And Ibby, who's in the back seat, one of our traveling crew here from Kandori and Murat, he texts me back in the group chat, and he goes, dude, please just keep talking to him about wrestling.
Keep him talking.
That was my goal. That was my whole role, was just keep him talking about wrestling.
What was the bit about him having a refrigerator in his car?
When he goes on his 19-hour trips.
Because he drove to New York City from here.
Yeah.
In Kansas City, Kansas/Missouri. And because he had to go see like a Monday Night Raw or some sort of pay-per-view.
I think it was a pay-per-view with Cena.
Okay.
And so he drove, and he had a mini fridge in the back seat, like so he could not have to stop because he doesn't stop. So he just like packs some food and just gets after it.
That's dedication.
He drove, went to the event, and drove back.
I mean, what a wacky guy that was.
He was a lot. So here's my quick pay off the tees real quick.
Oh, yes, of course.
Who was it?
Cameron Diaz.
So I did an event where I hosted for Cal Ripken Jr. the Ripken Senior Uncorked event going back several weeks ago in Annapolis. And the guests of honor that night were Good Charlotte, the Madden brothers, the twin brothers who are from Waldorf, who are huge Orioles fans. Well, I'm sitting at one point. This is going to be such a big-time sentence I'm about to say. I'm going to drop a few names on you. So I'm sitting in what is effectively like a green room before the event, and it's me, Cal Ripken Jr., and then the Madden brothers from Good Charlotte. And we're all just like chopping it up, talking, and I'm talking about like stuff at my house or whatever. And then one of the brothers was like, yeah, dude, my wife has always got to be doing stuff. We've renovated every bathroom and every, all our kitchen, and every time, we've got nothing going on, we got to do another room. And he's just doing normal, like, guy complaining about his wife making a house a home thing. You know what I'm saying?
Sure.
And so it's like this, we're all just throwing out stuff like, oh, dude, my wife does this. And he's like, yeah, my wife does this. And so finally, late in this conversation, he's like, it's actually been a lot better lately because she's acting again. She's like been out of the house, so like that creative bone that in her body or whatever is getting, that itch is getting scratched. So like it's been way less craziness at the house of doing projects. And it just kind of dawned on me. I'm like, I should Google who this guy's actor. I wonder if I've ever heard of her. He's married to Cameron Diaz.
Married to Cameron Diaz.
And we're just complaining about our wives. You know what I'm saying?
The old ball and chain. You mean Cameron Diaz?
Right. And so the other guy who's talking about his wife, I'm like, then David Rubenstein, the owner of the Orioles, meets them, and he's like, what's it like to have more famous wives than you? And I'm like, wait a second. Who's the other guy married to? So I look up the other Madden brother, Nicole Richie. So they're married to Cameron Diaz and Nicole Richie, and we're all just sitting around.
Just a couple of schlubs.
Swapping stories about our wives, and he's like,
hilarious.
Yeah, my wife does that. But anyway, yeah, they've been married for like 15 years or something.
I didn't realize that.
Yeah, I didn't know it either. Had no clue. Grant and Danny on the Fan. The Blitz is next. We'll give away Caps tickets as soon as we come back.
This update is brought to you by Baldino's Lock and Key, your hometown security team. Visit baldinos.com. In the NFL, the Commanders fell to 3-5 with their loss to the Chiefs yesterday, 28-7. Jaden Daniels, an update from Dan Quinn today, said that he went through a workout on Sunday and said he plans on him being a part of the practice plan this week. Chiefs running back Isaiah Pacheco left the game early yesterday with an MCL sprain. He is considered week to week. Hockey tonight, the Caps taking on the Stars in Dallas. 8:30 puck drop near the game right here on the Fan. Dylan Strome and Rasmus Sandin are out for Washington. In the NBA, the Wizards taking on the Sixers at home tonight. 7 p.m. tip-off. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. World Series last night, tied for the longest World Series game ever. 18 innings. The Dodgers beat the Blue Jays 6-5 to take a 2-1 series lead. Game 4 tonight at 8 o'clock. Baldino's Lock and Key is your hometown security team for auto keys and fobs. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today. For more info, visit baldinos.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
You can listen to Grant and Danny all over the DMV on our flagship 106.7. We're also live for a couple of more hours in Richmond, AM 910, FM 105.1. Take us with you wherever you are. You can pause, rewind the show via the app. It's available free and wherever you are, coast to coast, the Odyssey app, and you can watch us in high definition on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube channel. Let's give away some Caps tickets as promised. Caller number 10 at 800-636-1067. Right now, you are winning 2 tickets to see your Capitals Friday, October 31st. Halloween this week against they're playing New York, actually. Hockey Halloween presented by Duncan. Spooky Vibes. Take over Capital One Arena. For tickets and the complete Cap schedule, visit thefanddc.com/events.
We are brought to you exclusively by the law firm of Condor and Murad. They can help you draft your last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today by visiting kmlawyers.com. And be sure to let them know that we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com.
We'll get to the Commanders in just a few. Want to talk about that classic World Series game last night as well. All in our blitz. Let's start off on the ice. Katie Florio does a great job for the Capitals Radio Network. Katie, last time out for the Caps was UGLY. Just a really, really poor performance on Saturday night. But more importantly, it sounds like Dylan Strome avoided a serious injury. What can you tell us about that? What's going on with Rasmus Sandin's health as well?
Yeah, I mean, unfortunately, the injury details are pretty tight-lipped. We do know that Rasmus was placed on the IR yesterday, but that obviously is retroactive to Tuesday. So if all goes well, he could potentially be back Friday against the Islanders. And then, yes, for Dylan Strome, they have not announced what body part. We just know from, lower body, and then obviously from his reaction, is it an ankle, is it a knee, is it a groin? I think the way he kind of came up and really couldn't put pressure on it could have been any of those things. But I think the fact that he's listed as day-to-day is definitely a relief, because we were all holding our breath there. So definitely not ideal circumstances for the Capitals. And yeah, you mentioned just a clunker, one where, you want to burn the tape after a game like that. But if anything, last year we talked about the response of this team and the winning record that they do have after a loss. And so tonight's just another night to go out and prove that that was a one-off and that they are still this consistent team that we know.
Yeah, Katie, not to harp on the negative, because you're right. Over 82 games, it sort of folds into the fabric. Every team's got off afternoons or off nights, etc. But there now it's kind of 2 through, what has it been, 9 games or so that they've played, down to 10 games. There have been that Vancouver first couple of periods and this one against Ottawa. When it's not going well, what is it versus when they're on their P's and Q's?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's been starts and, some of the play defensively that we've seen as well. I know Charlie Lindgren was visibly frustrated after the game in Ottawa, and no, it wasn't a great game from him, but that's now Ottawa and then back to Vancouver, where the team has come out and they've been flat in front of him. Turnovers, miscues, like I said, just some sloppy play defensively. And so they certainly haven't helped him out. And Tarek El-Bashir and I were talking on this week's Monumental Ring Report show that we recorded. And I think, you could describe this start as a roller coaster. There's been other games, Minnesota, where, they were so tight defensively, a really, really strong start. The New York Rangers. And so it does make you wonder. I don't know if there's an explanation as to why it's been so back and forth this year. The injuries, of course, aren't helping. And even prior to the injuries, we were still seeing some line shakeups. We were seeing, all right, sort of now at center, Protas going up and down lines. And so I think it's taken some time to try to get some consistency and get some things set in stone. But you got to hope that, after these 10 to 15 games that you do start to see that consistency, or else it could be a long season.
6-3 for the Capitals to this point. It's pretty much where they want to be. They're at the Dallas Stars 5-3-1 tonight. They'll drop the puck in the 8 o'clock hour local time. What do we need to know about the game?
Well, another milestone watch, that's for sure. And if we know anything about Alex Ovechkin, he certainly doesn't love to drag it out. So you could be watching history tonight with 900 possibly being witnessed down there in Dallas. But back to the goaltending. Logan Thompson making his 50th start as a Capital tonight, and we can't say enough good things about what he has done since putting on the Washington sweater. He was the fastest Capital ever to his 36 wins, in 50 games is the most of any player in franchise. And so you got to think that he's going to come out ready again and try to bounce back. He's an ultra competitive guy. And you'll see Connor McMichael on that top line now with Ryan Leonard and Alex Ovechkin, at least to start the game. I think Ryan Leonard has certainly been a bright spot this season. I think there's a lot of expectation on him last year, and a lot of people jumping the gun with, when he came in April and playoffs, and why isn't he producing like this stud we knew him to be? But, it's a hard league, and it's a lot to come in at 20 years old. And so now he has a full off season, a full training camp under his belt. You can just see in the locker room every day, like, he's settled in. He kind of knows what's going on now, and it's not just learning the ropes. And so his swagger is the word that Carver used this morning that really sets him apart, and that's just a confidence that he's confident to begin with, but coming into tonight with a 4-game point streak, I think you can really start to see him feeling like, he has things under control and under his belt.
Katie, thank you as always. We'll talk soon.
Thank you.
You got it. Let's hit that MLB sounder, please, Topes. Our guy Kyle Glazer, Foul Territory Network. That was a long and unbelievably excellent World Series game last night. Try to quantify it for us, Kyle.
Well, it was the longest World Series game by innings, or I should say tied for the longest World Series game by innings in Major League history, and the second longest World Series game by time in Major League history. So we certainly were looking at a game we have seen the likes of very, very rarely in Major League Baseball's history, but it was exciting. There's definitely a little bit of a lull there and in some of the middle teens innings, but Freddie Freeman once again with a walk-off home run to win a World Series game at home for the second year in a row. Special stuff all the way around.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Toby, our producer, was in Eastern time texting us that he was still awake watching it, so kudos to him, as me and Darius were in Central time fighting the good fight to stay up for that game. But man, oh man, was it special. And it's one of those that you'll remember where you were watching it forever, and the ending was fitting with Freddie Freeman. It's just funny to me, Kyle, watching at one point, and it ended up working out, but the Blue Jays intentionally walk Shohei Ohtani, then intentionally walk Mookie Betts. So it's like, okay, IBB an MVP, IBB an MVP, to face Freddie Freeman earlier in the game before he hit the walk-off, who's also an MVP. They're just inevitable, man. I don't know what you're supposed to do.
And that's the thing with the Dodgers. Yes, they have this incredible amount of high-end talent, but they also have depth. You talk about those 3 MVPs at the top of the lineup, then you have Will Smith, probably the best hitting catcher in baseball. Oh, Teoscar Hernandez, one of the more productive outfielders in baseball in recent years. They have so many guys they can pull from. And even look how they were able to take some really, really talented starters and put them in the bullpen, guys like Emmett Sheehan and Roki Sasaki. Yes, the Dodgers have superstars, but they also just have this incredible depth. makes it very, very, very difficult to hang on against them both over the course of a 162-game season and these long types of postseason games, as we've seen a couple of times now.
How about Shohei Ohtani last night? Who's going to start this evening for the Dodgers on base 9 times?
Look, this was true when Shohei Ohtani was in Anaheim. He is the most uniquely talented player in Major League Baseball history. That's been true for years. Now, some people will argue best player in history. I think there's something to be said for longevity, but in terms of pure talent, we have never seen a player like this in Major League Baseball history, and that's been true for years. And he just keeps raising the bar. You talk about what he did in the NLCS with 6 scoreless innings, 10 strikeouts, 3 for 3 with 3 homers. Then he goes out and reaches base 9 times in a World Series game, and he set himself up to do that by hitting 2 doubles and 2 homers to a point where the opposing team was too afraid to pitch to him. We are witnessing greatness on the scale of a Ted Williams, Willie Mays, Babe Ruth, and it is really important to appreciate what we're watching and just how rare and special this is.
What does last night's game do for tonight's game in terms of pitching, availability, and the whole nine?
Yeah, look, every man on this team, on these two teams, they're saying the same thing. Hey, it's the World Series. You know, we're going to go out there and we're going to give it our all regardless of how long Game 3 took. But from a practical standpoint, in a lot of ways, this is going to come down to which of Shohei Ohtani and Shane Bieber can stay on the mound the longest. Both these teams really, really, really need deep outings from their starters just to give their bullpens a rest so they don't have to go out and use 4 or 5 relievers. They can keep it to 1 or 2. I do think that will be what determines the winner tonight, whichever starting pitcher lasts the longest.
It's crazy to think they're getting right back on the field now. 2 straight nights after that marathon, playing 2 games yesterday. Kyle Glaser, Foul Territory Network, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
My pleasure. Anytime, guys.
Yeah, be good. All right, let's talk football. Tashawn Reed covers the Commanders for the Washington Post. Tashawn, you covered this division. You covered the Raiders. You've been to Arrowhead. You know the environment. Washington handled it well early and didn't really have false start penalties or a lot of that offensive procedural stuff they had against Dallas, and they still lost by 21. What went wrong in the second half?
I think it was just a matter of the defense wearing down. You know, as you mentioned, they got that good start, forced a couple of turnovers early, but the offense really didn't capitalize, get themselves the cushion that they needed in the second half. And, you're only going to keep the Chiefs bottled up for so long. It's sort of inevitable in that way. Once they started the second half with the touchdown drive, and then, Jalen Lane made the mistake on the kickoff return, sending them back at the 2-yard line, you can kind of feel it coming at that point. If the offense couldn't capitalize and, when it wasn't able to avoid,
Let's throw him on hold if we can and see if we can work out the cell phone breaking up a little bbit. Tashawn Reed of the Washington Post breaking down the Commanders and the Chiefs with us. I'm looking up some of the numbers on the Mariota touchdown throw, by the way, to Terry McLaurin, 11-yard touchdown pass. 2.4 seconds lob ball hanging in the air. He caught it 0.3 yards from the sideline when the ball arrived. A 29% catch probability. It was an unbelievable grab.
Everything about it.
I still don't get why Mariota lobbed it like that.
He was moving to the left to evade whether it was pressure or where the rush was coming from, and then knew McLaurin was breaking back across. So I don't know that he thought if he tried to drive it in there, maybe somebody could break on it, or otherwise basically just threw it to a spot where only one guy was going to go get it.
But he made it an almost impossible catch.
Well, yeah.
When we were watching and from our view, I mean, Terry was wide open from the middle of the end zone all the way to the sideline, and just any kind of normal throw with any kind of normal trajectory is a better ball. But yeah, he made it the toughest catch possible.
And McLaurin made it to his credit. I mean, blades of grass barely touching the tippy toe. If he's wearing a half shoe size too small, it's not a catch for a touchdown. But that's the whole point, is there's no margin for error. If Kansas City gets backed up, doesn't matter. You dump it off to Rashee Rice, and he's just, knocking a couple people into the dirt on his way to the end zone. Or even if you have something blocked up and you actually have or covered, Travis Kelce stays in as a blocker, still gets 40 against you. Or you have Mahomes flushed out of the pocket and Kareem Hunt, who's staying in as a blocker, then can break free for a touchdown. 3 of their touchdowns or major plays in the game weren't part of design, weren't part of scheme, etc., whereas Washington's able to get one quite literally by the skin of their toes.
Yeah, in the game, Travis Kelce goes 6 for 99, had catches of 38 and 31. The 38-yarder, to your point, Danny, was just perfect. execution of two guys being on the same page. I'm pretty sure Kelsey was not even supposed to be running a route on that play.
No, he wasn't. He was in the block.
Right, but a lot of times, you stay in the block until you free release. I don't even think there was like a release on that play. I think he was in there waiting. It was about 4 seconds after the snap that he kind of turns around like, does he still have the ball? And then he just leaks out into space with nobody within 30 yards. That's really, really hard to defend. To see Rashee Rice get his numbers, that's expected against this defense. I think 9 for 93 and a touchdown for him. He ended up scoring, you thought, twice in the game because of an earlier near touchdown, but it was just the one score. And a running game standpoint, they got it going in the second half eventually with Pacheco and Hunt, but they did a really good job in the first half. A lot of the things they did terribly against the Cowboys, whatever they did during the week worked with their preparation. They got the takeaways, they stopped the run, they held the Chiefs down to 7 points in the first 2 quarters. It just went away as the game went on and as the Chiefs started to protect the football, because it wasn't like they were punting in the first half. They were moving the ball. They were just turning it over. When Washington stopped getting the takeaways, they started giving up points.
It was a matter of time because Kansas City was going to find your soft spot. In other words, wherever you thought you might be able to do something, Washington did early. They were harassing Mahomes. The one interception, it was an unbelievable play by Lattimore. The other, good luck, good fortune, which happens to teams sometimes, ball off Kelsey's hands. If you're Kansas City, you would take that chance every time. A ball that hits Travis Kelce in the hands ends up as usually a catch and a first down. That time interception for Washington. But the pressure they were able to put on Mahomes and those 2 turnovers, it was a matter of time before that offense got going. That doesn't make me feel as badly. Like when a terrible offense, an objectively bad offense moves it against you, you go, what a disaster. Bet you Kansas City does that next week too against Buffalo. Bet you they do it against most of the teams they're going to play from here on out. It's the fact that Washington sort of lost answers, lost responses, and that's the way it felt on both sides of the ball.
That there is your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny. 40 minutes from now, we'll talk to Bill. Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt stops by for a Q&A after a 28-7 loss to the Kansas City Chiefs. We'll go inside the locker room with Krosky-Merritt today on Grant and Danny. Next, though, let's take a look at the conference and division standings and how things stack up for Washington. They are creating quite a hole to dig themselves out of. Just how big is it? We'll look at that next on The Fan.
I'm Toby Altizer with your sports update on the Fan. This update is brought to you by Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana. In the NFL, the Commanders fell to 3-5 with their loss to the Chiefs yesterday, 28-7. An update on Jaden Daniels today from Dan Quinn. He said he went through a workout on Sunday, said he plans on him being a part of the practice plan this week. Also coming out of yesterday's game, Chiefs running back Isaiah Pacheco is considered week to week with an MCL sprain. Hockey tonight, the Caps back in action. 8:30 puck drop in Dallas against the Stars. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Dylan Strome and Rasmus Sandin are out. For the Wizards, they'll take on the Sixers tonight at home. 7 p.m. tip-off. Can hear that game over on the Team 980. World Series Game 4 following the marathon 18-inning Dodgers 6-5 win over the Blue Jays last night. The 8 o'clock first pitch for Game 4 tonight. Dodgers lead the series 2-1. Shane Bieber takes on Shohei Ohtani. When the heat's on and you need a game-winning drive, call Foley Mechanical, your trusted team for heating, cooling, and radiator repair in D.C., Maryland, and Virginia. Locally owned, never franchised. Foley Mechanical, proudly installing Amana systems. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
On site in Kansas City at our Odyssey headquarters, we're coming home tonight. We'll fly back this evening and be in studio in D.C. at 2 o'clock tomorrow for our Wednesday show. I actually sneaky love the short week of radio, though. We had one of these after the Bears game when Washington took on Chicago and lost at home. That was still the most disappointing loss of the season and kind of set them in this tailspin. But from a radio standpoint, you're on to the next. Like, well, tomorrow's our Wednesday
no
show.
time to lick wounds, right?
Thursday, we're going to be looking ahead to Seattle, and next thing you know, it's the weekend again, and here we go. For a team, it's terrible because in the cases of Laramie Tunsil and Javon Kinlaw and Johnny Newton and these guys like Terry McLaurin who came out of the game with injuries last night, there is no time to really heal, get ready, and feel 100% again. So I have empathy for Washington. But from the standpoint of a fan who wants to get this taste out of your mouth and watch another football game, there is something cool about keeping it moving here after a 28-7 loss.
Yeah, the right back on the horse theory, or you fall off your bike, get right back on, and that sounds good. But you're also talking about something that needs time and rehab work in terms of injury, getting guys back healthy. But yeah, listen, we talk about this all the time, and Mike Rizzo would talk about this for years with the Nationals. Nobody feels sorry for you. They don't care if you got one guy out or nobody. They're still going to play and try to beat you. That's the deal. That's what's happening. Like for Seattle, they're going, nice. We might not have to play Kinlaw, and maybe McLaurin's not 100%. That they're doing the same thing on Seattle radio that we might do if Jackson Smith and Jigbo was walking wounded or something to that effect. So the league is unforgiving. There's no patience and nobody cares. You've got such a tiny, tiny sample to get right. And if you drop this game, which is not crazy, you're underdogs against a team that's pretty damn good in Seattle, 5-2, off of a bye week, you are 3-6, dude.
Think about how low the bar is based on what I'm about to say about this defense last night. I felt so much better watching this game than I did the Cowboys game defensively. Now, you could say, well, of course, they didn't give up a point in the first quarter and they'd given up 7 in the first half. How could you not have felt good about the defense? Because they gave up 6.5 yards per play, which would rank 32 over a full season. Because they gave up 432 yards in a game where the Chiefs shut it down for the last 8 or so minutes of the game. They could have, had they have wanted to, gone for 500 yards last night. I really believe that. Luckily, they weren't that interested because they would have gone on a 4th touchdown drive in the second half for 70 or more. So you say, well, what do you feel better about? I feel better about 2 things. First, I feel better about the fact that they did make personnel changes, that they did something different, that they stopped banging their head against the wall and looking for a different result. Now, I think some of it was out of necessity. I don't think they moved Frankie Louvu to the edge and put Jordan McGee out there because suddenly they had an epiphany and thought, this is something we should try. I think they did it because of the injury to Dorrance Armstrong, the lack of talent and pass rush off of the edge. And they said, our best rusher now in that spot is Luvu, and we've got McGee who could play more and provide speed. But regardless, we finally got the change I was looking for. We finally got to see that. I like that they played Tyler Owens with his length. You know, a guy that just takes up more space and with his arms can get on tight ends and can run with Kelce, particularly in the first half. I actually thought he did a really good job on Travis Kelce when he was in man coverage early going last night. So trying some different things on defense. Didn't all work on every single play. I get it, but that's a win for me. And then they actually took the ball away, Danny. One of those was a freak, lucky, fortuitous bounce, but you're owed some of those because you haven't gotten enough of those. You are supposed to get a handful of those in a year, and you're halfway through and you hadn't gotten any. So ball bounces right off the hands of the Hall of Famer Travis Kelce up into the air and into the waiting arms of Bobby Wagner. That's one where you just kind of accept the gift. But the Lattimore play, and Lattimore wasn't overly noticeable in a negative way last night, by the way, which is encouraging, but he made an exceptional play on the sideline. He was in phase, he was covering, he jumped a route, he made a really good play on a ball that, honestly, Mahomes shouldn't have thrown. Going back and watching, he doesn't have a back shoulder throw there. The DB doesn't have his back to him, so there's no real reason to throw a back shoulder ball there. He tries to fit it in anyway, and Lattimore makes a spectacular early career Marshawn Lattimore play. So there was enough there for me defensively, where for a half you turned him over, you kept him mostly off the scoreboard, where I feel a lot better. But if you just watch the second half, that was as bad at 2 quarters in terms of getting stops, yards per play as they played. I think Mahomes in the second half was something like, 15 of 18 for 200 yards passing or something.
And it felt like more than that, to be honest with you, with some of those big chunks that they had. Yeah, I think you prefaced it and said the quiet part or the most important part, and then went into your analysis. The bar is so low that ... We could sit here and celebrate these minor things where I got to see Jordan McGee some, or isn't it nice that they played Tyler Owens more? None of them are answers. It's not as if that, once they start playing these guys and once, Jonathan Jones gets more time or, they made Noah inactive. But if he plays more, then anything or everything is fixed. Nothing's fixed, but slight, part-time, temporary, subtle improvements for a couple of possessions. That's how low the bar is for this defense at this stage. Now, again, some of it is terrible luck with injury. When you think of Wise, you think of Dorrance Armstrong, where you're not going to be as good without those guys. No team would be able to. You take off your best pass rusher off of a team, regardless of how you got him, whether it's a first-round pick or it's, Cleveland loses Myles Garrett, that defense is worse. Name your squad. It's going to be harder to generate that pass rush. Totally understand that. I get it. But the guys that you are counting on that are going to be here, that are part of it, were 100% part of your plan, right? Quan Martin, Marshawn Lattimore, go through your secondary. These are not part-time starters. This is not your Reed Dowdy corollary. This was the plan. Guys that were the plan are still helpless to sort of deal with the continued counterpunches. And that to me is just a reminder of, as good as these adjustments, these relative fixes are, it made it from an F- to still an F, but it's in the 50s now instead of the teens.
Did it give you some hope about the trend and the trajectory of the defense at all?
No, and maybe I take the more cynical view. I guess my point is, or the thing that I said even after the Dallas game, and I think still applies, is it's not as if we're just missing that one tool from Home Depot and I can now rebuild my bathroom. You know what I mean? I don't have the ability to do it. I need a contractor to do it. If I want to renovate my bathroom, it's not I'm missing one Allen wrench, or I got to go to Home Depot and ask them, how do I make the socket fit? I can't do any of it. That's what it is to me, is no matter what small, subtle tweak of the guys on their roster they make, or a couple, let's communicate better, or let's simplify this, or let's play faster, or let's play better, the Dan Quinn stuff from last week, there aren't that many answers. You know what I mean? It just, to me, the build was wrong. I get why they tried to do it this way. It just hasn't worked. And I don't think there's anything that really will work, right? The adjustments early were good. That's awesome. Kansas City goes, oh, that's what they're doing. Watch this. We could go for 500 yards if we feel like it.
I wonder what the defense would look like if they were completely healthy. I'd love to be able to see that, because my guess is that while they'd be a lot better, particularly stopping the run, which we saw at the beginning of the season when all hands were on deck, I think they would still have major issues defending the pass if everybody was available. But they seem to think that Will Harris's injury at safety who's this exceptional communicator who gets everybody lined up correctly. It's funny to me, though, that a one-year guy on a contract for a few $1 million
is that indispensable?
Is like this irreplaceable. He goes down, and now nobody can communicate, and everybody's confused on the back end. I mean, then that guy should have gotten a pretty significant pay over 4 years or something by somebody. It shouldn't have been a 1 year handful of $1 million contract. But I definitely realized watching him at training camp. I remember the scrimmage that they had, being out there that day for, I think they called it Burgundy against Gold. It was like a big deal when they didn't have their joint practices with the Ravens. And I thought he was maybe the best player on the field in that scrimmage. So I understand not having him hurts for sure. But I think where they're really paying the price with the injuries is defending the run. Last night, as Pacheco got going, 5 yards per carry, Hunt got going, 4.4 a pop. Mahomes ended up scrambling for 30 yards. He's number 2 in the league in scramble yards at quarterback. They were able to just shut off the run game early on and basically make teams one-dimensional.
And that was the plan. That was the design.
That's what they wanted to do. Now, without the size of Dietrich Wise, without Dorrance Armstrong, who can do both on the edge, without the size of Javonte Jean-Baptiste, with a D-tackle room that's banged up. Newton's been kind of in and out in games, and Kinlaw got banged up yesterday. Payne was on the injury report and was questionable until right before the game with the toe injury. So you got a bunch of guys that aren't quite right in the interior. They're getting run on. And it's kind of you get whatever you want now if you're an offense. You don't have to pick your poison. You just kind of call your play and it's going to work. But I do wonder if everybody was healthy, how they'd look. I just don't like that excuse as to why they're bad defensively. They had one really, really good game to start the year against the Giants when we all wondered, wow, are they about to be awesome on defense? They also played really, really well against a bad Raiders team at home until the last quarter or so of that game when Trey Tucker got off in the secondary. But that was when some of the issues started to get exposed on the back end. But really, the stopping the run problems have started over the last month in a big, big way.
It's not interior runs. I mean, sometimes guys get theirs in there, but for the most part, I'll take my chances if Kinlaw, Payne, Goldman, Newton, and kind of the rotation are available. That's the area where they're okay.
It that way with all that size. They just throw a bunch of smart cars into the middle, and you got to go somewhere else.
That's the area where it's fine. It's the off tackle stuff. It's anything misdirection that bows outside. They just don't have the support. They don't have the guys that can run to get there, Wagner or otherwise. And that's where you could see some of those hits where, think of Pacheco moving right last night. Starts inside, is able to bounce and bounce a little bit more. Next thing you know, he's scampering in that weird running style for 10, for 13, etc. As an interior running defense, I still think they're pretty good. But teams go, we'll do that enough to show it, but we don't have to do it very often, right? We'll do it just enough to keep you guys honest, but our success is on the outside. And I think that was the case a lot of times last year where you're running at Dante Fowler and trying to make a bunch of people have to flow and chase and make cornerbacks tackle and safeties kind of come up, and they can't do it consistently, I don't think. And unless they commit, and then you'll never guess what's available, whatever you want in the passing game. So again, they're the little kids standing in front of the leaky dam with too many holes to fill. They can't stop everything.
I want to talk tomahawk chop next, because whatever amount that you thought the Chiefs did it or leaned into it, it's more. And I commented on this. I actually posted a video at Grant H. Paulson on Twitter and Instagram where the tomahawk chop was going on, and I'm kind of joning on it a little bit. And Chiefs fans think that it means that I want it canceled and I hate it and I think it shouldn't happen or whatever. Really, I just want everyone to acknowledge the hypocrisy that you're playing the Commanders and you run out of a arrowhead-shaped we have the inflatable helmet. They have an arrowhead-shaped thing and stage, and they do the tomahawk chop the entire game. And you're called the Chiefs. And I just want anyone, just one person, whenever they're ready, to acknowledge any kind of hypocrisy that they're willing to. A football conversation today, ongoing on a Tuesday after a bad loss, is presented by Paramount Plus. You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today. You're listening to The Fan. So it took almost 3 hours and some help from Toby, but the dots have finally been connected on the musical selection today. Yesterday, took us a little while to figure out. You and I are kind of looking at each other like, what is he playing?
Just coffee shop ballads, like acoustic deep cuts from Tay-Tay.
Overdoing the rejoin excitement just to wake people up as they were falling asleep, where I'm like, and you're back live!
Welcome back!
But today, I'm going, well, these are a little more upbeat, but what are these songs? I don't understand. Apparently, it's all people beefing with Taylor Swift. So we've had Katy Perry, some Joe Jonas, some John Mayer, which I don't know if they're beefing or just ex-lovers, but apparently it's all
never mind.
It's people that have had issues with Taylor Swift.
Oh, I see. How about that? You could have given me 10 shows, and I wouldn't have put that together.
That's pretty.
Without not even a hint, with like a specific explanation.
Deep cut, though. Toby Altizer, boys and girls.
These are people, not the Katy Perry division, but the other dudes, they dated Taylor Swift in the past?
Joe Jonas certainly did. John Mayer absolutely has. I believe there's other musicians on that list, Tobes, if you need some more music, because I think he's kind of running out of some options here.
Okay.
But yeah, John Mayer, Waiting on the World to Change. I haven't heard that one yet. I don't really know any other John Mayer songs.
I know the one where Your Body's a Wonderland.
Ooh, that's a good one.
That's a John Mayer.
Yeah, certainly is. You know what was a wonderland last night? Was Arrowhead Stadium, where the tomahawk chop, early, often, constant.
All the time.
Now, here's what I'm willing to say about my anger about the tomahawk chop. First things first, I don't want them to stop doing it necessarily. I don't think they should have to stop doing it, per se. I'm not trying to cancel the tomahawk chop here. I know Chiefs fans thought when I posted a video that I was, because they're very upset at me and calling me all type of names and telling me who I vote for and whatever else. That isn't really what I'm suggesting. What I'm pointing out is the hypocrisy of the Washington Commanders playing a game at Arrowhead Stadium where the Chiefs run out of the tunnel through an arrowhead and the tomahawk chop is done all night long. And in some places, like supposedly in Kansas City, they had this movement several years ago where they told their fans, don't do the tomahawk chop anymore. We're going to play the music, and you guys do this thing where you just close your fist and act like you're like swinging a hammer. That's what we're going to do now. And it's the same as playing Hail to the Redskins after a touchdown when they became the Commanders. And you go, sing this song. And you give them new lyrics, and everyone goes, oh, cute, thank you. And then they go, Hail to the Redskins. And they just do what they want.
Yeah, we don't do the barbershop quartet. Fight for our Commanders. No, we're not doing that.
So, but the Chiefs fans that I've talked to out here and the radio people that I talked to out here are very much willing to quickly tell you how they made an attempt to stop doing the tomahawk chop. There's only one way to stop doing the tomahawk chop if you really want to stop doing it. Stop playing the song. Stop leaning into it. Stop having it be kind of the entire point of the night at the stadium.
Yeah, if you don't play it on the organ, if you don't have now the ceremonial drum banging guy to get everyone going for the tomahawk chop.
Right.
You see what I'm saying?
That's how they start the night at kickoff.
You made a very valid attempt there. Not at all. It's obvious.
Eric Fisher, their former top tackle, joined the drum line or whoever it was up with him, and he just starts banging this big drum, and he's like, do, 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 do. And then as soon as he does that, they play over the loudspeaker, and the whole stadium gets into it. And you think, okay, this is a cool way to start the game. Everyone's locked in. And then they do it again in 3 minutes, and then again in 9 minutes. All night long. So again, I'm not complaining. I'm just telling you that for the people that have forever shouted us down and said, oh, it's not that big of a deal. The team doesn't even acknowledge it. Like, the team doesn't want the fans doing that. It's the entire point of the night at the stadium, other than Mahomes to Kelsey, is to do the tomahawk chop. So let's just all acknowledge that and acknowledge the hypocritical nature of the Washington Commanders playing there last night as that was happening. If we're willing to do that, I'm willing to move on and stop bringing it up. But that's what I want, is that acknowledgement, which I'm still not getting. And so the comments are like, move on. Nope, not moving on. I'm not ready to do that yet. My thing changed because my owner sucked, got into a fight with the minority owners, stuff was getting taken out of the stores, and no one else has had to make that change. People will say the Indians changed. The owner decided, in an altruistic way, to change the name to Guardians. He was not forced by Major League Baseball in the same way that Washington was forced by the NFL to do it. But the thing that I would, my last thing on this is I got this picture sent to me last night by someone, and it was like, not allowed. And it was like the pictures of the Indians and the Redskins logos or whatever. And then the other ones are like the Blackhawks, which is, Chicago Blackhawks hockey, Chiefs and Braves, all the other stuff. Can we just stop pretending? That's all I'm asking is, this is not only not a problem, Danny, it is a source of pride. Like, they love it.
There are a million different angles to this. And my thing in life is I want balls and strikes called at all times on everything. Whatever our rules are, we need the rules applied evenly and equally to everyone. So that governs how I think about damn near everything. And so my point all along wasn't that one is good and one is bad, right? Or this, that, wherever you fell on the name debate, or you obviously thought this, or it was obviously that. I don't care, and I'm not trying to re-legislate it. The point that I was always trying to make was, let's say you believed our thing was bad. Totally fine. Reasonable position as far as I'm concerned. Whether you agree with that or not, I don't care. That's not the point of what I'm about to say. All I could tell you was, if this thing is a strike, the tomahawk chop, reducing hundreds and thousands upon thousands of people to a simple reductive act, the tomahawk chop. It's the most belittling, condescending, reductive thing that you could possibly have about anybody. Like, all anybody's known for is chop with that tomahawk and scalping people. That's what the action is. They're not throwing a forward pass, dude. It's the tomahawk chop. And it's done multiple places. I go, you could call mine a strike. That's thigh high, 97, down the middle. Even Angel Hernandez knows it's a strike. Lance Barksdale's gone, ha! Everybody knows. And somehow, mine's gone, that one stays and is promoted. That's the only point I have. Again, I don't care where you stand on what should have happened to Washington's name or otherwise. I'm also not one of the people that says that Redskins has to come back or I won't be a fan anymore. I've got a complicated position on that. I think a lot of people do. It's a very strange thing to love a team and hate its name so much that I won't even say it. But I'm also not a Redskins only person. Again, it's complicated. But my point is always, I don't care what we're talking about, where we're talking about, what it is. I need the rules applied evenly at all times. There is no circumstance on this earth where you draw a line, one side's okay, the other side's not okay. You've got not okay, a list of things. Then that one, the tomahawk chop promoted and done in that stadium, is on the other side. No way. And again, I'm not trying to get anything canceled. I'm anti-cancel. If you don't like it, don't do it. If you don't want to be a fan of the team because they do it, don't be a fan of the team because they do it. Do what you want. It's your fandom. I just can't. The hypocrisy is the perfect word. So I just can't. I can't stand it. Again, I'm not trying to take anything away from any fan.
Yeah. Right. I went into the studio like you did yesterday with the guys that do the midday show here in Kansas City, and I said as much to them. I don't want you guys not able to do the tomahawk chop. I'm just pointing out that I had to take my ball and go home because it was too late to shoot baskets, and you're still on the court shooting baskets. If you'll just acknowledge that, then I'll be less annoyed. But you can't even acknowledge it. It's such a whataboutism in this whole, like, well, your thing's worse. No. You guys don't just do it. Like, it'd be one thing if there was this huge attempt. I remember the Braves, for a few years, I'm pretty sure I have this right, stopped playing the music, whatever you call that. It's not
the
music,
prompt.
But,
yeah.
Right. They stopped playing the oh, and the fans would just do it anyway, naturally. And so after a little while, the Braves were like, all right, if they're going to do it, we're just going to play the music, and it's just going to have to be okay. If the Chiefs were doing a thing where they were making any attempt because the league was saying, guys, this isn't a great look, and we've got this. Look, we got the Redskins as Commanders, and there was a little more consistency, it would be less annoying. But it is viewed like NBC's telecast kicks off from the aerial shot on Sunday Night Football with like, look at this tradition. One of the great moments in the NFL.
Let's listen in.
You know, right? Wisconsin's got jump around.
Meanwhile, 7 years ago, I got Bob Costas taking his glasses off and lecturing me that I'm a terrible person.
Virginia Tech's got,
Enter Sandman, which they played last night, by the way. Tell you, Rick, about that? They stole that.
They stole that right out of the Virginia Tech playbook. Virginia Tech's got Enter Sandman. And here at Arrowhead, Let's listen in live as Grant and Danny, those racist jerks, sit in row 12 because they used to like the Redskins. Oh, and they're like, oh, it's great, Chris. Oh, this is the best. It's just so hypocritical. Acknowledge it. Acknowledge it. Now, do it. Like, Darius, you wanted to say something. What were you going to say?
I wasn't going to say anything. I was just laughing.
Oh, no. Earlier, you were like trying to. I thought you were on the mic, but no. Okay, that's fine.
Sorry.
That's fine.
That got weird.
Right then, it got weird.
Yeah. So that's where I'm at.
Yeah. I know what it sounds like. We're crusading for something. Like if we're being punished, I want someone else to be punished too. It's not necessarily that. It's I don't really know what I want here either. I mean, yeah, I'd like some acknowledgement to your point, but it's I don't really have an end game here.
We don't have to you don't have to explain it, and we don't have to want anything, in my opinion. Here's what it is. My dad walked into a room where me and my brother are acting up, and he sends me to my room, and then he takes my brother out to get a steak. I'm annoyed by that, and I'm going to point that out the next time I see him.
Yeah.
That's what's happening. Nothing has to happen.
Is that a specific incident you're referencing, by the way?
But that's
where
what
Ryan
happened.
got a steak and you had to go to your room?
No, but it might as well have. That's what just happened here. Maybe that's what Darius was going to point out. That time that the steak thing
That
happened.
Rhino got a steak and you got a room sentence?
Ja'Cory Krosky, Bill, a weekly appointment, 5 p.m. on Grant and Danny. We will talk to him about some of Washington's struggles yesterday next on The Fan.
The sports update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. In the NFL, the Commanders fell to 3-5 with their loss to the Chiefs yesterday. An update on Jaden Daniels from Dan Quinn today said that he went through a workout on Sunday and that he plans on him being a part of the practice plan this week for the Commanders. Chiefs running back Isaiah Pacheco left the game early. He's considered week to week with an MCL sprain. Hockey tonight, the Caps in action in Dallas taking on the Stars. 8:15 puck drop. Can hear it right here on the Fan. The Caps going to be without Dylan Strome and Rasmus Sandin. Basketball, the Wizards in action at Capital One Arena against the Sixers tonight, 7 o'clock over on the Team 980. And following last night's marathon 18-inning win, the Dodgers beat the Blue Jays 6-5. Game 4 tonight, the Dodgers taking a 2-1 series lead with the win last night. Shane Bieber takes on Shohei Ohtani. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
We're brought to you today live from Kansas City by the law firm Condori and Murad. They will help you with your last will and testament. They'll set up a living trust. They'll put together a medical power of attorney for you. Heck, if you're a couple of portly fellows doing a radio show, they'll bring you to KC, put you in an Airbnb, and get you tickets 12 rows from the field, because those are the kind of guys they are. Schedule a free consultation with their attorneys today at kmlawyers.com, and be sure to tell them we sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. Again, a huge thank you to their team for taking such good care of us out here in Kansas City, where we were at Arrowhead Stadium last night. Just an amazing atmosphere for NFL football in prime time. Let's go to the Ruud Guest Hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And welcome onto the show, the starting tailback for your Washington Commanders, rookie running back, Jacory Krosky Merritt. Bill, it is good to have you back on the show. How are you, man?
I'm good. How you doing?
Good, buddy.
Doing very well. Sure you're tired. I know you got back very, very late. You're getting through this Tuesday after a tough loss. How is the kind of the psyche and the morale with the team after a third straight setback and a tough one last night on the road?
I mean, it's definitely rough, but like during times like this, you just gotta grind it out and know that we still got 9 more games left. So I mean, it's too late to look back now. I mean, we just got to take advantage of every opportunity we get.
Can you go into that a little bit? Because I think that's a really good point. As fans, we look at the next game and we go, oh, well, this could happen, and then their record will be this. For you guys, I know you go one game at a time, but you really do view this as 9 left, and you probably think, hey, we could win any one of these, and then we're 12-5 at the end of this thing. Like, what is the mindset for you guys on that?
That's definitely the mindset. I don't think nobody going to lay down, and I know no one's going to lay down, and so we got 9 more games, like I said, and that's the mindset. Like we just can't like let advantages slip away from us. So we just got to capitalize on the games that we have left.
Speaking of mindset, I wonder this. During a game, like Javon Kinlaw desperately trying to make a play on Patrick Mahomes, dives, ends up hurting his shoulder. Laremy Tunsil is desperate to try to get back on the field. His hamstrings obviously wouldn't let him do that. What's it like watching teammates fight so hard to try to play and then not have them able to play? Just walk me through your mindset and emotions while your teammates are trying to give everything they have just to get back on the field.
I mean, I feel like that's what we do. We're competitors, and I mean, we around each other 24/7 throughout the week. So I mean, we never want to let each other down, and like that's our job, and that's something like everyone takes serious, and we'll never lay down or want to be out because something's bothering us and our body's not allowing us to go back. But it's like the mindset that those guys have that, man, I'm still gonna do this for my teammates.
Jacory Krosky Merritt on Grant and Danny, our weekly appointment at 5 p.m. with Bill here on The Fan. the last few weeks, the run game numbers have fallen off a little bit. And from my eye, and you could tell me what you think, but it's just not as much room for you. It's not like you're missing things or you're not hitting things. You're getting hit at the line, you're getting hit in the backfield. What has changed? It seems like teams have really made an adjustment. You guys are still very high ranked as a rushing team, I think number 4 in the league, but you've been number 1 until a couple weeks ago. It looks like the well's dried up a little bit. So A, what's gone differently? And then B, how do you get it going again?
I feel like we just gotta go out there and play and do better at what we do. And I feel like that's the bottom line. We just gotta be better. I know me personally. I know I watched film and I was like, I could have did this. I mean, like I'm here for a reason, and everything's not going to be blocked up perfect. But like me just like being a competitor, I feel like I just gotta make more plays and just dial in a little bit more like than I have already been. So
when you say that, when you're watching the tape, Bill, are you saying like on a run you go, oh man, if I would have just made this cut or if I would have done this a little differently? Is that how you're evaluating it when you're talking about your own performance?
Oh yeah, for sure, and yeah, that's basically it. Just I mean, I'm definitely very hard on myself when it comes to things like that. But I mean, yeah, it's definitely stuff that we just have to clean up in the run game for us to be successful. And I mean, that's something we're gonna work at.
Jacory Krosky-Merritt with us here on Grant and Danny. So we were at the game last night, had pretty good seats, and were able to kind of see a lot of the action and the way it was looking. It seemed to us, you know, as we're watching, to Grant's point, Kansas City was really like coming up to the line of scrimmage, a bunch of guys in the box against some of those run looks, and you know you're sort of fighting for your life just to get a couple of yards here and there. Did it felt like? I don't want to say they had a good scouting report and they kind of knew what you guys were about a little bit, but did it feel like maybe you guys were a step behind, or did it feel like they had a good plan against you guys in terms of stopping the run?
Definitely want to give them credit. They came, had a lot of energy on defense, but we just got to execute. I feel like that's the bottom line. We got to execute and score more points for our defense, and I feel like things will take care of itself.
Jacory Krosky-Merritt with us on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. Give us this insight, Bill, in the locker room at halftime, what that's like. You guys in the first half, it's 0-0 after a quarter, then it's 7-7 after the second quarter, and we're like, darn, okay, they're hanging with the Chiefs. Let's go. Second half was very different, but like there's not a lot of time. I think it's something like you guys, by the time you get back to the locker room and come back out, it's like 9 minutes or something like that you guys are in there. How does that actually work? Do you guys break into position groups? Does the running backs coach talk to you, or is it the OC to the whole offense, or does Dan address the team? What is the halftime itinerary?
I mean, we wasn't happy that it was. I mean, we know we can play with anybody, so like us being tied up 7-7, it really wasn't a surprise. I want to get that out there, but we just coming in, making adjustments, knowing that still treating it like it's 0-0 on the scoreboard, not too high, not too low, and it was. That's basically it. Just going in there and talking about what we see and saying it's 0-0, and we just gotta execute more. So that's kind of like what's going on.
But like, who are you in? Just a group of small groups of positions, or is it the whole team together? How does it work?
It's both.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So like you start, Dan addresses you, or maybe vice versa, and then you get into a smaller group and like, here's what we're seeing, here's how they're blitzing, let's do this in pass pro or whatever. So it's like there's multiple sessions with different groups, it sounds like.
Correct, yeah, just a typical halftime when teams go make adjustments.
Gotcha. Jacory Krosky-Merritt with us here on G&D. So early on, you guys were moving the football. That first drive, it was clinical. It was something beautiful to watch. You know, that loud environment. I want to ask you about that too in a minute. But what happens when one of your best players, a playmaker, a guy that I would say, let's get the ball in this guy's hands every time, always in that same spot. Deebo Samuel has a mistake. It bounces off his hands. Interception kind of kills the drive. What's it like immediately after that there on the sideline, knowing that you guys were successful, moving the football, but then kind of have that deflating moment? What's it like in the immediate aftermath there on the sideline?
So that's football.
Right.
Nobody mad. We know going into the game it's going to be good and bad. So, I mean, nobody mad. We all know what he do. We all know what he brings to this offense. So, I mean, nobody looked at it, nobody sideways, not one bit. Still early, and, I mean, like I said, it don't matter what happened. Like, we all got each other back at the end of the day. And yeah, that's basically it. I mean, it's football at the end of the day, so we know it's a long game. Like, okay, that play behind us, like, we still got 4 more quarters. Like, this is just the first quarter, and our defense end up giving us the ball back. So, I mean, nobody really looked at that.
Bill, I know that you are a student of the game and the history of the game. We've talked to you about studying old running backs and different things. You've now been able to play Lambeau Field earlier this year and Arrowhead Stadium, the two most historical NFL venues that there are. Last night was my first time ever going to Arrowhead in 20-plus years covering the league, and it was awesome. I loved it. Just such a cool experience. What did you make of the stadium and the noise and the atmosphere, and did it live up to the hype for you?
Yeah, it was definitely a great stadium, great football weather, felt good. The fans was loud, and I mean, it was everything that you dream of, like when you was a child. So, I mean, it was definitely fun playing there, but it would have been great if we would have came out there and got the win. But that's why we got a whole bunch of more games left. That's just the first half of the season, and we just gotta flip the switch.
Do you like playing? Some of my favorite athletes of all time liked playing on the road. Like my favorite athlete, one of my favorites was Chris Webber. I know way before your time, but a basketball player who was awesome. Used to love to give the crowd the shh motion after a major play or a big shot, kind of in crunch time to shut them up. That was something that was always so cool to me as an athlete to have that kind of confidence and ability to follow through. Is that something you thrive on, to kind of make the home crowd quiet when you guys are on the road?
Oh yeah, for sure. And I don't mind playing anywhere. Like, anytime we get a chance to play football, it's a blessing. So, yeah, it's definitely better when you can go in and have the crowd silent.
Bill, before we let you go, I got to ask, what'd Cousin think of the game last night?
Cousin wasn't too proud of me personally.
Oh no!
No, don't say that. Cousin was mad at that 2.8 per carry. What would Cousin tell you, Bill?
Yeah, he was definitely mad at me. Then get the exciting jumps that I usually get. So I mean, that just means I just gotta being allowed more than I already am. So.
You tell Cousin to stick with you, all right? You tell Cousin there wasn't a lot of running space there for old Bill.
I'm not mad at Cousin. I accept it because I know I have to be better. So
Cousin was side-eyeing him when he got in the door at midnight.
He just holding me accountable to what I'm supposed to be here to do. So I feel like that's all it is.
That's the pup, Cousin Krosky Merritt, who was waiting for Bill at the door when he got in late last night. All right, Bill, thank you, buddy. It's great having you on as always, man. Keep your head up, and we're looking forward to another primetime tilt. Sunday Night Football against Seattle this coming week. That's a tough defense, tough assignment, so it'll be a big one. You guys need a win. We're looking forward to it. Thanks for the time.
I appreciate you.
Talk soon, buddy.
There's Ja'Cory Krosky Merritt on Grant and Danny. That's hilarious.
Cousin was indifferent when he got home.
Cousin was not feeling Bill, apparently, when he was trying to give him a nice pet yesterday.
I mean, truthfully, I don't necessarily believe that, right? When he came home, and it's a great bit by Bill. But, like, can you imagine if Cousin, like, came to the door, sniffed him, and then kind of turned away and went back to his pad?
After the Chargers game, Cousin was jumping all over him, licking him on the face, chasing him around the house. Last night, Cousin was nowhere to be found when Bill got to the crib. That's tough. But, look, he wears this, and he's such a good sport and comes on with us and talks shop. But he really, you could tell, like, he gets in the lab, as he calls it. He watches the tape. He really thinks in his mind, like, oh, man, last night I let the guys down. That's the sense I get. When the fact is, we all watched the game. Now, I'm sure I could go back on the All-22 and find a run or two where maybe if you do this, but that was not a Bill problem. Like,
I don't think so.
Chris Rodriguez ran the ball.
And good for him, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Chris Rodriguez and Jeremy McNichols ran the ball as well. They averaged the exact same thing combined as Bill did, right?
This, to me, is a Kansas City thing more than it is a Washington thing. And granted, the last few opponents have done that.
I was going to say, this is 2.5 games where they haven't been able to run the ball.
But I will say this was the first time with some competent receivers, some pros that have some deposits in the bank, and Kansas City still mauled them in the run game.
Yeah, I thought it was not a great matchup, and I tipped my cap to Logan Paulson on Take Command. We do the pod before and after every game, looking ahead, looking back. And he basically said he thought Kansas City would kind of shove it on them on the interior in the run game a little bit, or be able to hold up pretty well in that regard. And he broke down why last week in our preview pod. So, yeah, I didn't think they'd be able to come out and just run all over them, but I thought they'd be ahead of the sticks pretty frequently. The first drive is what I thought it would look like. Mm-hmm. It's just hard to do that all night. But if you have 4 or 5 of those drives and they don't end, in a interception, but rather in, let's say, 3 field goals and 2 touchdowns, well, I just got you to 23 points. It's hard to do it, but out of 8 or 9 drives, if you do that 5 times, that's where you get to 23, and it's a close game, and you're right there. But they couldn't do it.
And listen, and Logan's forgotten more this morning than I'll know my entire life. But just watching from the great seats that we had, again, thanks to Kondori and Morad for that, it looked like it's just this no nonsense, no freelancing, run fit. Everybody do your job, like New England Patriots style defense that Spagnuolo and company have. I mean, their linebackers can run a little bit. That Chenal guy flies around. Just up front, they're holding the point of attack. There's always someone kind of filling a lane. There's just nowhere to go, it feels like. And your only chance is to have some sort of remarkable, remember in the McNichols run or Brian Robinson last year when he went into the pile and then came out the other side? McNichols earlier this year, everyone stopped because they thought the play was over. That's your chance to break a big run, is somebody does something remarkable. And if Bill's standard is, I didn't do anything remarkable last night,
yeah,
okay, I guess fine, you could blame yourself, but to me, there was nowhere to go.
Well, look, you're running back. You got 9 carries. You had sub 30 yards. You're not going to feel great as long of 5.
Right.
So he thinks my way to help this thing is to break one, is to break a tackle, is to turn what should have been 2 or 3 into 15. And he's right. The explosives are there. This offense is different. But when I talk about the lack of speed and explosiveness, I mostly mean the passing game, but in the run game, it's gone away too. They haven't had it. Their long runs last night by non-Mariota keepers, 5 for Bill, 4 for McNichols, 2 for Rodriguez, 1 for Deebo Samuel. Those are the long carries of the 4 guys who touched the football last night. 5 as a long. That's not close to good enough. Grant and Danny on the Fan from Kansas City. We fly back tonight. We have not really given you guys much of a chance to read and react today, so let's do that next. Best and worst from the game. We can go a little game balls and gassers, you and I, Danny. But what was the moment you liked most? What was the moment you liked least? And what's your State of the Union here for the Commanders after a 3rd straight loss? 800-636-1067 if you want to hop in on G&D. Hey guys, it's Grant for the FanDuel Sportsbook, which is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. It's NBA tip-off week, and FanDuel is your home for live betting. So even if you missed the start of the game or if you want to ride the hot hand, FanDuel allows you to because they've got live bets on everything from who's going to score next to fourth quarter comebacks. Plus, you can even combine your live bets into a same-game parlay for a shot at a bigger payout. However you want to play, now is the perfect time to join, and here's why. FanDuel's giving you new customers out there $300 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So if you're new and you bet 5 and it hits, you get $300 in bonus bets. That's right, $300 for a $5 win. You got to go to FanDuel.com/GP to sign up today. Again, my promo code is GP, FanDuel.com/GP. Must be 21 in Virginia. First online real money wager only, $5 deposit required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bet expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The sports update is brought to you by Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. In the NFL, the Commanders lost to the Chiefs and are now 3-5 on the season after they fell 28-7 last night on Monday Night Football. Jaden Daniels update today from Dan Quinn. He went through a workout on Sunday and said he plans on him being a part of the practice plan this week. Chiefs running back Isaiah Pacheco considered week-to-week MCL sprain. In hockey, the Capitals in Dallas to take on the Stars. 8:30 puck drop tonight. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. They'll be without Dylan Strome and Rasmus Sandin. NBA, Wizards taking on the Sixers tonight at Capital One Arena. 7 o'clock tip-off. Can hear that over on the Team 980. World Series Game 4 tonight. Blue Jays and Dodgers at 8 o'clock. The Dodgers taking a 2-1 series lead after winning 6-5 in 18 innings last night. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From DeCrop Metcalf, 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
In KC, after a 21-point loss for the Commanders, Grant and Danny welcoming you back on The Fan. You can watch us on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube. You can listen to us all over the DMV on our flagship 106.7 and in Richmond for another half hour at least, AM 910, FM 105.1. The Odyssey app, free and available wherever you are. Every day this week, we're giving away Caps tickets at 4 o'clock. So your next chance to win tickets to see the Caps on Halloween tomorrow ahead of the Beltway Blitz. We're with you for another hour, taking you up to 6:30, and you will hear Dan Quinn's press conference, at least the best parts of it from today, at 6 in 1/2 hour right here on G&D, live on The Fan. Danny, an opportunity for us to look back at yesterday's game, some of the best, some of the worst from a 21-point loss. We'll get to game balls and gassers in a minute, but my first thing I wanted to hit on was, if you could take one play out of the game, which one was it? I was thinking about this because Dan Quinn opened his presser today. His opening comment was that he felt like the story of the first half was missed opportunities.
I agree with that.
He said they didn't really get any of the opportunities in the second half, and that was the difference between the two halves. But my initial thought when I think about some games, you could take a play out and the result changes. I don't think that's the case when you lose by 21 in this contest. I think the Chiefs were better. They would have won almost no matter what. But the biggest negative, the play that was the worst and most impactful negatively to Washington, my first thought would have been end of that first drive, the pick to Samuel on a 1st and 10 from the 18. If he catches that screen and gets you 11 or 12 on a well-blocked play, now it's 1st and goal inside the 10, and maybe you punch it in and you score and you're up 7-0 on the road. But the one I actually eventually came back to, honestly, was a 4th and 2 touchdown by Kansas City when it was 7-7 to cap their long drive in the third quarter, the first of 3 touchdown drives that they had over like 15, 17 game minutes. They went over those 3 drives, by the way, 8 plays, 80 yards, 8 plays, 75 yards, 13 plays, and over 100 yards. And it was that first one on a 4th and 2. It was a Mahomes rolls right.
Just a Mahomes special.
Spies time. He's got a guy coming in to hit him, and then he just dumps the ball to Kareem Hunt. If that's incomplete, if you get off the field there, you take over 1st and 10, you are with the ball mid-third quarter, still 7-7. Instead, it's 14-7, and you're chasing the game a little bit. And then on the ensuing kickoff, it goes out of bounds at the 1, touched by Jalen Lane, and kind of it felt like the wheels were off the wagon a little bit.
Yeah, that was a disastrous sequence there. That's a good answer because, they don't score, you do. Or and those points are off the board, and you've got the football. Who knows if you're able to make anything. They showed they couldn't do much from that bad field position, which is where they would have ended up had they started there. They took it over, but I think you said it well. There's no one play that if it changes, they win. But I would have loved to have seen it. I would have loved to have seen if Zach Ertz gets that first down, for example, when they were driving again, right on that 4th and 5, he gets 4.9 or whatever the hell you want to say. Like he's right there in front of that 5-yard marker. They mark it short, and a la Pittsburgh last year, their ball, they go down the field. Maybe that happens. But to me, the easy answer is Debo's interception. That ball is you got what you wanted. You got the look. You got the thing. You got your playmaker. This is who your offense goes through, making a play that's bad. What are you going to do, right? Not throw him the football, not give him the ball again? Of course not. Like, that's the dude. And if you go down there and score, and there's a great chance, in my view, they would have scored on that play. There's basically one guy that can make the tackle, a safety coming down, Deebo Samuel, head of steam, one-on-one with somebody. I'll take my chances there, and I'll draw that play up again tomorrow, and let's run it again and see what happens. That play, if you get a lead, and Kansas City's kind of fumbling around, no pun intended, they're not quite themselves, maybe you could blink and be up by double digits and be up a couple of scores, whether it's 10 points, 13 points for a second touchdown or something. Again, I still think you lose the game because Kansas City's better than you, but I would have loved to have seen it. I would have loved to have seen that game with a different script where you didn't go, God, Washington's been better here, and they've got nothing to show for it.
Well, to your point, too, there's just so little margin for error right now with this offense. And so few things last night went well on offense that maybe that should be the play that you change, is one of the really bad ones on that side of the ball. Just thinking about it from a standpoint of where was the most damage done or what was the most deflating moment, I guess through that lens, it probably was the Deebo pick. Because I remember that was the one time during the game where I kind of turned to you and was like, oh no.
Yep.
Yeah, there were other moments that were bad, but that was the one where they were kind of doing more than anybody expected. They're going down the field. There's no penalties. It's super loud. The crowd is into it. It reminded me of last year's Commanders, or honestly, like the Washington football team under Rivera, where they had Heineke and they were like 5 ahead of the sticks, 4 ahead of the sticks. It was that Scott Turner kind of offense where they just possessed the ball constantly. And in the first half, it was something like 18 minutes to 12 minutes.
Yeah.
Like they dominated time of possession. It was exactly how it needs to be. I really think that everything was going right, and then that pick was like, I remember looking at you and being like, that's the play that'll kill them.
Because that's self-inflicted.
Tonight, you can't have that.
And
you might be able to have that against the Giants. You can't have that tonight.
Well, we can draw the distinction, too, where, again, I talk about this all the time with sports. The thing that drives me crazy is the Dylan G effect. Somebody that's not good shoves it on you. Patrick Mahomes is going to do that to everybody. He's going to make 10 plays a game where you go, I don't think anybody else that's ever played can do that. And here he does it every week, seemingly something so miraculous and magical and excellent that you just take it for granted now, right? He does those kinds of plays to all folks. You know that's coming at some point. What you don't know that's coming is your best offensive playmaker swatting the ball or lobbing it up like it's a volleyball set, looking for Karch Kariah to spike it in the face of an opponent. Like, he couldn't have tipped it better to a defender. I mean, there's a million ways that ball could go, and it went to the single worst possible place. A guy that was out of the play, basically, blocked right into that football for an interception. That was the worst case scenario because, again, that's self-inflicted. That wasn't a great play by an opponent. It wasn't one of those, some guy, weaved through one of the blocks that whoever it was, the other receivers out there, Chris Moore or John Bates or somebody had set and made some kind of incredible play on the ball. That was a botch by a great offensive player.
JB's in Waldorf wants to hop in with the play he would have changed from last night. Dan Quinn was talking about missed opportunities and a few plays that loomed large. What's up, JB? How are you?
Man, what's going on, fellas? What's going on? I hope y'all enjoying that barbecue out there in Kansas City, man.
It is delicious, sir.
Yeah, it's been a great trip.
But look, man, feel me on this one, and forgive me if I'm out of place with it. But after Lattimore got that pick, that drive we went on, and then it came to a 4th and 1, and all we needed was 1 yard, and Mariota threw off his back foot to McLaurin down the sideline like just a errant throw. I think that killed the momentum because we had so much momentum. Like, the team was hyped from Lattimore getting the pick, and then we go down and then we don't do anything. And all we needed was 1 yard. I just think that was a terrible play, a terrible play call. I wish they would have did something else, and who knows, we could have went on a drive and got a touchdown or something.
So just to correct you, that was after the Wagner interception, but I think the point still stands, and it's a good phone call. I think you're right about it. That was when you had Washington. Oh my God, they got the good turnover. They got the lucky turnover that they never get. They never get the break, and then that 4th and 1 after an 8-yard gain on first down, pass for no gain to Deebo Samuel, Zach Ertz for 1 yard. You're now at 4th and 1. Kind of where the read took you, I suppose. If you're Mariota, you had 1-on-1 with McLaurin. A blitz is coming. I think it was a safety blitz right up the middle. I haven't gone back and looked at it. I don't know if you have, but he had Ertz elsewhere. If he'd have looked in that direction, probably easy pitch and catch for a first down. That play doesn't work. Kansas City walks right down and scores, and then you're down 7-0.
I still also don't get, as an aside, the usage for Terry in this game, and it's kind of been throughout the season, actually. It's almost all out to the sidelines. It's very, very wide. This is a guy who's cut his teeth in this league running crossers, drags, slants, middle of the field stuff. Awesome at digs. He had the one catch in the middle of the field that got him out of their own goal line. I think it was after the Jalen Lane play on like a third down, or
I think you're right.
Maybe
Actually,
it was second and long, 2nd and 7, 2nd and 8, and it was like a deep dig inwards, and he got 17, 18, whatever it was, right there in the middle of the field. But like, I don't know why that hasn't been a part of this offense, or why almost all of his usage, if you look at the chart from yesterday, he's just kind of running like fade type balls and stuff out toward the sideline to make these really hard toe tap catches. Yared's in Arlington on Grant and Danny wants to hop in. What would you have taken back, Yared?
Well, good afternoon, gentlemen. If you allow me to take two things. The first one will be, I know Lattimore, for the first time, I think he had his best game yesterday, but it's still on that fumble, and instead of pick it up, if he fall on the ball, that'll be a game changer, I would say. And the other one, normally Debo is the kick returner, was McCaffrey. So I would have kept Lane on the punt, because on that play, first he fumbled, and then on the third down play, he didn't touch the ball. I think back-to-back two mistakes, I think those are the two plays.
That's a good call. I mean, bad sequence, obviously, for rookie Jalen Lane. So to your point about the fumble, it's 14-7. Kansas City's driving. Darnell Savage forces the fumble. It's
fumble.
Yeah, hard to see from where we were if Lattimore should have gotten it, shouldn't have gotten it. I don't know. I'm not besmirching him on that.
Punch fumble, though.
Yeah, but
they never do it.
Very exciting.
They did it.
You don't get it.
Poet's dog punches the ball right out, and the ball's on the carpet.
Such a good bet.
Nobody grabs it.
4 plays later, touchdown, and that was the give my receiver an extra second, throw back behind me to Travis Kelce in traffic, touchdown, and that was all she wrote, 21-14. So if you stop him there with a turnover, would have been your third of the day, you'd feel, again, look, you got a puncher's chance.
I want to get to our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day. I think people will be surprised by the results. Who gets the majority of the blame for the Commanders' loss to the Chiefs? Offense, defense, coaching. We'll tell you what the people say on the 106.7 The Fan Twitter today. And also want to get into how things look in the standings, in the conference, in the division. Big hole to dig out of here, coming home for a pair of NFC collisions. You're listening to Grant and Danny on The Fan. Grant and Danny brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. Today and every day, they'll square you away on a last will and testament, set up a living trust, or put together a medical power of attorney for you. Wanted to get to our Metropolitan Moving and Storage poll of the day, though, right now. You can find it on the 1067 The Fan Twitter account, where we're asking people, what was the biggest reason for yesterday's loss in Kansas City? Offense, defense, coaching. You got to choose one of the three. And Danny, 47% of people, the highest response, went to the offense. In fact, the defense at 30% and coaching at 23%, second and third. So I'd flip offense and defense, I think, just because, while, yes, the offense only scored 7 points, and you could start and end the conversation there. I thought defensively not being able to get off the field at all in the second half killed them. They had no time of possession after halftime. So while the offense's foibles were largely in the first half, and then they didn't move it very well in the second, they also never got in rhythm, and the defense gave up 3 really, really long scoring drives. But I always grade on a curve here, because I expect the offense of this team to be good. I expect the defense of this team to be bad. The defense has that covered. Last night, the offense was worse than expectation. The defense actually may have overachieved expectations, at least for half of a game. The one group I want to point out, though, I thought the coaching staff, in terms of Dan Quinn's decision-making, challenges, timeouts, and specifically going for fourth downs, was closer to last year. Like, I didn't have a whole lot of moments where with Dan Quinn I was really angry. The one time I was pretty furious was with 7 minutes left, down by 21, when they did the most white flag waving kind of cowardly loser punt in the history of the world. That was the only time I was super annoyed by Dan Quinn. Otherwise, if you have a coaching issue, it's that, if Joe Witt, you feel like, got beat by Andy Reid, or maybe Kingsbury didn't hold his own in the second half against Spags or something. But this was not a Dan Quinn, what are you doing game, other for me than the one time where they punted at the end of the game, down 21 with 7 left. You're going, seriously, man? You might as well just walk out to midfield and ask Andy Reid if everyone can go home, because this is a giant waste of time for the rest of this game.
Yeah, for me, it was the offense, and here's why. Yesterday, we did a great breakdown of here's how low the bar is. Here's all we're asking for from the defense. They sacked Mahomes 3 times. If you do that all season long, only 3 teams in the entire NFL last year averaged 3 sacks or more per game. Only 3 teams top 50 as a total. You'd be on pace for 51 sacks if you did that all season long. Pat Mahomes, really hard to sack, or Patch Mahomes, if you will. Really, really hard to sack. They did it 3 times. You intercepted him twice. Nothing more can be asked of this terrible unit. This is an awful defense, and they did that yesterday. I will sign up for that regardless of what else happens in that game because of how bad that group is. So that, to me, the defense did everything that I thought they could do and more. That's everything possible with a couple of changes, a couple of good breaks, etc. I need the offense to have more than 260 yards. I need the offense to be able to run the ball at all. I need the offense to be able to threaten deep at some point to get a chunk yard that isn't necessarily a check down where, almost like a no-look pass from Mariota to Ben Sinnott, who nobody expects. I need it to be more than Jeremy Nichols just doing some kind of yeoman's work, making 9 guys miss on his way to a 14-yard gain, or a YOLO ball to Terry McLaurin that has to be overturned via replay. Nothing easy for the offense right now. That's supposed to be the good student, and they didn't do near enough for me.
Well, to that point, you could look at either side of the ball just through the numbers and both come back spitting out bad grades. In other words, if I was to say to you before the game, like, only 14 first downs, that's not good. Now, they did go 7 of 12 on third down. Most of those, they put hay in the barn in the first half because they were third and short a lot. It was very ugly in the second half in that regard. But total net yards, 260 on offense, nope. Offensive plays, only 52, bad. Average gain, yard per play, 5.0, nope. 60 net rushing, that's a loss. 200 net passing, probably a loss. I give them credit that they only had 3 penalties, and on offense it was even lighter than that. But defensively, similarly, the fact that you gave up 432 net when the Chiefs stopped playing halfway through the fourth quarter, the fact that you gave up 6.5 per pop, the fact that you gave 150 rushing, the fact that you gave up 299 to Mahomes and a quarterback rating well over 100. Like, these are all things, similarly, where you put them into a computer, it spits out a grade. It's not going to be a very good one, but you got outclassed, you got beat by the Chiefs, and now you're on to 2 home games in the NFC against the Seahawks and the Lions. Looking at the division right now in the conference, though, Danny, we've talked about this with this group. I mean, they have dug a massive hole. The only benefit, if there's one, coming out of this game yesterday is that it's finally an AFC loss, where they were 1-4 in the NFC, and they can't afford to really lose any games.
If there is such a bright side as being 3-5, that's it.
That's from a resume standpoint where you're at. The other thing is, we talked about this on the show yesterday, everybody in the NFC ahead of them almost in the wild card race lost this week. Literally almost everybody. So right now in the division, Washington's 3-5. They are 3 games behind Philadelphia, who they still play 2 times, and they're 1-1 in the NFC East. They've got a better mathematical chance to win the division with a Philly collapse or crash than they do the conference, where at this moment, there are 3 teams worse than them in the entire NFC. Arizona, the Giants, and the Saints. 2 teams that have benched their quarterbacks, and a Cardinals team that has started 2 quarterbacks because of injury. Washington, in a 16-team conference, is 13th right now. Not like tied for 13th. There are literally 12 teams with better records than them right now. It's bad.
Yeah, the tightrope you've got to walk is very narrow, and now it's, I don't want to say you're eliminated because you rip off every win, the rest of the way to take care of itself, but we keep saying this. The NFC is a crowded playoff field. You've just made it really, really hard on yourself. You got to beat Philadelphia twice now. You have to probably win these next 2 games. Right, in the NFC, just to try to get back to even, so you have a chance so that Giants game matters. And we're also talking about something that's out of character for this group now, right? If this was a really good team that had stumbled, you'd go, yeah, but watch this.
That's a good point.
The other part is like, what major fix is coming that's going to allow you to even dream about beating all these teams?
Well, the Chiefs, as an example, got off to the really slow start. And in Kansas City, they were having these get-right conversations of, here's where the schedule gets a little softer, and here's where you could possibly, birdie some holes, and they're going to be okay because they've got Mahomes and Reed, and they're inevitable. We're acting like there's a norm that they're going to get back to. We're acting like they're underperforming what they are.
Right.
When the fact is, last year was probably the exaggeration. That was probably what is off schedule, off script, not authentic. This might just be what they are. It certainly is this season. They're 3-5 with a couple of wins over terrible teams, the Giants and the Raiders. And thank God you played the Giants when you did. Grant and Danny with you on the Fan. Dan Quinn spent some time with the media today. You're going to hear what he had to say about this game next on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by AeroVironment, built for defense, built for DC. In the NFL, the Commanders fall to 3-5 with their loss to the Chiefs yesterday. Jaden Daniels, update from Dan Quinn today. He went through a workout on Sunday and said he plans on him being a part of the practice plan for this week. Injuries around the league. Chiefs running back Isaiah Pacheco is considered week to week with an MCL sprain. In hockey, the Capitals taking on the Stars in Dallas tonight. 8:30 puck drop. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Dylan Strome and Rasmus Sandin out tonight for Washington. In the NBA, the Wizards in action at home against the Sixers. That'll tip off at 7 o'clock over on the Team 980. Game 4 of the World Series tonight after last night's 18-inning marathon. The Dodgers winning 6-5 over the Blue Jays. Game 4 tonight at 8 o'clock. LA up 2-1 in the series. AV is built for DC, built to innovate at the speed of intelligence, built to deploy solutions that give our warfighters the edge, built for now to defend our future when the mission matters most. DC turns to AV. Visit avinc.com to learn more. From the Cop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Stretch run of Grant and Danny on a misery Tuesday after a tough loss in Kansas City. The Commanders, scoreless after 1, 7-7 tie after 2, end up getting worked in the second half by the Chiefs and losing by 21. Just the fourth time over 24 seasons that they've had back-to-back losses by at least 3 touchdowns. And as they go back to the drawing board, now they get ready for game 2 of a 3-game gauntlet against some of the best the NFL has to offer. They've got 5-2 Seattle off of a bye coming to town. They're on a short week with some new injuries to deal with. And then you've got the Lions, who are 5-2, who you knocked out of the playoffs, who have been throwing darts at pictures of you all season long in their building because you ruined their Super Bowl aspirations as a 1 seed, coming to town 1 week later. So not getting any easier for Washington and head coach Dan Quinn. Speaking of which, he met with the media today about last night's loss. We have pared this down for you to some of the important stuff from his press conference. Let's listen in. Quinn with reporters on a Tuesday after a third straight L.
Hasn't even been 24 hours since I've seen you guys. Thought about it on the plane watching it, again this morning watching it, and keep coming back to the same moment of the missed opportunities. And we missed 3 big ones in the first half. And I think last night somebody might have asked me what was the difference between the first half and the second half. And it's certainly not the same opportunities, which is exactly why you have to take advantage of them. That's the difference between going into the half tied or going into the half with the lead. Defensively, I saw some things I'm looking for. Energy, more speed. I thought, from the offensive side of starting quickly that way, that definitely has to sustain us. We've had to dig ourselves out of a hole before, and we plan on doing that again, but we have to take advantage of our opportunities. That's really the message. So got the right people to do it, and I know you guys probably have a lot of injury questions. We haven't had our final medical meeting with some guys still getting scans, et cetera, so I know we meet again tomorrow, so I'll give you a better update. I just don't have enough information to share with you tonight. So all that said, I'll get rocking with you guys and get started about the game.
Real quick on the injuries with Jaden, do you have a plan for him for this week?
Yeah, of course we have a plan. So yeah, he had a good rehab session on days are screwed up on Sunday. Team's back out at practice tomorrow, and we plan on him being a part of that.
And then you talk about on defense, energy and all that. How did you feel about the McGee, Owens, and them getting more snaps? What did you see from them? And could we see even more of them moving forward?
Yeah, I like the speed that they brought, John. I felt that. Not to say that the game was clean in that way. We had 3 explosives in the first half in terms of the passing game, but I like the speed that I felt from them. And, they've earned the right to, have some more ops in there too.
What went into the decision of having Tyler Owens start? And I know you guys have been wanting to get Jordan McGee more time, but for Tyler specifically, kind of what went into the thinking there?
Honestly, we were trying to think about into some man-to-man options. Nikki, that was one of them. The second piece was, could we put him, down in where the action is. We felt like that's always been something with Tyler, but it started, born from some man-to-man, ideas, and, then we'd expand from there. So we didn't want to overload, but, start the package enough that he could go and really go execute it.
And not really specific to the game, but just in general, with, deciding of whether to challenge calls, now that you guys have the different view that the replay officials do, has that changed things for you as you make that decision? Has it helped at all?
I think it helps because it gives a little more time, for the person, who's looking at what the actual replay person is looking at. So I think that's a real advantage, Nikki. That did not used to be the case, and they may have had a view that we weren't aware of, and that was kind of the old line. Well, they had a different view, and so now that it feels more similar, there could still be one. I think it was like Terry's catch against the Raiders came finally from I think it might have been like pylon or something that we did not have a view of. So, but it does feel like you have, more opportunities to see the same viewpoints. And so, yeah, I think it's a step in the right direction for sure. And I'll go back to Nikki on one thing, because somebody asked yesterday about on the fourth down, do you have a chance to challenge on those? And the fourth downs, you don't, just knowing that those are automatically under review. So I just, I don't know if that came up, but I did say that last night. I just wanted to make sure I hit that again.
Dan, Brandon Coleman was active yesterday for the first time since week 2, I think. What went into that decision, and how do you think he fared at left tackle in place of Lair?
Yeah, Tom, we've been working both. It's a little bit interesting where instead of a normal swing tackle, Brandon's got experience at both left guard and left tackle, and Wiley had experience at right guard and right tackle. So we kind of went into the space of right side and left side as opposed to a swing interior guard. And so because of their experience, we thought that's a good way to go about it. We liked what we had seen from him during the practices. So that's what went into it. And then, as it goes, games happen and, you go in. So that's how it worked out.
Hey, Dan, just so I understand it, so the Ertz fourth down, you guys couldn't have challenged that spot if you wanted to?
Correct. Okay. It's automatically reviewed, JP. So on a change of possession,
gotcha.
Those are automatic. So think of it like a scoring play.
Yep. Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then in the first half, you guys were clearly aggressive on fourth down, and in the second half, there was a punt there late. Was there any debate about going for that, or at that point had the game just kind of shifted?
Yeah, I thought if we got to a certain marker, we still would have went JP. It wasn't at the spot where I thought, it was at the space we could go. So sometimes it just depends on the distance and, what's a feasible one based on kind of where we're at on the game. So that was it.
Dan, what do you think is happening with the run game the last few weeks?
Yeah, we certainly need to get it on track in the best of ways. And I wish I had a better sense to say which ones. We've got a good package, but it has to be, the runs and the play passes. Those have to really be in concert together. We hit a couple of play passes yesterday, which was nice for us to do. Terry had one inside, but we've got to find our ways, even to stick with it some when, they're hard runs to go and one goes for 1 or 0. It can be frustrating, but you just dig and you keep banging for it, and you stay into that spot. And that's, what we'll work to do because it has to be, a bigger part of our game.
Hey, Dan, with these 3 straight losses, what is the morale like right now inside your locker room, and how do you keep that morale positive through this?
I think optimism is probably, maybe the better word than morale. And I wanted to find improvement. I wanted to find momentum, in spaces that could we create that. I felt there's in some spots, Scott, I felt on the defensive side in the early parts of creating some takeaways. I felt that's the momentum that we're looking for. When you've been in these spots, man, you dig in together, and that's what you have to do. So I would say the optimism to know these are the things that we're going to work on to get better at. And if we do those, we know what the results will look like. So everybody's frustrated, obviously disappointed. Those are like natural reactions. I think the more important thing, Scott, is what are you going to do about it? And that's the work. And I saw that. I liked what last week's practice was like. We did a lot more good on good, and we'll continue to make those tweaks and adjustments as we need to. I know this is a short week, so it may not be as much, But I think I said a week or so ago, over the next 4 weeks, those are going to be some markers that I'm looking to see us improve upon. But you dig in, man, and you do it together. This is a good group of guys. So like that part, they're mad, upset, like all those emotions you would think. But man, you also got to like go out on the field. And you got to put the work in. And what's the specific thing like this has to happen?
And I was reading some of the post-game quotes last night. I think Zach Ertz said the clock is ticking. Can you kind of explain that from your perspective of nearing the halfway point of the regular season of like, hey, you got to get some urgency, you got to get some wins now because you don't want to get too big of a hole right now.
Yeah, I think what he's saying, like, a lot of NFC games be played, but man, you have to take advantage of it, Scott. That is absolutely where it is. And so that leads us right into this week, in terms of a matchup to go get it. But clock ticking, urgency, all the same. I would agree with him. And his teammates do too. So it's like I said, it's a good group. We want to get it right. And when you miss the mark, that's when it's hardest. But collectively, man, we got to nail it collectively.
Hi, Dan. What have you liked the most from what you've seen from Jacob Martin, and where would you say maybe you've seen the most improvement from him?
Probably the last 2 games, Howard. Like, when the opportunity came, I felt like he really could play and get under people. He's not the biggest defensive end, but he's got explosiveness that if he can get under a guy, he can get movement on him. And so I saw that against Dallas. I saw it against Kansas City. He's got a relentless nature about him. And so he's earned these chances and more ops to go get it. But he's always been a very consistent player. He was one of the captains for that reason of just staying consistent. But it's his pad level and his ability to get under guys with getting some speed and jumping the ball, Howard. That's what I've seen from him. And to be a good rusher, you have to beat somebody to the punch. And he's been able to show that he's been able to do that.
What about, sticking with him for a sec, what about off the field?
Yeah, the consistent nature. He and Jeremy McNichol are 2 of our most consistent teammates, ball players, their routine, their performance, how they conduct themselves. And so players like that are really important on your team. They're glue players because they just don't back off of good standards. And so I always got a lot of respect for players like that. And Jacob and Jeremy remind me of one another in that way, on opposite sides of the ball, but bringing some of those same things.
Dan Quinn providing positivity at the end of his press conference about one of his defensive players, Jacob Martin, who had 3 hits on Patrick Mahomes and 2 sacks. He has had 14 pressures to go along with 3+ sacks now over these last 2 games as he's filled in for 7 quarters for Dorrance Armstrong. I think he is in for a big second half. It's working for him in this defense, and he just plays at a level with energy and effort and pizzazz that shows up. And I'm not even talking about when you watch tape. I'm saying you watch a game, you notice 55. In fact, my wife last night texted me during the game, and she said, "Who the heck is Martin?" And I wasn't really thinking that. I'm at the stadium, I got like popcorn in my hand or whatever. And I texted her, Quan, right? And she's like, "No, this guy that's just hit Mahomes." I'm like, "Oh, Jacob Martin." She's like, "I don't know him." I'm like, well, you get to know him.
Get to know him because you're going to see him a lot, whether you want to or not.
That's my guy. So, yeah, he gets a little love there. But I want to go back to the big story, which is Jayden Daniels and whether or not he's going to play against Seattle. What'd you make of what Dan Quinn had to say? This does not sound like the Adam Schefter suggestion yesterday that Quinn is going to hold Jayden Daniels out unless he's just not giving any information to Seattle. But he said that they think he's going to be able to practice tomorrow. That's a really good sign.
That is. I will say, again, 2 things are at odds for me. One, this Schefter sort of conjecture, non-report opining thing that I'm still frustrated by, because when he says it, it means more than, me with no information. That's number one. So I'm balancing that. Plus, this team has, again, this sounds like a criticism, but it's not. This is the way they've chosen to handle it, has no benefit of the doubt when it comes to injuries and progress and who's coming back when. I've done it looks good. He's this, he'll be limited today, but he's advancing, he's on track, and then whoever he is doesn't play. So I don't really believe any of it, to be honest with you. Like he's done this before. Talking about Dan Quinn, stood up there and delivered injury news. Seems like he's had to do it way too much this season, probably to his great frustration.
time this season last night, in 8 games, the Commanders actually turned an opponent over. And for the first time all year, they intercepted 2 passes in the same game, and it came off of one of the great quarterbacks ever, Patrick Mahomes. One of those picks, good fortune, bad play by Travis Kelce, who puts the ball up into the air in the middle of the field. Bobby Wagner basically fielding a punt, brings it in, and immediately gets tackled. But Marshawn Lattimore made a great football play in the secondary. They have not had these. Jumping into lanes, being in tight coverage and phase, and just outwitting a defender, a wide receiver to play offense basically as a defender and get the football, get your hands on the rock. This is playing a ball, man. This is actually a corner ball hawking. They have not had that. Even the Sanderstill picks this year were kind of just thrown right at him.
Yep.
Like, this was the first time you've seen a guy kind of make a great play to intercept a pass. It was a long time coming for this secondary.
Don't forget about a pretty terrible sequence for number 83, the kid, Jalen Lane. Toki, close your ears for a second. They targeted him. After Luke McCaffrey had another nice return in a sea of nice returns, didn't matter which side they were on. They flipped and flopped and switched and did that and the other. They were kicking it to wherever 83 was after he made a horrendous read, a horrendous play, fumbled the ball out of bounds. I don't know whether the ball would have gone out of bounds or not. I don't know if it would have gone through the end zone, but I just know that he was overmatched in that moment, and that really, really cost him. After Kansas City scored to go up 14-7, that was the Mahomes special scramble. Kareem Hunt, who was in to block, springs free, a little flip for a touchdown. Boom. You're down 14-7. Momentum has clearly left your sideline. Horrendous play happens. Next thing you know, after a nice first down gain, a pass, I don't know if you want to call it a drop. I don't know if you want to call it a slip and fall. I don't know what I don't know. But 2 plays within a couple of minutes of real time, you got a punt. Here comes Kansas City, walks right down, scores again, makes it 21-7, and that was pretty much all she wrote. Not saying that's why they lost. There's a million reasons why, but that sequence didn't look good.
Don't forget about the only kick returner in the NFL who's a full-time return man, averaging 30 yards per return. Number 1 in the league, Luke McCaffrey. They got something going here. Some of this is the scheme, and some of this is the coaching. And I think you got to give Larry Izzo a bunch of credit for that. But Luke McCaffrey is really good at this. I mean, to your point, when Daniels got his opportunities, Lane rather, it didn't go as well. And so for Luke McCaffrey to now have 750 return yards, second most in the NFL, at 30 yards per return, number 1 in the NFL, on 25 attempts now. Early in the season when Debo was ripping him off big time, it was this idea like, we have to have him back there. We need the big plays. And then he got hurt, or other guys got hurt really at first, and he was too valuable as a receiver, so they said, we're not going to have him do both. Then he got hurt and he was not even playing. But what's happened is as Luke has become the number 1 and gotten more chances, the production hasn't fallen off from Debo. So now he's become the guy, and he's really, really good at it.
Don't forget about the fact that 2 tight ends, not named Zach Ertz, had 22-yard catches. That's right. Mr. Bates, John Bates had a 22-yarder on a brilliantly designed play by old Cliffy. If you can't go down the football field with a wideout, you got to do stuff like this, where nobody saw old 87 just meandering through the secondary, just waddling like a dinosaur looking for a leaf or something, and turns around, catches the ball, made no one miss, but was moving forward. God bless his tender little heart.
Well, happy National Ben Sinnott Day.
And that's the other one, is Ben Sinnott. 2nd round pick. George Kittle and Kyle Juszczyk rolled into one. Ben Sinnott, one check down.
Can we clap it up for Ben Sinnott?
Once every 8 games, you get a catch. Isn't that fun?
Go.
The backup blocking tight end. Ben Sinnott's here.
You're going to laugh at this or be condescending or whatever, and you can. That's fine.
Uh-huh.
I thought Ben Sinnott looked a little bit silly after the catch.
He looks he looks good.
He was faster than John Bates has ever been. He was faster than Zach Ertz has ever been.
Yes.
And then he tried to do this thing where he like jumped over everyone and he took a big hit. But he kind of had this Chris Cooley thing going, rumbling downhill. You sleep on the play I always bring up from the preseason game against the Jets when he dragged
That's what we're clinging to.
5 guys with him. I wouldn't think anything of him if not for that play, but I saw the play. And then I saw the thing yesterday. When he catches the ball in space, he is their best tight end after the catch, and it's not close. Wouldn't you want to occasionally see what it looks like when he has the ball in his hands? That is a skill. Go back and ask the people at Kansas State. What does this guy do well? How was this a thing? Why was he drafted in the 2nd round? What they'll tell you is, because after the catch, he's a weapon. But he never gets to catch the ball. So he can't show you the thing that he's good at. This is something he brought up to me in an interview this summer, and nothing's changed.
Nothing has changed.
But boy, did he run after the kid. Little rumble to his step there.
That's exactly what it was. It was a rumble.
A Royal Rumble.
Like please welcome the Chiefs Rumble. That's the name of their Nubs marching band, by the way.
Is it really?
Yeah.
I didn't notice that.
Yeah, I noticed it hard. It's just like, it's like 5 guys with like drums and like cheesing really hard, looking at the camera, and like their sound stinks. That was not a good marching band.
What?
Yeah.
What are you, a marching band aficionado?
Well, we got a good one in Washington. Or we did for a long time.
Is that what we're doing? We're now going to stick a flag in. You guys may have whooped our butts, but we got the better marching band.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what I'm reduced to. When my team's not even close to that one, I'll take ours.
That's what we should have told Carrington Harrison when he came in here and talked trash to us earlier.
Carrington Harrington, who does the afternoon drive show here in Kansas City and is all over the Infinity Sports Network as well. He came in and had a great line. We were all sitting in here. He actually walked past us at first, and then he kind of like...
Look at these idiots.
Yeah, he kind of backpedaled to come in. I'm like, oh, what's he going to say?
This will be great.
And he opened the door, and he's like, I just want to let you guys know you're not the only people that come into our town and eat all our barbecue and go home with an ass whooping. And it was kind of a funny bit.
It's a good line.
That's a great line.
And I guarantee you've said it before because it's true.
The Houston people that were here and the Nashville
the Raiders
people
that came by.
Yeah. Every week, some schlubs are sitting in these seats with barbecue being digested in their bellies, talking about what went wrong for the local 53.
He's going to use my line. I see these guys in here lamenting their loss from last night.
It was our turn this week, but Harrington had, it was just a great zing. Really, really well played.
Stung the nostrils.
Don't forget about Super Bowl era jerseys on Sunday for Washington. I've been waiting for these all season. You know how you wait all day for Sunday night?
Yeah, and I don't remember that I was until a song plays. And now I know I actually want to watch the football game.
They should make a song about how I've been waiting all year for the Super Bowl era jerseys. I don't know why they're waiting until this week. Do you?
No.
Because 8 games have been played.
Because I got to tell you, I've lost a little by excitement and zest and zeal for them. Now, it's my favorite thing.
Because of the 3-5 record.
It's because of the record. Yeah. And the losing 3 in a row.
Can you imagine if they were like 6-2 rocking those against Seattle?
All my pants would be in a bonfire.
Super Bowl era unis this Sunday night in prime time for the Commanders. Don't forget, they're going to look beautiful. And by the way, Darius tells me, and I'm trusting him, so I don't look like a fool here, because I have not corroborated this or confirmed this with anyone. Shefty style. I haven't gotten the text to tweet yet. But Darius tells me that the Seahawks are wearing their sillies as well.
Which ones are the Seahawks sillies?
So those are the Zorn era throwbacks, right?
Yes.
Zorny?
That's what the OG Kurt Warner, who you all sleep on as a running back, by the way.
Not familiar with his work.
Nasty.
But I'll take the Hall of Fame quarterback, Kurt Warner. You can have that one if you want to do that.
I mean, one guy was better.
If we're going to have a Kurt Warner draft, I'll give you the first pick if you're taking that guy. I'll take the quarterback second. He'll fall to me on the snake draft. I got to find some guy that's like works at like a insurance firm in like Kansas City as my third Kurt Warner that I'll take. But I just can't wait to watch that jersey matchup. The game will be fine, hopefully, too. But white at home, I'm assuming, on burgundy pants, they're actually going to look like the Redskins again. For the first time since all of the rebrand nonsense, they're going to look like the Washington Redskins. That's a huge deal. That is a big accomplishment for this ownership.
That's massive. That's massive. Just like rookie season for Kurt Warner, 1,450 yards, 13 touchdowns. Sleeping.
No chance. That's true.
Sleeping. That doesn't even get to 1986, 1481, and 13 touchdowns.
Swing that over here.
Kurt Warner. Everyone's sleeping.
I don't believe that. What year is this?
This is my childhood before you were even people. You guys aren't even a gleam in your parents' eye. Your dad, Darius, probably wasn't listening to 980 yet.
1983. He had 335 carries.
Yeah. Toting the rock for those old school Zorny Seahawks.
By the way, this guy averaged 4.2 a pop. He was Brian Robinson.
I'm sure it was Brian Robinson.
Brian Robinson walks into the room. Danny pulls a chair out from under him. Meanwhile, 30 years later, he's talking about the greatness of Kurt Warner, averaging, plotting.
Sure, it's the same era with Steve Largent on the outside. One guy in routes.
240-yard back.
Stop.
Oh, what a difference a few eras makes, Danny.
Stop.
I mean, all this B-Rob, if only he came earlier, you would have had a B-Rob jersey is what it sounds like.
Stop. You sleep on 4.6 a carry going for almost 1,500 when everyone knows it's coming. Kurt Warner, both of you, asleep.
Ryan Terrain with enough carries, basically.
I mean, the level of disrespect is too high. I'm uncomfortable.
Let's get you a Caps power play. Capitals, Dallas Stars tonight. Action from Dallas on the road, where the Capitals have had a rough go of it. Couple of injury notes. The Dylan Strome injury, Danny, is not as bad as previously thought.
That's good news.
Day. Rasmus Sandin is on injured reserve. Caps got to bounce back, though. They're coming off not only their worst game of the season, but I would say bottom 5 game over the last 2 or 3 years for them, as they got just completely embarrassed on Saturday night, 7-1 at home by
just
the
no
Ottawa
contest.
Senators.
Yeah, I mean, so they've had a couple of stinkers, which over the course of 82 games and the grind and some of the back-to-backs and the travel and this being a veteran team, that's going to happen. What you do after that, right? You get punched in the nose. How do you respond? So this is a big one in that regard, right? Given the recent history, they played mostly really well, I would say, over the course of the first handful of games, especially defensively. This Dallas team, not particularly prodigious when it comes to offense. They've given up the 20th most goals, or excuse me, the 12th most goals in the NFL. I'm sure that'd be a huge accomplishment in the NHL. An opportunity for the Caps to kind of start that road trip off on a good foot.
All of our Now the big voice guy wants to get in on the show. I mean, this guy, where was he earlier? Now he's here. All the football conversation on the Fan is presented
play it again?
by Paramount Plus. Just play it again. What's the difference? You can't count on much, but you can always count on Sundays with the NFL on CBS and Paramount Plus. Watch your local NFL game live every Sunday all season long. Visit ParamountPlus.com/NFL to get started today.
Capitals Power Play.
4. Darius and Danny here in studio in Kansas City, and Toki and Ryan back in our studios at the Navy Yard. Thanks for listening to us after a tough loss. We know that it's more fun not to sometimes, but you guys sticking with us, riding with your boys during a down 3-5 start to the season means a lot. Toby's got overtime. It's overtime coming your way in moments. And then at 8:15, Caps pregame, 8:30 puck drop tonight. Local, deep into the evening, all night long on the Fan. We're about to head to the airport to head back to D.C. Thanks for listening to G&D.
Thank you for coming.